In Shadow Slave with a LoTM Sequence is an aspect by Dao_of_Supreme_Handsomeness Chapter 1-36. Author's note: the grammar in Chapter 5 is non-existent because I'm too lazy to fix it, maybe one day. It's probably never happening. Arthur, a shut-in who had pulled an all-nighter and just finished the first book of LoTM, woke up screaming. He was all alone in the house he still lived in with his parents, who were currently working, even though it was a weekend. He often gets visions about the future when he sleeps, sometimes even while awake, but no one believes him. This day he had one as well. They are usually vague, so much so that he can only understand the meaning after the prophesied event happened today. He saw a vision of himself as a ghost. But Arthur quickly composed himself. He was still a little panicked, but he knew not all of his visions would come true. If he figures out the events that needed to happen for the vision to take place, he could even avoid it, although sometimes his trying to avoid the results of his visions only leads him to them. The vision this time seemed distant. He was a ghost after all, so he wasn't in imminent danger at least. Arthur got up and went to heat up some food. As he did, he thought, in that dream, I was barely conscious, surrounded by some thick fog. I was already a ghost, but it still felt like I was dying. How did I end up a ghost? I could feel it. My body was not made out of flesh. It felt like my very soul was being split. It definitely wasn't an ordinary dream. But he couldn't finish his thoughts as the moment he turned the stove on, he heard a loud boom. That's all he heard before he saw what remained of his body from a third-person perspective. Before he could take in the sight, he felt himself being surrounded by thick gray fog wrapping tightly around him, as if not intending on ever letting go. Still rattled by the brief but intense pain he experienced in his dying moments, he barely realized parts of his body, his new ghostly one, were flickering between existing and disappearing. He felt a part of his soul being ripped out as he was still looking at the floor when he noticed something. Although somewhat obscured by the gray fog, he saw his ghostly body still had a shadow. He inexplicably felt a wave of relief as the pain started to subside, then he fell unconscious. He had no dreams, seemingly too tired to try processing any, until with a sudden burst of clarity he saw a vision about a knight confidently leading a group of young warriors. Although he seemed to be just as young as them, Arthur felt as if he were accompanying them. They were fighting strange, powerful creatures, each more terrifying than the last, in a place that looked like something straight out of a nightmare. He briefly saw they're searching for 7 shards that were keys to open a lock to the Crimson Spire made out of 7 heads. Eventually they managed to gather all of them, and when the lock opened, an ancient evil sun shattered, breaking the huge Crimson Spire. It felt as if the sky itself had fallen, plunging the world into eternal darkness. In that darkness, he felt alone more than ever before, as the knight had already disappeared alongside those who had followed him, yet he himself remains. After his vision ended, his burst of clarity did too. When he awoke, it felt like a lot of time had passed. He was exhausted, very sleepy, and hungry too, not to mention thirsty. He had already forgotten the vision, but he paid no mind to these things. Arthur tried to open his eyes and try to see where he was, only to realize no matter how much he closed and opened them, he couldn't see. Just as he was thinking he was in some sort of purgatory before he could start panicking, he heard the sound of waves hitting stone. He tried to convince himself he was still alive. And the reason he saw nothing was because he was looking at the dark sky that was without stars due to light pollution. The coldness, hunger, and thirst he felt seemed to reaffirm his thoughts before he recalled the vision he had. The realization hit him. This place was probably from the vision he saw, and he knew that the place he saw couldn't possibly be real because he read about it. The forgotten shore, without having the time to deny the thought and dismiss his vision as a weird dream. He heard something other than the waves turning his head. He saw undeniable proof he had transmigrated. His eyes, somewhat used to the lack of light, saw the glowing eyes of a nightmare creature battling another one he couldn't see. They seemed to be about 30 meters away from him. Arthur was relieved he wasn't in some purgatory or hell, but he was still in danger. Afraid they might discover him, he stood still and kept quiet. It seemed to be the middle of the night, although it was hard to tell in the forgotten shores after mere minutes that felt like hours. Possibly due to the two sighs he had held back in that time, still not being found out. The nightmare creature with glowing eyes seemed to have just one against the other as his eyes got more used to the light. He saw a still squirming, ugly, tentacle-looking monster in the bloody jaws of the monster with glowing eyes. Perhaps because of how tired, stressed, and hungry he was, he couldn't help but lampoon in his mind, with such an ugly face, not even a mother could love you. Got lucky that it at least looks appetizing. Despite barely clinging to life, the tentacle monster, as if sensing that someone was mocking it, looked straight at Arthur and glared. Arthur's body shuddered, but he still dared to think, what are you looking at, you octopus wannabe? If you wanna go, I will turn you into takoyaki. Arthur was bluffing, he didn't even know how to make takoyaki. After some time having calmed down, he thought to himself, cold, naked, alone, hungry, exhausted, and thirsty too, with no explanation to boot, just who brought me here? Left with no answer, all he wanted to do was sleep and hope he woke up in his bed. But he didn't do that because he knew this place was real, he couldn't escape it just by sleeping right now. He was probably relatively safe being in the palm of a statue still above the dark sea, so he started pondering how he ended up in this situation. I probably died due to a gas leak, since the explosion happened when I turned the stove on. Sighing again, he continued musing about the cause of his death. With my mind still focused on the dream I had, I didn't even realize the smell was off tisk. If I didn't have that dream about dying, I wouldn't have died in the first place. He sighed, giving up on blaming the dream. It was useless, he had already died, at least he tried to, but instead of doing that, he started heavily lamenting his undeleted history on his devices, his family, just what would they think of him if they saw it. Femboys, female Godzilla having an affair with Optimus Prime, his own creation ordinary rock forcing itself on the shadow chair. Along with much more incriminating evidence to display the depth of his degeneracy that seemed endless, enough to make one question how Arthur was not an unholy abomination himself. After resigning himself to his completely deserved fate, he cursed the dream he had once again for not at least having the decency to give him enough time to delete his crimes against morality from the face of the earth. And after some more time reminiscing about the past, he said in a whisper, "Recalling my past life, I somehow feel like an old man reminiscing about the old days." Arthur sighed again, exhausted. "No, surely I'm not. It hasn't even been a day for me, I'm still young." Avoiding the topic of the possibility of his past atrocities being brought to light, Arthur thought. But how did I end up here? The gray fog. I definitely died, but I'm still alive. There shouldn't be such a thing in Shadow Slave. Defying the law of death isn't something just any strange fog can do. Unless this is a crossover of sorts, is Celestial Worthy trying to take over my body? Despite not having any understanding of how he transmigrated, he was convinced he had no significant part in it after all. In the world of Shadow Slave he was a dormant beast without even a soul core, and in LoTM he could barely be counted as a half-sequence 9, how could he defy the law of death when the gods couldn't? Before going to sleep, he decided to pray to the Fool. If Klein, who had become the Lord of Mysteries by the end of the first book, responded to him, then he could tell who was behind his transmigration, and he wouldn't have to worry about some ancient con artist taking over his body. He would also know if this is a crossover of sorts. Arthur put his right hand on the left part of his chest and sincerely started to pray, the fool who does not belong to this era. He abruptly stopped, and his eyes widened because he instantly felt it. This was his true name, an anchor to his existence. After the realization hit him, Arthur was left speechless, but after a minute he tried to pray to Celestial Worthy. He did it very obviously disgusted by the act to him. Celestial Worthy was only seen as a creepy grandpa trying to parasite him. His prayers, devoid of any semblance of devotion, got no response. He angrily thought, this doesn't answer any of my questions. How did I get here? Is anyone controlling the gray fog trying to revive within me? He sighed and thought, at least I have a true name. Arthur then realized he was thinking too much about the LoTM side of things since the gray fog had seemingly brought him here, but this is obviously the world of Shadow Slave. Arthur sighed as he tried summoning his runes. If he was in the dream realm, then surely he had to have passed the first nightmare, but no matter how hard he tried, the runes didn't appear, which meant he was not a carrier of the nightmare spell. It was then that he realized why he had been sighing so much and why he was so tired despite feeling like he had been sleeping for ages moments before. He was infected by the nightmare spell since he was out and about in the dream realm without the protection of a domain for who knows how long. Arthur grimly thought, my physical body is definitely dead. This should be my spiritual body. It can't just return to my physical body in the real world while I face my trial. And if it dies, I die even worse while I'm facing my trial. My body will be completely defenseless here. Even if I get lucky and my body is fine while I pass the trial, I will have probably starved to death for days before I even wake up. Arthur was tired. All he wanted was to sleep, but he knew if he did, it would not end well. After finishing his trial, he would need food, otherwise, he would be too tired to hunt. All Arthur could do was try to unlock his aspect naturally. Like rain by sheer luck while waiting for the sun to rise and hoping he could get some meat from a corpse the other scavengers left alone for when he awoke from his trial since he felt like he had been infected by the nightmare spell for a few days. He was feeling too tired to hunt now. He smiled self-deprecatingly and thought, scavenging from scavengers. Eating the leftovers of those ugly things. Arthur sighed again, then continued his thoughts, this time his eyes shining with defiance. Is this why I transmigrated? His expression turned resolute. No, I won't accept it. I'm better than that. Better than mere awakened beasts. After all, I am the protagonist of this era. Instantly after finishing that thought, he felt a little embarrassed for daring to copy the plagiarizer himself, but he quickly composed himself. He was still unwilling to accept his place on the food chain. So Arthur decided tomorrow he would hunt a scavenger while waiting for the sun to rise. He started planning on how to do that while trying to find a way to discover his aspect. He transmigrated after all he had to have had a superpower. Closing his eyes with his full focus, Arthur tried to sense his aspect. He could feel and even see the gray fog in his mind, he could almost touch it. He almost felt like he was lucidly dreaming. Furthermore, he thought, where am I? And the gray fog from within his mind stirred. He then had a vision. He saw his own body on the hand of a headless statue almost completely submerged by the dark sea, as black as ink. The vision ended. Given the ease with which he discovered his aspect, he suspected that his aspect had already been uncovered since he woke up. Must be one of the perks of being a transmigrator, Arthur mused. He realized he had just made a divination, and although he would have preferred a combat aspect, it was at least better than his cryptic visions. Arthur thought, even if some of the divinations I make are vague, at least I know what they are generally about since they are in response to my questions. He felt a bit more tired after having made the divination. It must consume soul essence, he mused, but he knew he shouldn't be stingy with his divination ability in his situation, so he made more. The first divination he made was about where the least dangerous carapace scavenger near him would be once it was noon. The scavenger was hiding in a hole filled with mud. It looked like a completely normal mud puddle. The scavenger only had one arm that looked like it could break if it was hit hard enough. He was also missing half his legs, only having one left on both sides. He looked terribly damaged and tired, still bleeding from various places, as if he had just been fighting recently. He was satisfied with the result since he could scout out the scavenger, so he started with his second divination. It was about where the scavenger near him who was the easiest for him to run away from would be at noon. In his vision, he saw a carapace scavenger who only had one leg. It was hiding underneath the sand, right near a huge coral, away from the least dangerous scavenger's hiding spot by 20 meters north. Arthur planned to lure the injured scavenger to the one who couldn't move and attack when one of them dies to the other. The immobile scavenger seemed like the most likely victor. He had both claws undamaged and was not nearly as wounded as the other. His third divination was about the location of any suitable weapon he could use capable of killing a carapace scavenger nearby. This time he saw a carapace scavenger with only one arm and all of its legs shoot out from under the sand near a mud puddle. It was dangerously close to night. Perhaps that's why the carapace scavenger, who had 3 legs but both of his arms, was in a rush as he tried to hide near the mud puddle under the sand as well, only to end up ambushed. Taken by surprise, the ambushed carapace scavenger lost an arm, but he did not cry out in pain. Instead, his reaction was to face his adversary and swing his remaining claw at the ambushing scavenger's head, but his opponent, the carapace scavenger that ambushed him, didn't die from a single strike and fought back fiercely. After a gruesome one-on-one battle, the ambushed scavenger, with its one remaining claw terribly damaged and only having 2 legs left, let out a cry of victory and started eating the defeated scavenger. After a while, a sharp broken bone from the corpse of the defeated scavenger was thrown away by the victorious scavenger. His vision followed it. As the night came and the scavenger regretfully retreated to his hiding place, not having finished its meal, Arthur's point of view shifted. He saw the dark sea swallowing the land at great speeds from the east, taking the bone with it towards the west with great force. And in the distance he saw the headless statue of a woman. He was currently on the palm of about 60 meters away from the dark sea. He realized this was the location of the very scavenger his divination deemed to be the least dangerous. The bone carried by the wave of dark sea was stabbed into a coral, and the vision ended. Arthur was too tired to make any more divinations. He would have wanted to make another to gauge the level of danger for his plan. But he feared falling asleep due to exhaustion, so he laid down and waited for the sun to rise, trying to stay awake. After a few hours, the run rose and the dark sea retreated. Arthur slowly climbed down the statue, trying to make himself less visible to the scavengers below by staying near the shadows of the statue, intent on hunting for scavenger meat. Arthur managed to get down without being spotted with some difficulty. When he did, he carefully walked silently, trying to avoid the attention of other scavengers. If even one of them found him, he knew he was dead. As he slowly walked, he didn't even try to go towards the scavenger hidden under the mud puddle. He walked around it at a safe distance and past it. He continued walking until he noticed a puddle of water. Jackpot! Arthur thought he was dying of thirst. If he attempted to run away or fight like this, he was dead 10 times over. Now he needed to find something to start a fire with. He needed to boil the water after all. He started searching nearby and easily found some coral. After drying it for a bit, it would turn flammable. He was pretty sure, so he planned on using it as a replacement for firewood. He placed it near the puddle of water and searched for a container to boil the water in and something to ignite the coral with. Eventually, after looking for hours, he almost completely lost hope he would find anything useful, but before he did, he spotted the huge bones of a huge aquatic beast. It must have been at least of the corrupted rank, he thought. The bones seemed to shine like they were made out of aluminum. They seemed extremely durable. There was no flesh to the huge skeleton, just bones. As he picked up a smaller tooth, about half a meter in width and almost a meter in length, he briefly inspected it and found it was thin and extremely light. Arthur thought, the bigger teeth are bigger than my own body, and there are so many of them too. It must have hated going to the dentist to have this many replacements. He lampooned and searched for what might be a better weapon. But unfortunately, the bones on the thing were too big and heavy for him to use with any efficiency, so he hit another tooth with the one he had grabbed. With the sound of metal hitting metal, a spark was produced. Arthur sighed in relief. Finally. Something I can use to start a fire. Arthur quickly left the area to avoid any scavengers that might have heard the sound. He retraced his steps, leaving the 2 teeth he picked up near the corrals as he went to find a container to boil water. After even more hours of looking, he found something he could use as a container to boil water with. What he found was a skull. To be more precise, it was the skull of a human half buried under the sand. At this point, Arthur didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky to end up in this situation. He was definitely very unlucky. But to not have encountered a scavenger in his current state and finding a water container, In this almost empty desert-like place, he was certainly lucky, but, did it really have to be a human skull? Arthur picked up the skull, shaking the sand out of it. Looking at the skull, Arthur felt as if he were being judged by it. He whispered, "It's nothing personal, there's just nothing but sand and bones here, oh. Corals too, I guess, but I need to use something as a container to boil water, or I will die of thirst, so I really have no choice, okay." The skull said nothing, it was dead, after all. Arthur, realizing he was already talking to himself, chose to end his conversation with the skull and went back to boil water near the shallow puddle of water. After filling the skull with water and holding it over the fire he waited for it to boil. It felt like it would take forever, and a carapace scavenger might spot him if he stayed too long. Eventually he decided it was boiled enough, and so from a human skull he drank greedily, finishing all the water in it as he did. A tear fell down his face. He was so happy just to drink water, even if it was from a human skull and probably not completely safe even after he boiled it. But he didn't spend much time to enjoy it. Searching for the things he needed to boil water took him hours. It was already noon by now if the sun still rose at 5 a.m. like back on Earth, then he spent about 7 hours searching for things to boil water with. The reason it took so long was probably the exhaustion and hallucinations he would sometimes have due to his lack of sleep. He felt as if by the end of the day he would definitely fall asleep without even realizing it. And so Arthur, following his vision, searched for the weapon he had divined last night. The bone was the forearm of the defeated scavenger. It was about 1 meter wide, its length enough for him to hold with only one hand. It was sharp on both ends at the end of the width, but its whole length was flat, he could grab it without hurting himself. This was the weapon capable of killing a carapace scavenger from his vision. It was stabbed into a coral about 5 meters high since there were some scavengers nearby seemingly grouped up eating together. He waited for them to go away. If he didn't, he would be spotted by the scavengers. Arthur did not completely lack a survival instinct, and so he waited and used this chance to rest. He had moved a lot for someone who was starving and lacking sleep. While waiting for them to leave, he cursed them under his breath. "I'm starving out here, eat faster, you show-off third-rate thugs. Tisk. Just who do you mere crab wannabes think you are to brag in front of me?" After a few minutes of cursing them, the crabs left. Waiting a minute to make sure they weren't coming back, he climbed the coral and took the sharp bone. After climbing down, he slowly walked to the mud puddle he saw in his vision, where the severely injured carapace scavenger was hiding. Partly to conserve his energy, he would need it to outrun the thing, and partly because he would still not fight it yet, so he wasn't in a rush. He needs to make sure he won't run into another scavenger while luring the injured one to the immobile scavenger, so he will scout the path in advance. After doing just that, he rushed back to the mud puddle. He needed to be fast so that another scavenger wouldn't show up while he would be chased by the half-dead scavenger. And so Arthur, more exhausted than afraid, went to poke the metaphorical bear with his stick. As he did, he thought, "This is it, if I succeed, I can survive after finishing my nightmare." Arthur carefully approached the mud puddle and stabbed into it. The carapace scavenger under the mud puddle who was resting wasn't prepared for it, but as an awakened beast. Its carapace was tough, and Arthur was not only starving for days, but also sleep-deprived enough to start having hallucinations hours ago. To the severely wounded scavenger, Arthur's strike barely even counted as a mosquito sting. The carapace scavenger quickly jumped from under the mud puddle, managing to get half its body out in one jump, and tried to strike back immediately with its damaged claw. But as it was still tired from the still bleeding wounds it got just yesterday, it was slow enough for Arthur to manage to dodge. As he did, he immediately gained distance while the scavenger was fully getting out of the puddle. Arthur, not one to waste a second, scowled and tried taunting the scavenger, "Why bother getting out of that mud? It really suits a half-corpse like you. If you want a better tomb, I will make you one." The scavenger, not understanding a single word Arthur said but annoyed at having its rest interrupted, did not need anything to provoke it as it was furious enough already. The scavenger immediately started chasing Arthur, who ran the moment the scavenger managed to get out of the puddle, as the location of the scavenger with one leg was close. And having already scouted the way in advance, he did not encounter any other scavenger on his way. As he got near the hidden place the scavenger with one leg was hiding, Arthur went around it and then turned to face the one-armed scavenger, taunting it to walk straight into the other scavenger's hiding spot. "Do you need help crossing the street, Grandpa? Does your back hurt that much, you ancient relic?" Arthur scoffed and continued, "And here I thought nightmare creatures were supposed to be scary. I guess that's old news." The tired carapace scavenger did not need any extra motivation. It charged at Arthur in a straight line, boiling rage evident in its eyes. The scavenger who was hiding under the sand felt tremors near his hiding spot, and he did not hesitate. He struck immediately. It was starving for days after all. Arthur watched as the one-armed scavenger lost its leg in the ambush and completely forgot about him as it started to unleash its pent-up rage at the closest thing to it, the ambushing scavenger. Arthur couldn't help but think, these guys realize I'm still here, right? Or are they so in love that they can only see each other? Arthur sighed and said out loud, "Love is truly blind. Well, that works for me." As Arthur predicted, the scavenger with one arm was losing fast. It had far more wounds than the two-armed scavenger, and it was now missing another one of its legs. While the two-armed scavenger was focused on finishing the one-armed scavenger already half the way to the Shadow Realm, Arthur rushed from behind the two-armed scavenger and stabbed at the back of its head where its weak point was. The scavenger screamed and squirmed, falling over. Arthur sighed, thinking to himself, even getting water was more challenging than this. Am I a genius at murder or an idiot at basic survival skills? Arthur did not dwell on it too much and quickly took the shards, pressed them against his chest, and crushed them, feeling them enter his soul and strengthening it. Then he hurriedly grabbed all the scavenger meat he could carry and hid it in various places nearby. If he stayed too long, the stench of blood would drive more scavengers here. He also took some with him to where the puddle of water was. He was going to cook it after all, he was starving. After eating his fill, Arthur took the two teeth, using the coral to wrap them around him tightly, barely protecting his modesty, and held the skull around his forearm. If he forgets these, he might never find replacements in this empty place. He carefully walked back to the statue, this time not on the palm, but on the headless part of it that was more spacious. As he lay down, he thought to himself, I hope I get an armor-type memory. I don't want to look like a caveman. Falling asleep before he could finish the thought, Arthur was interrupted by the nightmare spell. Aspirant, welcome to the nightmare spell. Prepare for your first trial. Arthur couldn't help but try to brag, Aspirant. I have a true name, you know. But he got no response. Arthur saw the forgotten shore. Time quickly started to flow in reverse. He saw the birth of the corrupted sun. The statues of the 7 heroes regaining their heads, only to be seemingly disassembled by the people who built them. He saw people desperate to find sources of light, and then as he saw an angel, with 3 eyes absorbing the dark sea and ascending into the sky. The nightmare stopped rewinding time at a significant pace until it stopped completely and time started flowing normally again. Arthur looked at his body. He seemed to be armored and holding a spear. He was on a wall, probably a guard. After that, the first thing Arthur did was summon his runes. Name: Arthur. True name: the fool who does not belong to this era. Rank: Aspirant. Soul core: dormant. Memories: echoes. Attributes: cursed, hunter, fate affinity. Aspect: the fool. Aspect description: you are a mysterious ruler standing above the gray fog, but also a fool who challenges a predestined outcome, fighting against impossible odds, not having any hope for victory but finding meaning in the struggle itself. A predestined outcome. Wait, does that mean I can't change the story? But the author of Shadow Slave said anything is possible. Who are you to dare tell me what I can and cannot do? Arthur scoffed, HMMPH. And continued thinking, what does a semi-sentient spell know? It's not even able to copy gods. What a lame invention. Arthur knew the spell could probably read minds, so he even dared to say the next part out loud, pathetic. As he continued taunting the spell and getting no response, Arthur didn't spend too much time on it and looked at his hunter attribute. You can more easily stay composed, you have a talent at making traps and staying hidden. Well, this explains how I didn't get caught by the scavengers while wandering the coral labyrinth for so long. He looked at his fate affinity's description. You have an affinity to fate, you are able to glimpse at it. Arthur thought, figures, it's the reason I get visions. He also looked at his cursed attribute to see what kind of curse he had. You are hated by fate, misfortune follows you wherever you go. Arthur lampooned in his mind, I might sneak a peek at fate sometimes, but it's not on purpose. Most of the time anyway, so there's no need to be shy. Arthur, having finished checking his runes, looked around. There didn't seem to be any people on the wall he was on. It was basically deserted, and it was also quite big. There was enough space for almost 10 people to walk side by side without touching the edges of the wall. Looking down, he saw that he was incredibly high, almost 100 meters. Arthur, not at all worried about the consequences of leaving his post, walked calmly towards the stairs at the corner of the walls leading down. There really seems to be no people on the walls, he thought as he descended down the stairs. It was strange, why let only one guard watch over an entire wall? When he got down and left the walls completely, he finally saw people. This city looked quite big. But the atmosphere was strange, there were far too few people around, and most looked gloomy. Arthur approached an old lady and lied as easily as he breathed, excuse me, but do you know why everyone here is so gloomy? I hit my head while trying to do a cool pose when I was guarding the wall. Arthur sighed with a sad expression. I don't remember anything other than the language I speak anymore. The old lady looked at his head and seemingly inspected it but found nothing wrong, she said, annoyed. Boy, what prank are you trying to pull now? With that accursed abomination heading here, everyone is panicking and leaving the city, this isn't the time for such tasteless jokes. If you got cold feet, then leave already like everyone else. While Arthur thought, abomination. Must be that Nephilim, it's heading here, and if it dies then the dark sea will be unleashed and everyone here will die, me included. I have to stop that thing from dying. But is that Nephilim even friendly? It might kill me if I try to save it anyway. Arthur also changed his expression as if he were caught playing a prank and then responded to the old woman. I'm not afraid, I was just trying to lighten the mood. Can't you see how gloomy everyone here is? It's not like it's the end of the world. The old woman grimly replied to Arthur, to me and everyone here it is. She didn't wait for Arthur to respond and left. Arthur glanced at her, walking away, thinking, just how am I supposed to convince these people the Nephilim shouldn't be killed? After aimlessly walking around for a bit, Arthur came up with a few ideas. The first was to overthrow the current city lord and become the new boss. Then he could order the people to let the Nephilim be. People were submissive to authority after all. But not only was the city lord a transcendent, but the people could also just brand him as an evil assassin instead of their ruler, so he dismissed the idea. The second was to kill every soldier so the Nephilim would not be attacked, since there were only 20 awakened in the city with 3 ascended generals and 1 transcendent city lord left. If he hid the fact he was killing them and spread rumors, it was the Nephilim's curse. The people would panic and probably not suspect him, well, most won't. He could silence those that got strange ideas about him killing people. The only problem was that this was only possible if he was an overpowered isekai cheat user. If he was, he wouldn't need such a plan in the first place. The third was what he was going to do, now he will definitely gain a reputation. Arthur lamented and started shouting in the middle of the place he found most people in. Right near the governing building where the city lord was located. They were here to pray for his victory against the supreme Nephilim even though the battle was going to happen in a few days. Everyone turned to look at him as he shouted, Nephilim lives matter. Let the abomination live. All life is equally important. The city lord opened the door of the governing building intending to assure the people they would be safe, but what he saw was not what he expected. In the middle of the crowd of people was a guard, whom he remembered as a young man who usually skipped training under the excuse of watching over the wall in case of an unexpected threat. The young guard kept spouting nonsense about how all that matters in life is peace, understanding, and love, and that they should be kind to the Nephilim. The city lord and the crowd looked at him like he was insane. Arthur knew he would probably get nowhere with his peaceful protest. But the only other option was to stop the Nephilim from heading here, something impossible for him to do, or to kill every soldier here if he manages to find a potent poison. It's not impossible to kill one of the generals, but the number of awakened is too much for him as he is, and that's not mentioning the transcendent city lord. As Arthur continued preaching about peace and understanding, the city lord spoke, interrupting him. Were you not guarding the city wall to make sure there wouldn't be an unexpected threat? Arthur quickly made up an excuse, continuing to lie with the same ease as breathing. I've got a divine revelation. Killing the Nephilim will curse the land. The Nephilim should be welcomed with open arms. The city lord was unconvinced. He scoffed and spoke, welcome that abomination. Have you hit your head? The old woman whom Arthur first spoke to then added, so that story you told me about hitting your head while trying to do a pose was true. Everyone looked at the old woman who spoke, then at Arthur. The silence spoke louder than words, they were judging him. Arthur had thick skin, but this was a little too much even for him. He coughed into his fist and said, "Ah, that. Well, didn't I tell you it was a joke? Ha ha." The silence remained, judging him. Then the city lord spoke, "Just stop shouting nonsense and go back to training. I will excuse you for your nonsense this time." Arthur then spoke honestly for the first time since he entered the nightmare, "I don't know where the training place is." And so the silence returned, as everyone thought he was provoking the city lord. Some had even more daring thoughts. Doesn't he know disrespecting a noble means death? Did he fall in love with that abomination, and now he wants to die with it? The city lord was annoyed at Arthur. He whispered his next words, but everyone heard them. "You've taken your jokes too far," and so he turned his head back to the governing building and spoke, "Larry, send him to the dungeon. 10 years for disrespecting the city lord." Larry, an ascended general who had just finished his paperwork, quickly exited the governing building, and with a quick bow to the city lord, he took Arthur to be jailed. Arthur didn't even try to resist. He could only lampoon in his heart, "People do indeed love the lie and hate the truth. I was honest once, and this is where I get." Eventually they reached the jail cell, Arthur's new resistance, where he was unceremoniously thrown in. And the door was quickly locked. The ascended general Larry spoke, "You're lucky the city lord has such a kind heart, any other noble, and you would be lucky if your head was rolling on the floor." After saying those words, he left not waiting for a response. Arthur looked around his jail cell, a bare bed without any blanket, a barred little window high up the wall to let the light of the sun in, and a small hole at the corner of the room as a toilet. As Arthur looked at his cell, he thought, "Did I already fail my nightmare?" After a minute, once the ascended general was gone completely, Arthur tried to make a divination. It was his only hope of getting out. He closed his eyes and focused, trying to make a divination. Soon he could see the gray fog in his mind. He asked, "How can I get out of jail?" Then he saw a vision. What he saw was the cell next to his on the right, where an extremely shady guy was. He somehow was in possession of a small knife. He was silently cutting the bar to his cell when the vision ended. Arthur didn't even notice any noise. The shady guy was almost completely silent. Arthur was stumped on how he could convince the shady guy to help him. Eventually he said out loud, "Hey shady guy, how did you get a knife in here?" The shady guy barely glanced at Arthur, ignoring him. Arthur kept trying to converse with the shady guy, but he felt like he was talking to a wall. He got no response. Arthur once again thought, "How am I supposed to get out of here?" Arthur was left with no choice but to make another divination. He thought about what he should make a divination about. Maybe I should make one about this shady guy's past to convince him to help me. Or maybe ask the gray fog what I should be doing to get out of here. Arthur decided to ask the gray fog about what he should do. The shady guy didn't seem like the type who was very willing to help him if he knew some things about him. Closing his eyes and focusing, he soon saw the gray fog, and he asked it, "What must I do to escape the jail?" The vision this time was from the past, he knew because he remembered it. The event had happened just yesterday, it was him sincerely praying to himself. Then the vision shifted to the shady guy, and shortly the vision ended. Arthur instantly realized what the vision meant. If there's anything he remembers about the gray fog, it's the gatherings held in it. If he can get the guy to believe he was a great existence, he would definitely help him. All he needs is for the shady guy to chant his true name. Arthur thought, since aspect abilities are usually only wielded by transcendents in this era, it shouldn't be too hard for me to fool this guy into thinking I'm at least a supreme by adding a kingly title. There's also that supreme Nephilim heading here, people will cling to any hope they can get at times like this. Arthur immediately tried to convince the shady guy to say his true name, so without any shame he started lying again. Since you're trying to escape despite the Nephilim heading here, that must mean you are confident in surviving, or you also one of his believers. That great existence has given me a revelation, we will definitely survive if we don't fight that Nephilim. You must have gotten the same revelation too, didn't you? The shady guy looked at the wall separating him from Arthur. Judging him, he already thought that Arthur was crazy. He scoffed, and for the first time since Arthur tried getting his attention, he responded, "What great existence, have you gone insane already? It's not even been a day." Arthur eagerly replied, he was acting perfectly like a pious believer. "I've not gone insane, as long as this city listens to his instructions, everything will be fine. He is benevolent to humans. His name is the fool who does not belong to this era. He is the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black, who wields good luck." Arthur shamelessly ripped off Klein's titles and even became a cult leader like him with a smile on his face. He had stolen his whole flow. Even Emperor Russell would start to sweat if he knew he had such strong competition in plagiarism. The shady guy said, "The fool who does not belong to this era. I've never heard of such a person, you must have drunk too much to have such divine revelations. Just shut up already, you schizophrenic bastard. You've been talking almost constantly for the past hour." Arthur immediately felt something the moment his true name was uttered. It was unlike when he said his true name himself. He had a strange feeling like he was connected to something far away yet very close. Arthur could only guess it was his domain. He might have one like Astarion, or maybe he was completely wrong, he didn't really know yet. Arthur completely ignored the mocking words of the shady guy whose name he didn't even know. He closed his eyes and focused immediately. He saw the gray fog. This time, there was a crimson star glowing faintly in the distant sky above him. He didn't try to touch it, yet he tried to make another divination about his yet-to-be indoctrinated cult member before he attempted to start recruiting his first believer. Well, second Arthur, much like Klein, whom he was shamelessly ripping off, is his own #1 fan. He asked the gray fog, "Why is the shady guy near me trying to break out now?" Soon his vision shifted, and he saw the shady guy waking up near a little boy. They were both living on the streets in an alleyway out of sight to the people walking on the main roads. The shady guy got up and tried to leave, but the little boy spoke before he could. "Dad, don't go stealing, yet I've noticed the guards have changed their patrol routes, but I've not managed to grasp them yet." The shady guy didn't seem concerned. He casually said to the kid, "Don't worry about it, I'm not gonna get caught." He left the alleyway unconcerned about the warning he had been given. He muttered under his breath, "A patrol shift won't be the end of me, I've done this for over 5 years." The vision then comically switched to the very same shady guy being arrested after an inspection. He was unceremoniously thrown in the jail cell, much like Arthur himself had been. After the guard closed the door to his cell, he remained walking around the jail cells, watching over the prisoners until another guard took his place. Eventually, after a few days, the shady guy was left unwatched as news of the Nephilim heading to the city spread. The guards no longer bothered watching over the prisoners and instead fled the city. After finally being unsupervised, the shady guy immediately took a small knife he had hidden from the guard by placing it silently near the guard's own sword scabbard and stealing it back once the inspection was over without being noticed. He began cutting the bars to his cell, and as he did, he muttered, "Dylan was right." He sighed and continued, "I shouldn't have gone stealing that day. Other than the labor they occasionally make us do, jail isn't so bad, but I can't stay here, the guilt is eating at me. How can I hope to repay Dylan's father like this?" The vision started fading as the shady guy kept muttering things Arthur could no longer hear, and the vision ended. Arthur pondered, so he's getting out of here to help that boy so he can repay his debt to the kids, father. I can use this. Arthur closed his eyes and focused. Soon he saw the gray fog and looked up there. A crimson star was dimly shining. Arthur first imagined an imposing throne and sat on it. He also changed his attire into a cloak with yellow at its sleeves. He had to look the part to sell his scam after all. If Russell was sweating before, now he's panicking. Arthur is even more shameless than Russell is. Then he tried touching the star and succeeded. The moment he touched the crimson star, it started glowing intensely. Arthur started feeling tired quickly. The crimson star turned into the silhouette of a man surrounded by gray fog, making it difficult to tell who it is. Arthur knew he had succeeded in bringing the shady guy above the great fog, but he didn't show any reaction to it. He had to sell the idea he was a great existence, not a desperate con man. The moment the shady guy became aware of his surroundings, he panicked, and then he asked scared, "W, where am I?" "W, who are you?" Arthur smiled mysteriously and said, "You may call me the Fool." Russell must be passed out from holding his greatest plagiarizer title, so tightly afraid that Arthur would steal it. The shady guy was shocked and scared, but he quickly tried to compose himself, with limited success. He was thinking, the Fool. The great existence that schizophrenic guy was talking about exists. Just what does he want from me? Since he's called a king, that means he should be a supreme. What does a supreme need from me? The shady guy waited for a moment, and seeing that the Fool was not saying anything, he mustered the courage and said, Mr. Fool, why have you brought me here?" "Arthur," the Fool replied, "I brought you here because you were chosen by me to save your city. If you succeed in that, I shall give you a great reward. You want to repay Dylan's father, don't you?" The shady guy's eyes widened. How does he know that? How much does he know? Eventually, having somewhat calmed down, the shady guy asked nervously, how might I accomplish that? "I am merely a petty thief, Mr. Fool." Arthur, the Fool, smiled mysteriously again and spoke, "Free the prisoner who has told you my name together. You two together can save the city." The shady guy didn't know how he and that not-so-schizophrenic guy were supposed to do that. Wasn't a supreme abominable Nephilim heading here? How were they supposed to stop the people from killing it? Or better yet, how should they stop that Nephilim from killing them? But he didn't ask any questions, he only nodded and said, "I understand, Mr. Fool, I will faithfully carry out your will." Arthur then dismissed him and exited the gray fog, feeling exhausted. He thought, pulling people into the gray fog isn't easy. After a few minutes Arthur saw the shady guy out of his cell. He thought, finally. What took him so long? He's been quietly cutting at the bars since I was jailed an hour ago. No, in my vision he was doing it too. Is that knife blunt or are the bars that tough? Arthur didn't voice his thoughts when he saw the shady guy who was heading casually towards the guards' changing room where the keys to the cells were put on a bench in plain sight. There were currently no guards around. Every soldier, awakened or not, was currently training, even the veterans who were not drafted because of the recent threat of the Nephilim's arrival. Arthur lampooned in his heart silently, why would the city lord even draft regular people with the supreme Nephilim heading this way? To garner pity. But it's definitely weird. To what end is he recruiting ordinary civilians into the army? They won't be any good even as cannon fodder. Arthur's thoughts were interrupted as he was soon free from his cell. The shady guy whispered, "Follow me and keep quiet while we leave the building." Ever since the news of the Nephilim coming here, the city lord made a mystical item so that he can hear almost anything in this place if someone is heard misbehaving. The shady guy shuddered slightly. They won't ever be seen again. Arthur nodded and followed him, thinking about the suspicious city lord again. Everyone seems to think this city lord is a great guy, but he seems more and more suspicious by the second. A transcendent shouldn't have a chance against a supreme, but he doesn't look too worried about his chances. Moreover, everyone should have fled when they had the chance by now, even if they trust him that much. A supreme is still a supreme. Are they truly ready to bet their lives on the city lord when they could have ran away? As they left the prison, they saw no guards near the building. It must have been completely empty by now, Arthur thought. There were no other inmates other than me and this shady guy when I entered, but between me being jailed and the shady guy arriving, there seemed to be others. What happened to them? The shady guy mentioned if they misbehaved they would never be heard from again, but why would all of them have done that if they knew? Arthur glanced at the shady guy and thought, what makes this shady guy different from the other prisoners? Wait, I don't even know the name of my fellow cult member. No, it's not cult, it's an orthodox sect. Yes, an orthodox sect. Since the power system here is basically cultivation, calling my my fan club a sect should be fine, right? Everyone in the cultivation world and their mother loves to glaze their sect's founding ancestor after all, so there's basically no difference. The shady guy noticed Arthur was staring at him with a weird expression and asked, "What's the matter? What's your name?" Arthur asked the shady guy, who then looked a little confused but still responded, "It's Yaman." "Why?" "No reason," Arthur replied casually as they continued walking and gained distance from the prison. The shady guy, now known as Yaman, eventually asked, "Do we need to do anything for now? I would like to go some places." "Alone?" Arthur replied, "Not for now, but I'd like to ask what you know about the city lord." Yaman thought for a bit and said, "Well, I only know a few things about him, like the fact that he's a master blacksmith. And is rumored to be quite ambitious with his craft. The rumor goes that he's been saving up ever since he became a city lord 22 years ago and brought a supreme soul shard once every 10 years. There's also the rumor that he's secretly the bastard son of some noble from another country. I think the last one is made up because the city lord is quite talented despite being of common birth." Arthur was thinking, 2 supreme soul shards, is that why he's not panicking about facing that Nephilim? Is he that confident in his craft to believe it will be of any help against a true supreme? He must be quite delusional. Unless the abominable Nephilim is severely wounded, it wouldn't die to a mere transcendent. The Nephilim in the history of this place that I witnessed was definitely killed, but since time was rewinding so fast I couldn't see how, so whatever he's planning probably worked. Eventually Arthur said, "Thank you, Yaman, you can go now. We will meet each other again at the back of the prison building. Wait for me there once you are done." Yaman nodded and speed walked away, almost jogging. Once Arthur was alone again, he unexpectedly had a vision. In it he saw the city lord. He was giving Arthur, who had been gagged and handcuffed, a blade. It looked ominous. The first thing that came to mind when one looked at it was that it was cursed. He didn't recognize the place they were in. It looked like a basement of sorts, the only light available coming from a mystical item that, although was glowing brilliantly, the light it produced did not sting his eyes even though he had seemingly been looking at it for a time. Arthur in the vision seemed very afraid of holding onto the blade. Seeing his desperate resistance, the city lord spoke. "Just hold it, you're not going to get out of this. You must pay the price for escaping the prison. Don't worry, your life will serve a great cause." The city lord's ring on the pinky finger on his left hand glowed, and Arthur was tempted to hold the blade. No, he craved to. Like a drug addict, he couldn't control his impulse and grabbed it. Once he did, the city lord added, "Activate the enhancement." His ring glowed again and his craving changed from merely holding it to activating the enhancement on it. And so that's what he did. When he activated it, he felt his soul essence vanish almost instantly, flowing into the blade. But despite having none left, the blade wouldn't take no for an answer. His life force transformed into soul essence. He looked like an old man who lived for over 100 years already, but the blade didn't stop there. His blood, his skin, his bones, everything turned into soul essence and flowed into the blade. Soon Arthur was gone. Nothing was left of him. The vision ended. Arthur was troubled by what he saw but tried to think about it objectively. So the city lord caught me and feed me to that blade. Is that cursed blade what he's planning on using against the Nephilim? He must have been feeding it the people who had fled, and also the prisoners in secret. Arthur knew that if the city lord wanted him caught he would be so trying to hide won't work and it will also waste his time. What he needed to use his time for was stopping the confrontation of the Nephilim and the city lord from happening. Arthur made a decision: if he was going to be caught soon anyway, he was going to expose the city lord. With the backing of the people, the city lord might not act publicly against him, although that's only an assumption. If he wanted Arthur dead, no one could stop him. But the real problem was, he had no evidence that the city lord did anything wrong. Would the people really believe him if he were to say the city lord feed people to an evil sword when he saw them praying in front of the governing building for his victory when the fight didn't even happen yet? Arthur smiled helplessly and thought, the current me can't go against the city lord in any way. But the fool can, at least in the eyes of the city lord and those of the people. And so Arthur wandered the streets hoping to find someone to sell them the idea he had the backing of a strong existence. The first person he saw was a young man still wearing guard armor with a naive-looking face. He seemed to be around 19 years old. Arthur guessed the young man looked tired, probably just back from training. Arthur immediately approached the young man and asked piously, once again showing his status as his own #1 believer, "Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior the Fool?" The young man seemed a little intrigued, but he replied tiredly, "The Fool? I never heard of such a person, maybe later," and continued walking away. Arthur, expecting such an outcome, didn't give up and kept talking. After all, his life was on the line. "Listen to me for but a moment. The Fool is a benevolent existence who loves humanity. If we listen to him, we will definitely meet salvation. Think about it. Can the city lord really beat that supreme Nephilim? Our only hope lies in the Fool." The young man's expression became surprised. "He's going to fight the Nephilim?" Arthur's expression froze and he continued, speaking in a more subdued tone. "Well, not really, but wait, don't lose hope. He has given me a revelation. If we fight that Nephilim, only doom awaits us, as the land will be cursed once that abominable Nephilim perishes, killing everyone in the city, and devastation awaits us if we provoke it and lose the confrontation. What we should do is avoid conflict with it from the very beginning. The abomination has no ill will towards the people." The young man didn't seem convinced and asked, "How can I even be sure that this fool really exists? Or that his words are true? If we don't fight against that Nephilim, I can only imagine our doom. How can such things not hold ill intentions when they are vile, corrupted creatures by their own nature?" Arthur thought, so all he needs is a little proof that I exist. Jackpot. Hey, this naive-looking guy is already looking like my next cult member. Arthur smiled mysteriously like a charlatan once again and said, "Pray to him sincerely. If he is not preoccupied, he will show himself to reassure you. All you need to do is put your right hand on the left part of your chest and say his full name out loud, the Fool who does not belong to this era, and then say what you are praying for. You can also add a bit of praise if you are devout after. Let me show you." As Arthur said that, he closed his eyes and put his right hand on the left part of his chest, sincerely praying, "The Fool who does not belong to this era, I pray for your loving grace. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. You can try it now too." Although he looked like he was piously praying, his attention wasn't fully on the prayer. He was also focusing on his aspect, trying to go above the gray fog. The naive-looking young man saw no harm in it and decided to do it, at least so that this crazy guy would leave him alone. As he put his right hand on the left part of his chest, he started praying, "The Fool that does not belong to this era, I pray for your loving grace." Arthur, already inside the gray fog, quickly felt a connection to something distant yet very close and saw another crimson star appear high within the sky of the gray fog. He quickly summoned his throne and changed his attire to that of the Fool's. Then he summoned the new star. The young naive-looking man didn't expect much from the prayer. He honestly thought the guy who stopped him had gone crazy, but the moment he prayed, he found himself in a completely different place, surrounded by gray fog. In front of him stood a cloaked figure coated in gray fog, making it difficult to distinguish his features. He was sitting on an imposing throne, making him feel as if he was looking at a real king. The young man stuttered, surprised, "TDF Fool. That guy wasn't lying." Arthur, now the Fool, calmly replied, "My oracle was not lying, as you can see." The young man was still shocked at the situation. He couldn't help but ask, "Will you really save us from that Nephilim?" Arthur, the Fool, lampooned in his heart, I would if I could, but I'm probably even weaker than you in a fight. And continued thinking, there's no winning against the Nephilim in a physical conflict. Even if it dies, we all die with it, and there's no way we can avoid the abomination either, so the only way for this city to continue existing is to not antagonize it. Arthur, the fool, smiled mysteriously, intending to become a great existence in the eyes of the people so he can save himself. After all, if everyone was a believer of the fool, even the city lord will believe he is real, and he won't dare to attack the oracle under the protection of a healthy sovereign unless he's a complete idiot. Arthur guessed the only reason the city lord even dared to fight the supreme Nephilim was because it was severely injured. He vaguely recalled that according to the murals near the Hallow Mountains at the edge of the Forgotten Shores he read about in the original story, the abominable Nephilim only came to what became the Forgotten Shores because it was fleeing from something, so he was probably right about it being injured. After arranging his thoughts, Arthur finally answered vaguely to the now nervous young man's question. The Nephilim is not the real threat. The true danger lays in the heart of the city. The young man looked confused. The real danger lays in the heart of the city. Does that mean there's something happening at the city center? No, surely not. The city lord would definitely notice. What does he mean by the heart of the city? The young man's eyes widened, seemingly enlightened. The people. The heart of a city is the people. The real danger is within our hearts. Recalling the words of the oracle, he understood why the fool didn't come in person to save Fear City. If he were here, his potent soul might tempt the Nephilim to attack because of the vile corrupted instincts those abominations possess, and if the fool killed the Nephilim, the land will be cursed. It's better to not fight at all, but no one will think about doing such a thing. This is the real danger. The young man's eyes turned resolute as he said, I understand, Mr. Fool. I will do my best to save the city. But how should I repay you? Arthur, the fool, casually said, there's no need, and dismissed him as he did. Arthur quickly returned from the gray fog and looked at the now resolute expression on the young man's face. As the young man quickly left in a hurry, he told Arthur, thank you for showing me the way, Oracle. I will go spread the name of the fool to everyone else and convince them to not go to battle the Nephilim. Before Arthur could say anything, the young man was already gone. The only thing left for Arthur to do was to spread his name and wait for someone to say his true name and convince them he was a real supreme. But although there were little people in the city, it was still a relatively big city. There were thousands of people in it, and his essence was quite low. He was also worried about the vision he had about being fed to that cursed sword. Spreading his true name himself is quite risky since the city lord could catch him doing it, but he has no choice but to gain fame quickly if he doesn't want to die. I guess I will have to keep a relatively low profile by only approaching a single person at a time while the fool becomes real in the heart of the people, Arthur thought as he felt a distant yet close by connection. I will have to keep this meeting and the rest short to conserve essence, Arthur mused inwardly as he closed his eyes and saw the gray fog fill his vision once more. After a few hours of spreading his name, Arthur was so exhausted he felt like the day before he entered the nightmare. He suddenly remembered he had promised to meet Yaman at the back of the prison building and headed there. Yaman was waiting for him. He asked, so, what should we do now? How are we supposed to save the city? Arthur, sweating from running around the city, simply said, we just need to follow the fool's instructions and make sure the Nephilim is not attacked. To do that, we need to spread the fool's name and his prophecy to the people of the city. Yaman looked a bit conflicted, but how can we be so sure the Nephilim won't attack us? What if the fool is wrong? Arthur, hearing such words for the 100th time already, was used to such a response and simply replied, have faith, the fool will definitely guide us all to salvation. And besides, if the Nephilim really attacks the city first, then the fool has no problem with us fighting back. Yaman nodded and said, I guess you're right, we won't lose anything if we believe him. Arthur, curious, asked, by the way, what did you need to do so urgently alone last time? Yaman replied, I checked in on Dylan, a kid I'm looking after for some time. Arthur nodded and, seeing as it was dark, looked at Yaman and asked, despite knowing it was likely fruitless from his past vision, by the way, do you have a place to stay? I don't have one. Yaman sighed, yea, me neither, Arthur. Yaman. Breaking the awkward silence, Yaman said, well, since a lot of people fled from the city recently, there are many empty houses. You could just go into one. Arthur nodded and said as he walked away from the prison, I'm gonna do just that. Tomorrow morning we will start spreading the fool's name and his prophecy to the city. I've already told a few people about him and the divine revelation he has given me. Time skipped the next day after the conversation. It was noon. The city lord looked at the door of the governing building where he usually stays doing paperwork. He knew people gathered outside to start praying for his victory again. He was ready to reassure them he will definitely protect them this time. There was no young guards spouting nonsense about peace and understanding or friendship, but he still noticed something was off. In front of the governing building there were people who were seemingly proselytizing some sort of religion, a cult. The city lord thought with his transcendent hearing he heard what they were saying. Do you believe us now? The fool will guide us towards salvation. The city lord thought, the fool. Who's that supposed to be? He then heard the name again from the one who those words were talked to. I do praise the fool. I could tell how strong he was with just a glance. If we listen to him we will definitely be saved. The city lord opened the door to the governing building and saw that most people were ignoring him. No, they didn't even notice him. The city lord was speechless. He thought, how did some cult grow so fast without me knowing anything? And where is this fool they are talking about? He stopped a random person nearby and asked what happened. He got a very enthusiastic answer, City Lord. The city is safe. There's no need for you to fight that abominable Nephilim. The fool's oracle has foreseen that the best course of action is to let it be. It won't dare to hurt us. Again that name, who is the fool? The city lord thought and then asked, let it be. Do you really think what he says is true, that abominable Nephilim will definitely be a threat? And can you elaborate who is the fool? I've never heard of such a person before. The middle-aged woman he stopped replied, I'm sure of it. I doubted him at first since he wasn't even here, but after I saw him myself and hearing his believers tell me why he couldn't be here, I was convinced the Nephilim will definitely not attack us. The fool himself told me it was not a threat. He goes by the name the fool, who does not belong to this era. The city lord asked even more questions. He can't be here, but you saw him in person. It must be his aspect, but what is preventing him from coming? And how can he be so sure that abomination won't attack us? Is it also a part of his aspect? The woman eagerly answered his questions. Yes, it must have been his aspect ability. After I prayed to him I found myself in a completely different place. He can't come here because his potent supreme soul would tempt the Nephilim to attack, and if he kills it a curse will be unleashed, killing everyone in the city. But our lives are not going to move it much. The fool predicted it would ignore us. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Eventually he shook his head, dismissing his thoughts, and politely thanked the woman for answering his questions. He headed back to the governing building. Once he entered, a grim look showed on his face. He sighed. My plan is ruined, the city lord thought regretfully. The Nephilim heading to the city was more of an opportunity for the ambitious city lord than it was a curse. With the cursed blade he created with 2 supreme soul shards he painstakingly obtained after decades of saving up. He knew he had a chance to kill the Nephilim with the enhancements he gave it. The first was all or nothing. It would take all the essence out of the person activating it, and it didn't stop there. It would turn their life force, their skin, bones, their soul, everything into soul essence, boosting the other enhancement by a factor of 10 times the essence it absorbed. It was a strong enhancement, so he had to put a limitation on it to make it so strong it was that the person who is activating it must be activating it of their own will. He made a mystical item to help resolve the limitation, a ring that can make one crave to listen to what he said. Although the effect is quite weak on Ascended, and some stronger-willed awakened could also resist it, he used it to make the people here crave to stay, and used the excuse of some of them fleeing to feed them to the cursed blade in secret. He even ordered a draft and made them refine their soul essence to slightly boost how much essence he got. He also fed it the prisoners who made a fuss with the fear of the Nephilim heading here. They all kept trying to break out as they didn't want to spend their last days in prison, well, except for one. He seemed to like the prison. Weirdly enough, he thought their lives were going to be sacrificed for a great cause. Helping him in killing that abominable Nephilim would be an honor, he thought, but now it's useless. The second enhancement he gave it was Death Blow. Its effect was simple: it would deal a powerful blow relative to the essence used with it. He could kill the abominable Nephilim, as the Nephilim must already be wounded by whatever it fled from. After doing so, he thought it would be the last push he needed to become supreme himself. Azarax, the Plague of Steel, had become a supreme by killing one, his own father. The City Lord had the same idea. Even if it did not make him supreme, killing that Nephilim would bring him enough merit to contend for the royal throne of the country. Now, after going so far for his ambition, he found out he couldn't kill the Nephilim because the curse it would unleash upon death will kill him too. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The City Lord sighed heavily. At least I found out about it before I died. I will have to thank that mysterious supreme. Speaking of was trying to become supreme even worth it after all I did? Larry, an ascended general of the city, noticed the City Lord's gloomy expression and asked, "What's wrong, my lord? You look like you're feeling down." "Don't worry about that Nephilim. I heard about an oracle predicting it won't attack, but even if it does, I'm sure you won't lose." The City Lord looked at Larry and thought, "Right, this guy didn't know about the cursed blade I made like the other two generals who helped me hide its existence and even offered help with feeding it, but he still chose to stay here and he didn't even notice anything amiss. What a fool." The City Lord shook his head and answered, "It's not about the Nephilim. It's nothing." Larry spoke honestly, "If you have anything you want to say, I will be here to listen, my lord." The City Lord walked towards his office side and said, "I will be sure to remember." Time skipped to the next day. Arthur was on the wall with the City Lord and his 3 generals. He was surprised how fast his cult sect expanded. In just 2 days the whole city was praising the fool, even the City Lord. He thought recruiting thousands of people would take much more time, but his cult members were very eager to sell his lies. I meant sect and religious teachings. He didn't know why his nightmare was still ongoing by now, since no one had any thoughts on fighting the Nephilim. As far as he was aware, if the Nephilim heading here really wants to fight, then his nightmare is truly impossible. But either way, this is the last day he spends in the nightmare. Today is the day the Nephilim should be arriving. The City Lord's eyes narrowed as he looked into the distance and spotted something flying at insane speeds. He told the Oracle, "Arthur, I see the Nephilim. It's heading here and fast." Not long after, the generals could see something approaching from far away. It didn't take much longer and the Nephilim landed right on the wall they were standing on. The Nephilim was a beautiful woman with 3 eyes and beautiful white wings. Well, would be beautiful wings if they didn't look like a mess. She looked like she was incredibly tired and had been recently bleeding from many wounds, but the wounds had stopped bleeding by now. Arthur was nervous, not because he was in front of such a beautiful woman. He genuinely believed he himself looked better than her, a supreme and the City Lord, a transcendent combined. He even believes he looks so good other people look like a different species. His narcissistic views completely made him immune to beautiful people, as he unconsciously compared his own looks with theirs. Only art was an exception. Arthur was nervous because he had no clue how to deal with the abominable Nephilim if the thing was hostile. The Nephilim looked at them cautiously and started walking towards them. As she did, the City Lord told the abomination, "This place is under the protection of the fool who does not belong to this era. You vile creature, be grateful for he has allowed you to enter the city, but don't dare to try anything suspicious." The Nephilim looked surprised, thinking, "They actually allowed me to enter. I thought I had to threaten them first." She even stopped walking as she finally spoke, "Who's he supposed to be?" Arthur, eager to glaze himself, immediately added, "He's the mighty ruler who stands above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." The Nephilim thought, "A supreme? How can there be a sovereign in this backwater place and the name or titles don't ring any bells? Gray fog? Is it like the mist from the Hollow Mountains? That's where he is. The king of yellow and black. What does that mean? Wields good luck, does that mean he is blessed by fate?" But she didn't voice out her thoughts and it didn't show on her face either. She instead told them, "I will be recuperating for some time in the city. I will leave by sunset." The City Lord nodded and told the Nephilim, "Take the oracle with you. He will be the fool's eyes watching over you." The Nephilim nodded, not caring about the surveillance as long as the fool was not making himself an enemy. She was satisfied. After all, Nephilims are hated by almost everyone. Even someone neutral to her was a good person in her eyes. As she walked into the city, she immediately drew the attention of almost everyone. Some people looked at her with barely concealed fear, others with lust, some even ignored her like she was air, others averted their gazes with obvious disgust on their face. As she walked around the city without a destination in mind, she thought, everyone here apparently became a believer of the fool in just 2 days, and they claim he will lead them to salvation, and interestingly he appears to be absent. The excuse she heard to explain it is ridiculous. His potent supreme soul will tempt her and make her attack. Did they really think she was no different than a corrupted creature? But he was right about the curse unleashed once I died. Did he make a lucky guess? Or is his absence some sort of statement? The King of Yellow and Black. Her eyes widened. Could it be the titles he told the people here are all fake? Were they in actuality a message meant for me? The King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck refers to corruption as black and yellow as divinity. By saying he is the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck, he is telling her to submit to him and she will be granted good luck. She thought and continued convincing herself of her own delusions. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog means he is ruling over the hollow mountains. That's where the demon of destiny is, though. Is that who he is? And is that where he wants me to go and meet him? What will happen if I were to refuse? The fool who does not belong to this era. Does that mean he is from a past epoch? That confirms it. She suddenly stopped walking and chuckled menacingly, drawing the attention of the people around. Arthur, who was still accompanying her, was surprised and unnerved. He mustered the courage and asked, what's wrong? What made you stop walking and start to suddenly laugh so menacingly? She stopped laughing and stood still, thinking, what a fancy recruitment pitch. Nether must place a lot of value on me in my current situation with them still after me. I can't refuse the offer anyway. She clenched her fists tight enough to draw blood. It's so humiliating to be so helpless as a supreme. Arthur and the people who gathered into a crowd were looking at the supreme Nephilim, who seemed to have lost its mind, at a loss for what they should do. Arthur was panicking. He couldn't think of anything he could do. Is she losing it? Why? I'm so close to finishing this nightmare. Is this how it all ends? The Nephilim, still ignoring everyone around her, sighed heavily, put her right hand on the left part of her chest and started praying to the fool. The fool who does not belong to this era. I pray for your attention. I pray for you to speak to me. Arthur was at a loss for words. Did she really lose her mind? Arthur had no intention of pulling a supreme into the gray fog, and so after waiting a bit and seeing she got no response, the Nephilim thought, damn it, Nether, must you really make me come to you? She sighed and unfolded her wings, flying away towards the hollow mountains. Arthur and everyone else looked at each other, confused about what just happened, and then the nightmare ended. Prepare for appraisal. Arthur was in a place between dream and reality. It was an endless black void illuminated by a myriad of stars. Countless strings of silver light were woven into a beautiful and inconceivably complex net, forming various nexuses and constellations. It was truly breathtaking. Arthur's mind was not on the beautiful sight, though he thought, really, what was up with that weird Nephilim at the end of the nightmare? Did she actually go crazy? Aspirant, your trial is over. A nameless fool drafted into the army turned a famous cult leader overnight, avoiding his fate of becoming sword food, his warnings destroying the city lords, great ambition and preventing the predestined battle from ever happening. The mere mention of his name sent a supreme flying all the way to the demon of choice's doorstep. Final appraisal. Glorious. Your conspiracy fooled everyone. Dreamer, the fool who does not belong to this era, receive your boon. Your aspect is ready to evolve. Evolve aspect. What? Arthur was speechless, not only because the spell mentioned his name sent the supreme Nephilim flying all the way to Nether's doorstep, but also because his aspect could evolve. He always thought he had a divine aspect. He was the protagonist of this era after all. Just was that Nephilim thinking anyway for my name to send her to Nether? She must have really lost her mind. Arthur, eager to get a divine rank aspect, said, yes. Sacred aspect, the fool is evolving. New aspect acquired. Aspect rank, divine. So it was a sacred rank aspect. Hey, now that I have a divine aspect, I truly am the protagonist of this era. Arthur thought, easily letting his ego get the better of him. Aspect name, Lord of the Mysteries. Aspect, Lord of the Mysteries. Aspect rank, divine. Aspect description, You are the lord of the Sephiroth castle, the supreme ruler of the grey fog and a divine fool whose conspiracies fool even the gods. Innate ability, owner of the Sephiroth castle. Ability description. The Sephiroth castle allows you and others you invite to enter the grey fog physically and enhances your abilities while interfering with divinations made about you while staying in the grey fog. So now I can escape there if some fallen nightmare creature finds me hiding. My divination is stronger there and I've got anti-divination too. That's like 3 abilities. Arthur thought, extremely pleased with his innate ability. The first seal is broken. Awakening dormant powers. Arthur felt something waking up inside of him. Instinctively he clutched his chest and stared into the darkness. The feeling was not painful or unpleasant, yet it was like nothing he had ever experienced. It was as though his soul was being shaken awake, infused with strange new energy. However, that energy did not come from some outside source. Rather, it was coming from within, as though it had always been there, sleeping. The energy filled every fiber of his being. Arthur felt his emotions becoming clearer and sharper. Then, his body began to change, too. He felt as though a miniature star was burning in the center of his chest. Waves of heat were radiating from it, slowly reaching his stomach and shoulders, then his arms and legs, then his hands and feet. Under that heat, his bones, muscles, organs and blood vessels were being rebuilt and revitalized. Arthur felt like he was being reborn. He was becoming stronger, faster, healthier. It was euphoric. With each second, his transformation was becoming more profound. Arthur knew he was arrogant, but now he felt like he could back his arrogance up. After some time had passed, the star burning in his chest finally cooled down. The heat was replaced with a soothing coldness. That coldness washed over Arthur's body, taking away all the aches and discomforts that had been accumulated there over the years. Then it moved up, reaching his brain and, finally, his eyes. His vision strangely doubled. He could still see the void populated by an endless pattern of stars. But he could also see something different. A mysterious gray fog illuminated by a pale yellow sun. From his previous knowledge, Arthur knew that this was his so-called Sea of Soul. Looking at his empty soul sea, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I didn't even get a dormant memory now that I think about it." The spell's voice suddenly pulled him out of the Sea of Soul. Awakening aspect ability. Arthur had a feeling it would be something like the sequence 9 and 8 abilities of the Full Pathway. His aspect name was Lord of the Mysteries after all. Aspect ability acquired. Aspect ability name, the Fool. Your attribute is ready to evolve. Evolve. My attribute can evolve. Which one? I doubt it's fate, affinity or cursed that leaves. Yes, Arthur said, thinking, with my natural talent as a hunter and my irritating personality I might as well have a dual Fool and Hunter pathway. He wished he got an attribute like the sequence 7 of the Hunter pathway Pyromaniac. Attribute evolving. Cursed has evolved into fated. New attribute acquired. Arthur was disappointed he didn't get to become a pyromaniac, but at least he could now genuinely call himself the protagonist of his era. After all, he was fated now. He hurriedly summoned his runes so he could see his new attribute and aspect ability. Name, Arthur. True name, the Fool who does not belong to this era. Rank, Dreamer. Soul core, dormant. Soul fragments, 4/1000ths. Memories, echoes. Arthur looked at his empty memory and echoes runes and sighed, I am probably the poorest sleeper in 2 worlds. Attributes, fated, hunter, fate affinity, mark of divinity. So it's mark of divinity, it makes sense. My aspect ability description did call me a divine fool. Arthur mused and continued reading his runes. Aspect, Lord of the Mysteries. Aspect rank, divine. Aspect ability, the Fool. Aspect ability description. You are a divine fool, your acrobatic abilities are beyond the norm, and you possess plenty of strange and wonderful abilities. Plenty of strange abilities. Like what? Tell me. Arthur thought, angry the spell was speaking to him vaguely like a con man he knew because he himself talks that way. Arthur began to read the description again, but at that moment, a new set of runes appeared just below it. Simultaneously, the spell's voice resounded in the black void. All power has a price. You have received a flaw. Your flaw is. Arthur read the runes, and his eyes widened in horror. Oh, no, 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 no. He closed his eyes, then opened them again, hoping that the runes would disappear. Please, be gone, please. But the runes were still there, shining slightly, as though mocking him. Flaw. Comic relief. Flaw description. You are a joke in everyone's eyes, they can't take you seriously. Arthur stared at the runes with a listless expression. He felt like crying. How was a con man like him supposed to survive if people didn't take him seriously? This must be a cruel joke, he thought. Arthur was about to scream and curse, but at that moment, the spell spoke again. Wake up, the fool who does not belong to this era. The black void spun and disappeared. Arthur opened his eyes, but all he saw was darkness. Despite being hungry due to the days he spent in the nightmare spells trail, he got up and tried to stretch. He wanted to see his flexibility granted to him by his aspect. He moved his leg up and tried to get it over his head. It was very easy. Arthur's whole body had become extremely flexible. After doing his stretches, he thought, it doesn't look like the day will come soon. Should I try to see what abilities I have above the gray fog? He didn't want to attract the attention of some nightmare creature while testing them. After all, he was still without a single memory or echo. Arthur found it easier to activate his aspect after it had evolved. He didn't need to close his eyes and focus that hard for it to activate, and due to the darkness that was so deep he couldn't see his own hand. Even if he rubbed his face with it, he didn't see his body had suddenly become surrounded by gray fog out of nowhere as it disappeared along with him. Arthur found himself in the gray fog again. He immediately tried to make a divination to see if he still retained that ability. The weakest living creature near me other than myself. Then he had a vision of a carapace scavenger on top of a huge coral nearby. It looked like it had fought a few days ago and seemingly lost both claws, rendering it stuck there for days. It couldn't even eat the corpse of its defeated opponent. Another scavenger, Arthur, even felt bad for it when the vision ended. Arthur was relieved he still had his divination ability and mused, wait, can't I just make a divination about my abilities? It's much easier than finding them out through sheer luck. And that's what Arthur did in his vision. He saw himself above the gray fog looking into a crimson star and extending his hand towards it. But he didn't grab it from the looks of it. He seemingly gave a blessing to the person praying to him. It was the knight he first saw in his vision when he transmigrated. Then the vision shifted to Arthur himself walking through the dark city. He had armor, real armor. And a sword too. The Arthur in the vision had a premonition of danger and dodged out of the way of an unexpected attack made by a stone saint. The vision ended there. Arthur thought, I know him. He's the knight from my first vision since I came here. It looks like we will really meet in the future. Hey, when I transmigrated, I thought he was the leader everyone followed, but by the looks of it, he's just an underling of mine. After Arthur finished stroking his ego, he then realized something. The crimson stars that used to be in the gray fog were gone. There were thousands of them in here. How did I not notice something that obvious? Arthur thought as he sighed and exited the gray fog and returning to the headless statue of a woman he had been on. He, not having anything to do, decided to try and go to sleep. Despite just waking up from his first nightmare, he didn't manage to fall asleep, but after a few hours of lying down, the sun rose, and a new day began. Arthur, who had been lying down, rose up to his feet, leaving the corals he gathered along with the teeth on the headless statue. He climbed down, only taking the skull and the sharp bone, as it was his only viable weapon. As Arthur climbed down, he thought, I want a real sword. A memory. I did so well in my first trial that a supreme fled from me the moment she heard my name. I deserve at least a cool blade for that. Arthur got down the headless statue and started searching for water. He was walking silently, trying to avoid the attention of any carapace scavenger. He knew he would die if he met one divine aspect or not. He didn't attempt to fight the carapace scavenger he had seen in his divination, yet he was too dehydrated and hungry to feel confident in facing the scavenger stuck on the coral. Arthur went to where the water puddle used to be last time, and luckily it was filled with water. He took some and, holding the human skull filled with water using his mouth, climbed up the headless statue. Once he finished climbing up the headless statue, he started boiling water to drink. As he did, he fell into the thought, I wonder where I am in the timeline, am I hundreds of years before the story began? No, if I were, there wouldn't be other people here unless they are from a different realm. This could also be some alternative universe, for all I know. After Arthur boiled the water, he greedily drank it and climbed down again. This time he was going to hunt. Arthur walked to the coral the armless carapace scavenger was on and started climbing, a little nervous and in thought, this will be the first time I will actually fight a nightmare creature, even though it's very injured. Arthur got on top of the tall coral quietly. The injured scavenger didn't notice him, it was lying on the ground, trying to bite the corpse of another carapace scavenger. But without the help of its claws, its mouth couldn't reach the meat due to the huge mandibles on its face getting in the way. Arthur, seeing this, thought, beasts really aren't all that intelligent. He then walked silently towards it when it suddenly screamed in rage, seemingly frustrated at its failure to eat the defeated carapace scavenger. Arthur was startled but luckily did not make a sound. Arthur calmed down quickly, only to panic once again. His heart was now beating out of his chest because the carapace scavenger had turned its head and saw him. This is the first time he had to fight an opponent alone. The last time he killed a carapace scavenger, it was completely focusing on its prey. Arthur was lucky the carapace scavenger couldn't get up as it was missing both of its arms, but as he was lacking experience, skill, and the courage to kill the carapace scavenger, he took a step back instead of attacking it while it was startled. The carapace scavenger used his momentary distraction to lay on its back facing Arthur, who couldn't help but think that it resembled a cockroach that was laid on its back, unable to get up. The scavenger wildly swung his legs and screeched, trying to intimidate Arthur since he was hopeless against him. But Arthur didn't run away even though he was scared because he also knew the scavenger wouldn't pose a threat to him as it is now. Arthur took a deep breath and exhaled, gripping the bone, sword, tighter. He took a swing at one of the legs of the scavenger, but it barely scratched its leg. Arthur cursed the scavenger, "Bastard, don't you have any shame? Stop spamming long-range stabs at me and have the decency to meet death already, you half-corpse." It was surprising how easily Arthur could call the carapace scavenger shameless, considering how he was attacking it at its lowest point in its life and probably the very last while but naked. But Arthur either did not see the irony or simply did not care as he continued cursing the awakened beast as he swung his bone, sword, at it. "You coward! Are you that scared of death? Don't worry, I know death quite well. I will introduce you nicely." Arthur, seemingly self-projecting, continued to bully the scavenger until it finally died 1 hour later. "You have slain an awakened beast carapace scavenger. You have received a memory, bronze spear." Arthur sighed, finally. It looks like that bastard at least had the decency to drop a memory. Arthur sighed and summoned the memory he received. It was a spear with a bronze tip and a wooden shaft. It seemed unusually sturdy. Arthur thought, is it because it's an awakened item? Or is it an enhancement? Arthur didn't dwell on it and used the soul shards of the scavenger he bullied and also the one his victim defeated. "You have absorbed a soul shard, the gray fog thickens. You have absorbed a soul shard, the gray fog thickens." Hearing that really does feel good. Who doesn't like visibly getting stronger? Arthur thought and looked at the dark city in the distance. He knew he eventually had to go there. Although he could stay hidden better than most with his hunter attribute, he was bound to fight a healthy carapace scavenger at some point if he stayed. And he wasn't confident in his chances. Even Nephi's had trouble beating them one-on-one. Although at the time she wasn't using her aspect and didn't have her beast soul core filled. Arthur was in a similar position, only he didn't know how to fight, unlike her. But right now he was naked. Does he really want to be seen walking around the dark city like this? Between his pride and his self-preservation, he was conflicted on what to do, so he decided to leave the decision up to luck. He threw the spear up into the sky. If it fell on its bronze tip, he would go to the dark city. If not, he would stay until he acquired an armor-type memory. The bronze spear fell on its bronze tip. stabbing into the coral. Arthur dismissed the memory with a thought and went back to the headless statue. He took the skull, and after testing to see if the spear would create a spark once it hit one of the teeth, he decided to only take one tooth on his journey. Back to the coral he had harassed the down on its luck, carapace scavenger. After climbing back on the huge coral, he casually cooked his poor bullied victim's cold corpse, and after tasting it, he thought, "This tastes so bland, I'm really starting to miss home." Arthur was too preoccupied with survival the first day to acknowledge the taste of the carapace scavenger meat he ate or have any thoughts about missing home. When he was in his nightmare, he didn't really miss it much, if he was honest, because while he lacked delicious food and modern comforts, he had a cult who constantly fed his ego. Acting like the fool had brought Arthur much joy because he could act like he was better than everyone and get away with it, like he often did on the internet. Except that unlike on the internet, he was praised for it, which he very much liked. "Whatever, when I get out of the dream realm, I will eat a lot of delicious food. I will even start my own cult. I mean, a completely legitimate sect, the furthest thing from some shady cult," Arthur said to himself, trying to cheer himself up. Then Arthur thought, "I'm talking to myself again. I need to stop that, or I will go crazy. It's not even been a day since I finished my nightmare, and I'm already going insane." After Arthur finished his meal, he took some meat and put it in a hastily made coral bag he made with some coral he picked on the way. Arthur climbed down the huge coral and headed for a closer coral to the dark city. He knew he wouldn't be able to reach the city in a day. It would take him at least 3 if he wanted to avoid the attention of the nearby scavengers. Time skip 4 days later. A group of 7 people were carefully walking in the dark city, trying to avoid any nightmare creatures, when one of them said, "Are you really sure the gateway is in that castle? It's filled with nightmare creatures. We should at least make sure it's there before heading in. Or better yet, wait for other sleepers to arrive, it's too dangerous for us as we are." The one who spoke, a young man dressed in armor, said it to another young man close to his age, only the young man's armor was visibly much better. He was the knight Arthur saw in his vision. The knight responded, "It's the place that sticks out the most. It should be there, and waiting for the other sleepers is pointless. It's been 3 months since winter solstice, all the other sleepers must be dead, and we too will likely die before the next winter solstice if we keep wandering the city or staying in the coral labyrinth, even if we last until the next solstice." The knight's voice turned grim. "The next batch might all die before they even arrive here. You know how difficult our journey was." The young man sighed and said, "Still, going there is nothing short of suicidal." The knight didn't respond. Instead, a woman did. "Don't fret. Dying on your own terms is better than letting fate get one over you, isn't it?" The knight nodded, and the young man looked at them like they were crazy. He almost yelled, "Do the two of you lack any sense of self-preservation? Both of you are crazy. Why is everyone even going along with this?" But he didn't say anything and went along with it. The seemingly cowardly young man's name was Brave, ironically enough. He had black hair and black eyes. He looked completely average, if slightly above the norm. He had a bow in hand and a quiver with a few mystical arrows likely to be his memories on his back. And the woman who spoke last was named Gloriel. She had red hair and red eyes, small goat-like horns were on her head. She looked quite alluring, but had a dangerous air to her. She was holding a white blade that looked holy and pristine, completely contrasting her appearance. Their 4 companions who did not speak were a slender, feminine-looking boy named Kalen. His skin was almost as white as snow. He had soft black hair and dark blue eyes and looked as good, no better, than an actual awakened. He also held 2 short swords in his hands. One was fully coated with blood, that he was cleaning, but the other seemed completely clean. Next to him was the only other woman in their cohort. Her hair was blonde, and her eyes were big and blue. She looked deceptively innocent and pure despite holding a still bloody blade and wearing armor, but when one looked at her, they couldn't help but feel as though something was wrong with what they saw. Her name was Nama. The next member of the cohort was a slightly older guy. He was noticeably taller than the rest, holding a huge round shield and wearing heavy-looking armor along with a helmet that hid his face. His image practically screamed tank. His name was Alec. Contrastingly, the next person was the smallest of the bunch. His exact appearance was hard to remember, as if the memory of his form was actively running from one's mind. His name was Zane, he was also an archer. Finally, the knight who was leading the cohort was named Abner. He had a long sword in his hand that gave the feeling of sturdiness, and his armor looked entirely practical and yet still aesthetically pleasing. Soon they reached the castle, where they assumed the gateway would be. Alec was leading the way. As they entered, they already spotted two nightmare creatures, both awakened monsters of the same appearance. They looked like an unsightly mix of zombies and living armor. The monsters, who also noticed them, made a low sound akin to a ghost quietly but desperately pleading for help. It seemed like that's how they growled and immediately rushed to attack them. But Brave had already shot an arrow at one before they even started moving, landing a hit on the closest one right in its knee. The wound bled a lot of black blood, giving the illusion that the blood was almost running out of the awakened monster's leg. And the awakened monster fell down on its chest but did not scream. It just kept making those hauntingly desperate sounds quietly while trying to get up. The other was hit in the chest by a powerful arrow violently by Zane closely after falling on its back. Kalen rushed to the one hit in the knee and slashed at its head with his sword. The monster didn't have time to dodge, and soon its head, a helmet with a bit of blue ethereal fire burning in each eye, socket fueled by the regenerating flesh of the monster, rolled down on the floor. However, the monster didn't seem dead. Its eyes shifted, looking straight into Kalen's own as his body grabbed Kalen by the leg, intent on crushing it. Gloriel, already expecting something like this with such obviously undead-looking creatures, had already taken a swing at the monster's corpse, cutting the arm it had grabbed Kalen with. Meanwhile, Abner had passed them along with Nama heading for the other awakened monster, while Alec helped the two with the headless monster. Abner stabbed at the monster's heart. The monster finally made a sound other than the low creepy growling that resembles a cry for help and screamed. The fire in its eyes brightened as it desperately tried to get the sword out of its chest. His strength seemingly increased. But the increase did not help the monster, as the next moment he was stabbed in between the eyes by Nama, who had an early calm expression and a slight smile on her face. The moment her blade made contact with the awakened monster, her eyes, although not changing color, seemed darker than any shadow, as if devoid of all light. And the monster's eyes extinguished the very next moment the voice of the spell spoke. "You have slain an awakened monster, hidden rebel wraith." The other monster was also killed soon after, as Alec crushed it with his huge shield, soon hearing the spell's voice. "You have slain an awakened monster, hidden rebel wraith. You have received an echo, awakened monster, hidden rebel wraith." Alec's eyes widened as he happily said, "I got an echo." Everyone turned to look at him and asked at the same time, "Really?" Alec did not answer, but instead summoned the echo. It soon appeared in a whirlwind of blue sparks. It looked exactly like the monster he had just killed, except it seemed less alive. Which was a weird thing to say considering the monster was a wraith. Brave muttered under his breath, "Lucky bastard. I shot it first. It should have been me, not him. It's not fair." No one paid him any mind, though all of them were happy for Alec, except Nama, who closed her eyes and smiled brightly at Alec while saying, "Hand it over, and I can promise I won't stab you at night." Alec had always been a bit unnerved by her and thought she seemed a bit creepy, but she had never threatened him before. He laughed awkwardly and said, "Ah ha ha ha, why you're joking, right?" Nama continued smiling while she responded, "Well, I was just thinking if you did, I wouldn't think of it." Alec was speechless. She was threatening him in front of everyone. He looked at the others seeking their help, and Abner thankfully intervened, saying, "Restrain yourself. If you're lucky, you will get one too eventually." Nama sighed, turning around and staring at the floor with a melancholic expression while muttering quietly, "I sure hope I can. I don't want the meat shield half dead, he won't be of any use then." Alec heard it and thought, she was seriously considering stabbing me at night. He muttered, "Crazy bitch." Luckily for him, she didn't hear him. And the cohort continued on their search for the gateway. Soon they encountered an awakened demon. However, their sheer numbers quickly overwhelmed the demon. And Brave heard the voice of the spell whisper in his ear. You have slain an awakened demon, frenzied man-eater. You have received a memory, call of madness. Brave smiled and announced, it dropped a memory. He quickly summoned his runes and looked at his new memory. Reading the description out loud. Name, Call of Madness. Rank, Awakened 3. Type, Tool. Item description. As the sun slowly became corrupted, so did the hearts of the people, vile whispers turning weaker men into mindless monsters, the voice still lingering in their heads for centuries while sanity is temporary, madness is an eternal melody. What a creepy description. Gloriel, despite hearing the memory description, told Brave, come on, what is it? Show us. Brave summoned the memory, it was a flute. Gloriel asked, can you play it? Brave quickly retorted, I wouldn't do it even if I could, the description alone sounds creepy as hell. But Gloriel, not listening, took the flute and played it before Brave could think to dismiss the memory, as she herself didn't know how to play the flute. The sound of the melody was grating on the ears. But they didn't feel any different, like they expected from the creepy description, nor did they hear things they shouldn't hear. But soon they heard the sound of nightmare creatures screaming, seemingly entering a frenzied state. Brave dismissed the memory and looked at Gloriel, scolding her, now look what you did. What were you thinking playing this weird creepy flute? I shouldn't have summoned it in the first place. All of you crazy psychos lack basic survival instincts. Abner defended Gloriel, no, this is a good thing. Now that the nightmare creatures have lost their minds, they will be easier to deal with. Brave's lips twitched in annoyance while he thought, am I the only normal person here? But he once again kept his thoughts to himself. As they continued searching for the gateway, Alec had given his shield to his echo, choosing to use a spear due to the flute making the nightmare creatures act so recklessly. Eventually, they found a throne room with a massive, winged creature with a pale body and black feathers stained by blood. When its terrifying beak was open, it reveals rows of sharp, needle-like fangs and a long red tongue. This monstrous creature that resembled a cross between a lion and a raven stretched its numerous limbs. Its body was pale as a corpse, while its head and chest were covered with dark feathers. It was massive in size, with muscles rolling like steel cables under the skin. It had 2 powerful hind legs and 6 more protruding mesially from its wide chest, each ending with a set of deadly claws. It also possessed a long, jagged black beak. It was a cursed herald, a fallen monster. Alec immediately commanded his echo that he had given his massive shield to get in front of them. And that decision proved to be correct as the herald rushed at them. Its claws easily pierced the massive shield as if it were made of butter and stabbed into the echo. Soon Alec heard the spell whisper about his memory being destroyed. Abner didn't hesitate, and stabbed into one of the wings of the herald. His sword barely managed to pierce the fallen monster's wing bone. And then his sword suddenly exploded with power for a brief moment, completely cutting the wing off. The cursed herald screamed as it flapped its remaining right wing, hitting Name, Kalen and Abner, pushing them a few steps back as they fell on their backs. Gloriel had been to the right side of the fallen monster and yet still managed to dodge the wing attack but still fell down due to the wind force it created in her awkward position. Alec, who had dismissed his echo, was on its left side, where the wing attack didn't reach. He stabbed the cursed herald with his spear right in one of the shoulders. But his spear barely even scratched it. Brave and Zane each shot an arrow at the cursed herald, Zane's arrow hitting the middle of its neck powerfully, managing to leave a bleeding wound, but not passing its powerful neck muscles into the throat of the cursed herald. Brave's arrow hit the herald's right eye, sucking the blood from its eye socket and making the cursed herald's head feel dizzy. The cursed herald clawed at the nearest people to itself in blind rage, hitting Alec in his chest, while Gloriel managed to dodge again. This time she also countered, stabbing the side of the herald's neck with her sword that started glowing as her expression became zealous. The sword started emitting steam as it stabbed deeper in the cursed herald's neck. Gloriel fanatically yelled, "Die! For glory!" The cursed herald screamed even louder, making Gloriel smile sadistically. The cursed herald then attacked her with vengeful hatred, hitting her on the left side of her ribs. Gloriel was sent flying in Nama's direction, who had gotten up by now. Nama hit her flying body away using the flat side of her blade, and she charged at the injured cursed herald. She stared into the one remaining eye of the fallen monster, who stared back. The dimly lit throne room seemed slightly darker in the cursed herald's remaining eye. And his dizziness increased slightly as it felt its soul start to hurt. Zane shot another arrow, this one much less powerful than the last. It hit the middle of the neck where the last arrow memory he had already dismissed hit the fallen monster. The arrow stabbed deeper into the neck of the cursed herald, almost scratching its throat. Brave also shot another arrow, aiming for the same spot as Zane. The arrow didn't hit this time, though, as the cursed herald hurriedly flapped his remaining wing in an attempt to defend itself. Kalen, who had also gotten up, used his aspect. His body briefly glowed, and he became faster for an instant. He used the momentum to stab through the wing of the cursed herald and into the wound Zane had made. He stabbed into the throat of the cursed herald, making it panic and flap its wing wildly as he was thrown into Abner, who caught him. The cursed herald trashed around wildly as it choked on its blood and fell to the ground, where Alex stabbed it in the empty eye socket where Brave's arrow had hit, piercing its brain and killing it. "You have slain a fallen monster, cursed herald," Alex softly said, exhausted by the brief but challenging battle. No memory dropped. It was a fallen monster, called a cursed herald. Abner, having let go of Kalen, already nodded his head, his expression grim as he said, "This is the last room we haven't explored, and the gateway isn't here, which means it can only be in one place, the Crimson Spire." Not everyone was as gloomy as him, though, as Nama teasked and muttered under her breath, "That pretty bastard is getting on my nerves. Doesn't he know ladies are supposed to go first? He almost stole my kill. If it wasn't for that even more despicable Lucky Meat Shield stealing it first, I might really stab him tonight." The mere thought made her smile. And Alec, who had heard her, shivered slightly and thought, "I'm definitely sleeping with one eye open tonight." Kalen also heard her and thought, "Good thing that stab didn't kill it, or I might have died with the herald. I really got lucky. Alec, may you rest in peace. I will pray for you before I sleep tonight." Zane then heard footsteps and said in a low voice, "I hear something." "No, someone coming here. I think it's a human." Everyone turned to look at Zane, who was usually quiet, and ceased to make sound. Zane listened and pointed to the left corner outside the throne room. They didn't need to be told to know that's where the supposed human was coming from. But what they saw was beyond their expectations as they looked at a naked young man who calmly greeted them as if everything were normal. "Hey, do any of you happen to have an armor-type memory? I've not gotten one since I entered the dream realm. In fact, the only memory I have is this," Arthur casually said as he summoned his bronze spear. The reason Arthur headed here is that he divined whether it was safe for him to go inside the Bright Castle, and the result was that it was somewhat dangerous to go. But as long as he hid from the nightmare creatures outside the castle, he would be safe. With his hunter attribute and his danger premonition, he managed to avoid the monsters in the Dark City. But because of how many nightmare creatures were wandering about in the Dark City and the size of it, he arrived here after a day of traveling in the city. He had already thought of how he should introduce himself to make sure he's not mistaken for a nightmare creature. All he had to do was make an excuse to summon a memory. Abner looked at him, doubtful about his intentions, and asked, "It's been 3 months since winter solstice. How come you not only didn't get an armor-type memory but none at all except a single spear? The only source of food here are nightmare creatures, so you had to have hunted something to survive so long. The odds of what you are saying being true are basically non-existent. So what do you really want by saying such an obvious lie? Are you even a human? Or are you just that adept at mimicking one? Answer me." Arthur didn't expect such an answer from his future underling, but as a talented con man, he adapted quickly, remembering the place Sonny made his bedroom in the Dark City. He told his yet-to-be loyal minion, "I really am human. I just entered the dream realm near the Dark City, and after entering, I quickly found a safe place with great security and really affordable rent. It's just that the guard is really easily irritated, so I have to avoid it when I enter. leave, and even when I stay. But he's not so bad, he always leaves me plenty of food. The only thing I really hate about him is the fact that he's a fallen devil, but he's the reason I didn't starve until now." Arthur lied as easily as he breathed. Zane, who listened to his heartbeat, to check if he was lying, was fooled and thought that Arthur had told the truth. Zane told Abner, "I think he's telling the truth." His heartbeat was steady. "I am certain that unless he's a pathological liar, he didn't even try to twist his words." Abner was still not convinced anyone who could survive in the Dark City for so long all alone had to be extremely powerful or resourceful, they had to have something special about them. But this guy just looked strange, no matter how you looked at him. Like a pervert all naked talking to them so casually without even an attempt to protect his decency while bragging about how fortunate he was to not even have to fight during most of his stay. All the while even begging them for an armor, no less. Does he want a beating? Abner thought to himself and asked Arthur, "If you truly had found such a place, then what brings you here?" The castle was full of nightmare creatures. "Just a few hours ago, did you follow us from behind, or did you know we would be here and just came here to beg? Couldn't you have at least hunted a nightmare creature to get an armor-type memory before coming?" Arthur shamelessly smiled and thought to himself before responding, "I already decided to abandon my pride for safety. Did you think that was easy? Don't remind me so casually. You future wannabe minion. I will definitely neglect you a little for this. I knew it was safe in the castle thanks to my aspect ability, so I came here because after 3 months of being alone, I just got incredibly tired of it and wanted to see the people here. And yes, other than that, I really did just come here to beg, because I do want to wear something too. I am just too afraid of facing any nightmare creature, alone." The whole cohort was stunned by his sincerity, and all shared the same thought, even Nama, who is known for her strange way of thinking. This guy is a completely shameless, lucky coward. And they were completely right. Zane eventually said, "He's telling the truth." Abner sighed and said, "Come here, I will give you an armor memory." Arthur couldn't help but let his ego go to his head somehow. Despite being the one who was begging and thinking out loud, he said, "As expected of myself, just one look and my charm made them practically throw their whole fortune at me." Abner blurted out loud what everyone except for Arthur was thinking, "Are you really asking for a beating?" Arthur knew this was the time to shut his mouth and shake his head from left to right. He didn't dare to open his mouth again. Abner sighed and told Arthur, "Just come here already, I don't want to see you naked any longer than I have to." Arthur did just that and finally got an armor as he heard the spell whisper into his mind. "You have received a memory, Hidden Rebel's Regret." He quickly summoned it and then looked at the description. Name, Hidden Rebel's Regret. Rank, Awakened 2. Type, Armor. Item description. Not everyone agreed to the sacrifices, they harbored rebellious thoughts and conspired against the people worshipping the sun, only to be met with despair as they realized that they acted too late. The sun had already become completely malevolent, spreading corruption all around the city. That heavy regret is still lingering within this armor in the forgotten shores only steel remembers. Not everyone agreed with the sacrifices. I guess it makes sense that darkness isn't so bad that you would have to use lives to fuel a fancy light bulb. Just keep using candles or something. Arthur then looked around and said, "By the way, are the 6 of you the only ones here?" Abner looked at him confused and said, "6. There are 7 of us, and yes, we are the only ones here." Arthur just looked at him like he was looking at a child who couldn't count and said, "Take a better look, there's clearly only 6. All of them looked around and noticed Gloriel in the throne room, still on the ground. Passed out. None of them except for Zane had noticed she was unconscious. Nama muttered under her breath, "Oh no, one of the meat shields died." Sigh, *, there's still so much time before the new ones arrive. Brave could only mutter to himself quietly after hearing her, "I really am the only normal person here. Who let all these psychotic people gather and then decided to throw me in here?" Arthur, who did not hear the two, looked into the room they were staring into and was shocked to see the body of the fallen monster in the throne room. He knew a Spire messenger had been killed in the throne room by the first Bright Lord. One of them is the first Bright Lord. It must be the knight since he looks like the leader. Did I just make the Bright Lord my underling in the future? As expected of myself. Arthur, never one to miss an opportunity to glaze himself, immediately thought. And then he noticed a red-haired woman with small horns on her head passed out in the throne room. He asked, "Is she dead?" Zane answered him, "No, she has just lost consciousness." Arthur, who somehow didn't notice Zane despite being right next to him, shouted in surprise, "Ah!" Abner chuckled slightly at the sight and asked Zane, "Did you notice that from the start? Why didn't you tell us?" Zane answered, "None of us have a healing aspect nor a healing memory, so it's useless to point it out. Besides, I thought you all would notice eventually." Abner did not answer. Instead, it was Brave who did. "It's still important to tell us about something like that, you know." Zane did not answer and instead just ignored Brave, whose lips twitched in annoyance as he thought, "Bastard, don't just pretend you didn't hear me." Abner sighed and told Zane, "Brave is right, we need to know such things even if we can't help Gloriel. Knowing our circumstances better will only help us." He then turned to look at Arthur and said, "By the way, are you planning on joining our cohort?" Arthur smiled, thinking, "Finally, I've been waiting for that question." He then answered, "Yes, I do." Abner nodded and told Arthur, "Then tell us your aspect and flaw. Escaping this place will take years if we ever even manage that, since the Crimson Spire, the place we assume the gateway is located, is locked, and we don't have a clue what the key to that place is. We need to know each other well in order to work together effectively." Arthur nodded and said, "My aspect allows me to make divinations and gives me a warning a second before I encounter danger." Arthur's lips twitched in annoyance as he recalled his flaw, but he didn't try to deceive them. "My flaw makes others see me as a joke." Abner looked at him strangely. He thought, "But you're not even funny." If Arthur could hear him, he would definitely have his feelings hurt. Abner didn't voice his thoughts and told him, "My aspect lets me become stronger against stronger enemies, but if the enemy is too strong, the power I get might hurt me as my body can't hold all of it, and my flaw makes me unable to train." Kalen then said, "My aspect is of the awakened rank. It makes me fast for up to 5 seconds. My flaw is that I have to stay still for as long as I was using it after." Nama casually said, "My aspect ability lets me trap the souls of my slain enemies into my eyes and unleash them to destroy the mind and soul of anyone I lock eyes with, but I lose all the souls I use after. My flaw is that after I kill something, I freeze for 1 second." Alec, Kaelan and Arthur shivered slightly as they heard her. Alec and Kaelan shared the same thought. "I really don't want to get on her bad side." Unlucky for them, they already sort of were. Arthur only thought, "Good thing some psychopath doesn't have that ability." Just imagining being trapped in a killer's eyes with all sorts of nightmare creatures and other humans sounds scary. How did such an innocent-looking person even get such an ability? I thought aspects were supposed to be reflective of the individual. If any of the cohort except for Nama had heard him, they wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. At least a psychopath pretends to be normal. Nama doesn't even bother. She is even worse than one. Don't be fooled by her looks. Alec was the next to introduce himself. "My aspect is of the awakened rank. It lets my skin absorb the force of any hit I take up to a limit, and my flaw." He sighed and took off his helmet. It revealed a middle-aged man with a high hairline that reached the middle of his head. Alec continued, "It makes me look twice my age. I'm actually 19 years old, but I look like I'm 38 years old now." Arthur couldn't help but feel pity for the guy but still couldn't stop himself from thinking, what an atrocious hairline. Arthur looked at Alec with pity and said solemnly, "My condolences." Alec just nodded, accepting the pity with a sad expression. Brave was next. "My aspect is of the ascended rank. It lets me become an irresistible target to anyone who is looking at me, and my flaw is that I can't use my aspect while I stand still." Zane was last to introduce himself. "My aspect is of the ascended rank too. It enhances my senses passively based on what day it is. Monday for smell, Tuesday for sight, Wednesday for hearing, Thursday for taste, Friday for touch, Saturday for time and navigation, and Sunday for intuition. My flaw is that no one can remember what I look like. Arthur was curious about the rank of everyone's aspects. He knew that ascended rank aspects were rare, and there were 2 users of them who dared to brag to him about them. So he asked while bragging about his aspect rank. But what are the ranks of your aspects, Night Guy and you the blonde girl? My aspect rank is divine. I just didn't tell you all it can do since I'm so humble I didn't want to brag. All of them looked at him with doubt except Zane, who said, his heartbeat is steady, he might really not be lying, unless those 3 months of solitude made him go crazy. Everyone looked at Zane, who had spoken, and with shock evident in his demeanor, Abner said, "You're not joking, right? Did he really tell the truth? Tell me seriously." Zane nodded his head, saying, he was really honest about his divine rank aspect, but his heartbeat speeded up a little when he said he didn't want to brag about it. Arthur the con man was shocked he had revealed such a flaw. He thought, is it that hard for even myself to deny it? Abner looked at Arthur and said, "What is your name? And tell us everything about your aspect, we will tell you our aspect ranks too once you do." Arthur easily agreed. After all, he wanted to know what rank their aspects were so he could brag about just how much better his was. "My name is Arthur, and my aspect also allows me and those I invite to enter a special place where I can give blessings to those who chant my true name. That place also has some anti-division protection." Arthur still remembers the Weaver's mask Sonny found under the cathedral where the fallen devil stays. He wanted Weaver's mask for himself. If he could get it, then no one in the waking world will think he is the one above the gray fog, and his flaw would be reversed. That was very beneficial for Arthur, as not only could he use the fool, persona to brag, but the great clans would never figure his identity out and force him to join them. The only problem was that he couldn't get the mask himself, as he would need to defeat the fallen tyrant to get the key to the room where the mask is. Even if he stole the key from under its nose somehow, with the fallen devil guarding the cathedral, it was completely impossible for him to get the mask. His aspect was not even combat related after all. Although Arthur had knowledge of how to naturally awaken from the novel and could just train until he became an ascended to get the mask and keep his identity a secret, he didn't have the patience for that. It would just take him far too long for his liking. That's why he told them all about his aspect, and he even planned to teach them how to naturally awaken so that they could leave this place faster. Although they could expose him later, he didn't think they would. By the time they could leave this place, they would have been a cohort for years, and his charming personality would have surely conquered their hearts. Abner looked shocked and asked, "You have a true name? And what are those blessings? What do they do? How many people can you take to that space?" Arthur answered truthfully, "My true name is the fool who does not belong to this era. I don't know what my blessings do since I never really blessed anyone, and I don't know how many I can take. It probably depends on my essence." Zane affirmed that Arthur didn't lie, and Abner nodded and said, "My aspect rank is sacred, and since you even told us your true name, I will also tell you mine. My true name is Father of Light." No one showed any reaction. They already knew Abner's aspect rank. He was known as the Academy's most talented sleeper for becoming the first sacred rank aspect holder. Nama, still a little shocked by Arthur's confession of having a divine aspect, then said, "My aspect rank is transcendent." Arthur then remembered that the red-haired lady wasn't a corpse and asked, pointing at her, "What's her aspect, flaw, and aspect rank?" Brave answered, "Her aspect lets her enhance objects for as long as she touches them, but it damages the object if it can't stand the power of her aspect, and her flaw makes her go crazy about glory or something. The rank of her aspect is transcendent." Abner told everyone, "Now that we have introduced ourselves, someone carry Gloriel to a room and find one of your own. We will be staying here." Brave asked, "But what about that safe place with free food Arthur mentioned?" Abner looked at him as if he were looking at a stranger and answered, "Staying near a fallen devil. Are you crazy?" Brave's mouth was wide open. He couldn't think of anything to say as he thought, "Oh, so now you decide to have survival instincts. Alec went to pick up Gloriel, snorting, slightly amused by the scene. Kaelin also went to help him. As they each chose rooms close to one another, they went to sleep while Kaelin and Arthur stayed to watch over the hallway in case a nightmare creature showed up. A nightmare creature did show up. It was another hidden rebel wraith. Arthur, who had his spear summoned, asked worriedly, "Should we wake up the others? An awakened monster is too much for us alone." Kaelin shook his head and told Arthur, "No need to, it's just an awakened monster, and I've encountered a few before while we took over the castle, so I know their weak spots." After Kaelin said that, he used his aspect, glowing briefly before he rushed at the lone awakened monster. He cut both of his arms off. The monster tried to defend itself, but the difference in speed was too much, and Kaelin then reversed the grip on his swords to hit it with the pommel in the chest, faster, knocking it over. Now Kaelin couldn't move, so he told Arthur, "Kill it while it's still down, stab it in the chest quickly." Arthur was surprised by how easily Kaelin had incapacitated an awakened monster and his speed. But he quickly did as Kaelin told him while thinking, as expected of the first Bright Lord's cohort, all of them are monsters in their own right. He soon heard the voice of the spell whisper in his ear. "You have slain an awakened monster, hidden rebel's wraith." Kaelin asked, "Did it drop anything? Be honest, I won't steal it." Arthur answered honestly, "No, it didn't drop anything." Then Arthur remembered, "I don't even know any of their names." He asked Kaelin, "By the way, what's your name? I forgot to ask." Kaelin looked at Arthur stunned and asked back, "Wait, you don't know me? I'm one of Nightwalker's sons, and I became a popular actor since I was 12. Do you live under a rock by any chance?" Arthur was shocked. He was talking to the heir of a great clan so casually. And he even revealed his divine aspect to him already. "I sure hope he won't try to recruit me too much in the future," Arthur mused as he answered Kaelin half-truthfully. "Well, I was just reading novels all the time before my first nightmare, and I didn't even realize that I was infected since I often stayed up late reading them. I also didn't attend the academy since I thought I would have died in the dream realm without a combat aspect to defend myself." Kaelin was stunned by what he heard. He scolded Arthur, "You didn't even realize you were infected. Had you failed your trial, you would have sentenced the nearby people to death. And how could you not even try to attend the academy? Giving up before you even try, how did someone like you get a divine rank aspect?" Kaelin was starting to doubt his claim of being a divine aspect holder. "Well, I didn't even have to fight once in my nightmare. In fact, no battle took place in it at all." Arthur told Kaelin truthfully. "No battle. But don't nightmares center around a conflict? Usually with a strong nightmare creature?" Kaelin asked, "How did you even manage to stop it?" Arthur answered, "Well, I turned all the people there, including the enemy, into my cult members, I mean, the followers of my completely legitimate sect." Kaelin was stunned after hearing what Arthur said. He became a cult leader in a few days and managed to turn everyone into his followers. He looked at Arthur again, trying to imagine him as a competent cult leader, but he couldn't. This guy just looked so pathetic, like a complete joke. Then he remembered, isn't that his flaw? Then he understood why he had gotten such a flaw. He must be a great conman, promising them something great like salvation from some kind of danger by posing as a powerful person, and they believed him somehow. Both sides must have been humans for this to be possible. Kaelin then had a strange thought. If it wasn't for his flaw, would he have used his aspect to convince us into joining his cult? Scary. Kaelin finally replied after an uncomfortable moment of silence, "That's impressive. I've never heard of someone stopping the conflict from happening in a first nightmare or otherwise. No wonder you got a divine aspect." Arthur smiled smugly and answered, "HMMPH. It was nothing too difficult for me. I know I'm awesome, so you can keep praising me. It must be hard to hold back the thought of how awesome I am, all to yourself." Kaelin's lips twitched. Eventually, not being able to hold back, he laughed, "KKH ha 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 ha. You're actually quite funny. Arthur, with you staying here, won't be as boring." Arthur's lips twitched in annoyance. "I wasn't joking, I was bragging." But he didn't say anything out loud and just nodded humbly. Soon their turn to keep watch was over, and they went to wake up Abner and Alec since it was their turn after them. Abner was sleeping when they went to wake him up. After shaking him a little, he opened his eyes and nodded, telling them, "I will go wake up, Alec." Abner entered Alec's room only to find him already awake, looking like he didn't sleep at all. Alec asked, "Is it our turn? I kept getting this strange feeling like I was about to die. I couldn't sleep at all." Abner's eyes narrowed as he asked, "Do you think there's some kind of danger here?" Alec shook his head, glancing in the direction of Nama's room. "Other than her, I don't think so." Abner sighed, looking at him. "She was just joking, don't take her words so seriously." Alec sighed and nodded, saying, "If you say so," but in his mind he was thinking something entirely different. That psycho bitch is definitely staying up all night thinking about killing me. And he was right. In her room, she was failing to fall asleep, her hands twitching occasionally as she imagined stabbing that lucky meat shield in his sleep. "You lucky greedy meat shield bastard, sharing is caring, you know. If you gave me that echo, I could have stopped myself, it didn't have to turn out like this," she muttered under her breath as she finally seemed to fall asleep. Alec shuddered for some reason. Glancing at Nama's room, he muttered, "Should I just give up my echo? I don't want to die while I'm still so young," but his greed eventually won over his survival instinct, and he decided to keep it. Morning eventually came. Arthur woke up early, along with the others, as they went to have some cooked meat in the cafeteria since it had a furnace that could be used for cooking. Gloriel, who had woken up by now, noticed him and asked, "Wait, who's he?" Brave answered, "He's Arthur, a divine aspect holder." Gloriel's eyes widened, and her mouth opened and closed. Eventually she managed to say, "This guy. You're surely joking, right?" Arthur then realized once again that he still didn't know any of their names. Nightwalker's son didn't mention his name at all. "No, he isn't, but, what are your names?" "I only know Gloriel's name since it was mentioned while she was passed out." The cohort, realizing he was right, introduced themselves. And they had their meal with some occasional small talk. Eventually, Kalen asked Arthur, "Do you even know how to properly fight since you didn't attend the academy?" Arthur shook his head and replied, "No, I have no clue how to fight at all." The others were shocked he didn't even attend the academy nor know how to fight, but still survived the Dark City. Kalen nodded and asked Alec, "Can you teach him? You both use spears, after all." Alec was about to nod in agreement, but Arthur said before he could, "I don't actually want to use a spear, I want to use a sword, they are way cooler." Gloriel smiled and said, "Then I will teach you." "Hey, swords are indeed better than those pointy sticks." Alec looked offended. He quickly defended the spear. "Spears are great. They are longer and much easier to learn than the sword." But as he was the only one using a spear, no one shared his sentiment. He skied as he grumbled, "Idiots, spears are definitely better than swords." After they finished eating, Gloriel took Arthur to an open space where they could practice. She gave him a sword memory and taught him some stances. While she corrected his stances, a few others were also training either by sparring with each other, those being Kalen sparring with Nama while the others, namely, Alec, Brave, and Zane, were using Alec, more specifically his shield, as target practice for Brave and Zane. Only Abner didn't train and just watched them, as his flaw made him unable to train. In times like these, he felt lonely. After Arthur finished doing his stances, Gloriel told him, "Good, now swing your sword 1,000 times to build muscle strength. Power might not be everything in a fight if it is not overwhelmingly superior, but it's extremely important, you can never have enough of it." Arthur just nodded his head, already feeling the dreadful time he would go through every day from now on. Gloriel did not train, she still had her ribs broken by the cursed herald. So she sat down near Abner as she watched over Arthur to make sure he wasn't slacking off. Abner and Gloriel had some small talk while everyone else was training. He asked, "What do you think of Arthur? Does he have talent for the sword?" Gloriel told Abner, "He's not bad with that danger premonition ability of his. He will be an excellent swordsman, if he doesn't die before that." Abner nodded and asked, "Are you sure you're fine? You took a direct hit from a fallen monster." Gloriel nodded and answered, "Thankfully, it's only my ribs that broke. If it wasn't for me enhancing my armor and the claws hitting with the blunt side, then my lungs and even my heart could have been cut by the claws of that thing." Then she saw Arthur slowing down and told him, "If you slack off, I'm going to let Nama teach you instead." Arthur didn't know why, but he had a sudden urge to swing his sword faster after that, so he did. He was too tired to question it. After doing their training, they just rested, talking about some trivial things. Kalen asked Alec, "So, how did the awakened who watched over you react when he saw you become a middle-aged man?" Alec smiled as he recalled the awakened's reaction. "Hey, it was a young awakened who watched over me. He was about the same age as me, so when he saw me become almost as old as his father, he was shocked." Alec then laughed. "When I woke up, he even called me sir despite being a year older than me." And they continued chatting about whatever they had to share to pass the time. Gloriel had a passion for drawing, dramas, and watching dreamscape battles, especially the tournaments held in it. Her dream was to one day become a saint. Why? She just wanted to look extremely good. I don't know when the creator who had the ability to make them became a master since it wasn't stated, so I will just assume he is at this time. If it's stated to be wrong in canon, then whatever, it's a fanfic. Kalen had a passion for fashion and also liked the dreamscape tournaments. He wanted to win one himself at some point, but his biggest dream was to surpass his father and become supreme. Alec wanted to become a master or a saint since they had longer lifespans to regain his youthful appearance. He was passionate about the law and had been studying it. If he had not been infected by the nightmare spell, then he would have become a lawyer. After they got back to the waking world, he wanted to join the government and serve the people. Abner's ambition was high. He wanted to turn the dream realm habitable for regular people and bring all of humanity into it because he believed that slowly people would be driven out of the waking world by the nightmare creatures. And that the dream realm where gates won't spawn in the middle of populated cities would be safer. His goal was to become strong enough to save humanity, to become a divine-ranked human. Nama actually wanted to become an author and an independent awakened to satisfy her sadistic tendencies on poor nightmare creatures. None of them except for Arthur could imagine her as an author to them. She just looked like a serial killer in the making. Brave just wanted a lazy, peaceful life where he would go hunt a few nightmare creatures to sell a few soul shards every now and then. He wasn't very ambitious. Zane wanted to become an ascended because, in the real world, he had lost an arm when a sudden gate break happened. Had the government arrived any later, he would have died after he becomes an ascended. He also plans on joining the government. When Arthur revealed his dream of starting his own clan, they all nodded with a divine aspect. He would surely be able to do so when he became a master or a saint. As they continued talking, Arthur felt a little alienated after all. He was from hundreds of years ago. If the Shadow Slaves universe and his own were the same, which was not impossible. He had transmigrated, but after experiencing that, believing he had never left home was too much. True names even hint at the person's fate, so for his name to say he's not from this era, instead of not from this world, means that he likely is from the past. Noticing his weirdly gloomy expression, Zane, who rarely talked, asked, "You seem a little down. What is it?" Arthur told the truth in a misleading way. "I just spent so much time reading books I don't even recognize anything you guys talk about. It makes me feel like an old man." Nama asked curiously, "What kind of books do you like?" Arthur's face froze, remembering all of those erotic books he usually spent over 10 hours a day reading. He was such a degenerate, he no limit as to what can be considered material. He eventually replied, "Well, I'd rather not talk about it." Nama and the rest were curious but didn't pry. Eventually they decided to split up. Kalen, Alec, Brave, and Gloriel would stay and defend the castle. Well, Gloriel would just stay since she was injured, while Arthur, Abner, Zane, and Nama would go out and hunt. As they left the castle, Arthur checked the runes of his sword memory again. Name: Starlight Legion Sword. Rank: Awakened 2. Type: Weapon. Item description: The Starlight Legion fought not for glory, but for hope that the light they fought so hard to get would not leave them in eternal darkness again. Arthur thought to himself, one of its enhancements lets it glow, and I still don't know the other Gloriel is quite generous to give this to me for free. As they wandered the dark city, they soon found their prey, a carapace scavenger. Zane shot an arrow at its arm, immobilizing it as he told Arthur, now it's only got one claw. Try to fight it for a bit. Experience is said to be the best teacher after all. Abner nodded along while Nama said, while smiling, kindly, to Arthur, but I get the kill, you understand, right? Arthur didn't have a problem with it and nodded. He had a weird urge to do it too, as if his survival depended on it. He just thought it was a little weird but didn't pay much thought to it. The carapace scavenger rushed at Arthur, who parried the hit and thrust into the scavenger's mouth, but the scavenger dodged and retaliated. Arthur took a step back and slashed at one of the scavenger's legs. He couldn't cut it off, but it definitely affected the mobility of its leg. The only reason Arthur was fighting so well was because his opponent could only attack him with one arm. So he didn't need to make any complicated decisions, just dodge and parry the arm and attack after. Eventually, after having cut 2 legs of the scavenger along with the arm, Nama took the kill. They collected the soul shard and the meat as they continued hunting. When they found a weaker opponent, Zane would immobilize it with his arrows to allow Arthur to gain some confidence and experience in battle. After they killed the carapace scavenger and 2 frenzied bloodsuckers, the awakened monster version of the awakened demon frenzied man-eater, they headed back to the Bright Castle. They didn't do much after arriving. There was basically nothing to do other than talk. Kalen had used some small nightmare creature parts that couldn't be eaten, like the teeth, horns, and claws that they had no blacksmith to turn into weapons, and made them into makeshift pieces. To play the legacy version of chess called the Death Game with Gloriel while the rest waited for their turn talking or resorted to playing games like tag, they were that bored. Eventually, Arthur remembered something and told everyone, I forgot to mention this, but I know how we can awaken without the spell. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him. Abner asked, you're not joking, are you? Arthur shook his head. I wouldn't joke about something like this. The people awakened before the nightmare spell by learning to control their essence. Filling up their body with essence either by refining it themselves or killing nightmare creatures to use their soul shards as a shortcut and then forming their soul core slowly through meditation, kind of like cultivation novels. Arthur smiled as he said, we might have to do things backwards, but it's not making it any easier. Forming the soul core is the easiest part while controlling essence is the hardest. Kalen asked, are you certain this works? This could be revolutionary. Arthur nodded. I am sure it should work. I guess we will have to learn how to sense our essence first, not like we have anything else to do. Although they weren't sure if Arthur was pulling some sort of joke, they didn't have much to do. Learning to meditate won't be a waste of their time, since they have nothing to do in the first place. Time skip 3 months later. Arthur was hunting with everyone. By now, he had filled up a quarter of his first soul core. He looked at his runes again because he was nervous this time they would hunt another cursed herald. Name: Arthur. True name: the fool who does not belong to this era. Rank: dormant. Soul core: dormant 281,000. Memories: Starlight Legion sword, Hidden Rebels regret, Bronze spear, Blood crazed sword, Frenzy ring. Echoes. Attributes: Fated, Mark of Divinity, Hunter, Fate affinity. Aspect: Lord of the Mysteries. Aspect description: you are the Lord of the Sephiroth Castle, the supreme ruler of the Grey Fog, and a divine fool whose conspiracies fool even the gods. He really had no business hunting a fallen monster as he was. And worse, since sensing one's essence takes years and the doubt it won't be true, some had been slacking off on meditation. Abner, Kalen, Zane, and Gloriel seemed to believe him, though Abner can't meditate due to his flaw. When he mentioned his flaw, Arthur didn't think it would be a huge problem. But now that he thought about it, how was Abner supposed to make a transcendent battle style when he became a saint with his flaw? And if he was not infected by the nightmare spell, how would he even become an ascended? You really can't underestimate a flaw. Arthur thought to himself as they finally laid eyes on the lone cursed herald. Zane did not waste time and shot an arrow first, aiming for the right eye. Brave shortly after aimed for the left wing. The cursed herald sensed an arrow heading its way, but only managed to dodge Zane's. Brave's arrow hit the wing of the cursed herald. The cursed herald's wing was wounded, so it couldn't fly high, but it could still use its wings to boost its speed when it jumped, and so it jumped at the cohort. The echo of the hidden rebel was not the target this time, it was Alec instead. Alec activated his aspect and held his shield tightly, but the cursed herald easily tore through the shield and stabbed into his body. Luckily, his aspect stopped its claws from penetrating deep. Abner once again aimed at the wings. It couldn't allow for the fallen monster to be mobile. He hit the uninjured wing, managing to cut it off. Arthur threw his shining Starlight Legion sword at the cursed herald's face, blinding it briefly as he used the blood-crazed sword to stab it in the neck. His sword barely scratched it, but from the small cut, blood flowed more than it should. He dismissed the Starling Legion sword and retreated, shouting, "Left wing." Because he felt a premonition of danger coming from the injured wing, and his senses proved to be correct as the wing soon came at them. Thanks to the early warning, all of them managed to dodge, and Gloriel started using her aspect and her new armor's enhancement as she dodged. The new armor was from the awakened monsters, hidden rebels Wraith's kind. The awakened devil, Revolutionary's head, she had figured out two enhancements: Revolutionary's heavy regret and sacrifice no one else. The first made the wearer's soul heavier, making it harder to damage it, and the second made the wearer stronger when they risked themselves to save an ally. And since the cursed herald was attacking them, now was the perfect time to activate it. The sacrifice no one else enhancement boosted by her aspect in combination with her aspect enhanced sword made Gloriel into a real threat to the cursed herald. So when she thrust her sword at its neck, the cursed herald would have died if it did not move its neck by instinct. However, this left it open to the others, and Kalen used the chance to slash the fallen monster's face, blinding its left eye. Alec retreated as his shield memory was destroyed, and he summoned another one. Nama, who was near Gloriel, stared at the fallen monster in the eye, smiling slightly. The fallen monster shivered as suddenly the world seemed colder and darker as her eyes seemed to shine bright blue light. Looking at them made him barely be able to hear the cries of those she had killed, urging the cursed herald to take their place. This made the cursed herald stunned for a second, as Nama used the chance to stab it in his remaining eye, completely blinding the cursed herald. After she did that, she retreated. That saved her life, as the herald barely missed her guts, leaving a shallow cut on her stomach. After this, none of them approached the cursed herald as Zane and Brave shot it from a distance, eventually killing it. Arthur was surprised by how easily they killed it. He couldn't help but think, teamwork really does make the dream work. Arthur asked, "So did it drop anything?" Brave nodded happily as he responded, "It dropped an arrow." He summoned it as he read its runes. Name: Cursed Arrow. Rank: Ascended 2. Type: Weapon. Item description: They served the sun, believing it to bring light and hope, but those hopes were false, and its light, a daily reminder of its growing hunger. The light they fought for to keep the eternal darkness at bay had turned against them. The sun could only bring them the day and not offer salvation. That is a cruel lie they had told themselves, a lie they are cursed for believing to this day. Arthur asked, "So what do you think it does?" Brave answered, "No clue, I guess I will shoot it at some nightmare creatures later and find out." As they talked, they collected the parts of the cursed herald's body, even though anything other than the meat is useless now. There might be someone who arrives here who could make use of them later. Since they were still in good condition despite fighting a fallen monster, they decided to hunt more. Arthur couldn't help but think to himself, "I was worried this might be my last battle, but I forgot each of these guys is a monster. I didn't even do much in the battle." Had they known about the dangers of the mist in the Hallow Mountains, they would have definitely managed to escape this place. Arthur was used to hunting by this point, he even did it for sport. There wasn't much to do in the Forgotten Shores after all. He wasn't the only one. They hunted more than they needed to, and by this point he had long realized what his blessing in the vision he had was. it was a message. He was practically a telephone to the cohort. When he hunted with some of the cohort and didn't come back from hunting for a while, the rest who stayed in the bright castle would pray to him and tell them to hurry up. When he stayed, he just summoned them above the gray fog and told them to hurry up. He even joked about becoming a divine telephone at this point, since he would occasionally make some divinations about the new trends of the waking world and to see if the cohort's families were doing well and showed them above the gray fog. He really felt that they saw him as a smartphone at this point. Since Arthur has gained more confidence, he asked the others to let him fight a carapace scavenger alone, and they agreed easily. They didn't think he would die quickly enough for them to be unable to interfere if he lost. The carapace scavenger rushed at him, doing a punching motion with its right aiming for his head, attempting to crush it. Arthur stepped to the right as he dodged and thrust his blood-crazed sword at the scavenger's head. The scavenger dodged by tilting his head back. Arthur did not let go of his advantage, though, and threw a slash at the scavenger's chest. It defended with its left claw and attacked him again with its right one. Arthur was waiting for this as the scavenger completely forgot about its legs, so he dove under the scavenger's right arm, attacking him, and after cutting one of its legs, he smirked as he taunted. And here I thought crabs were supposed to be the ultimate evolution, but it looks like I was wrong. Just where did you take the wrong step? Don't worry, old man Darwin knows a thing or two about it, and I will send you to meet him. The cohort chuckled at Arthur's insults. He had a habit of taunting his opponents even if they couldn't understand him, and they thought his taunts were pretty funny. The carapace scavenger was furious, although it couldn't understand Arthur's words. His leg had been cut off, so he attacked with renewed vigor. Arthur easily anticipated the scavenger's blows after all, between his danger intuition and his skill. The scavenger who wildly attacked without any skill was like an open book. Arthur smirked as he continued taunting the scavenger. What's wrong? Can't you reach me? Oh, if only you had one more leg. Although he couldn't understand Arthur's words, just seeing Arthur's smug grin made the carapace scavenger absolutely livid. Seeing the carapace scavenger become even more reckless, Arthur found more openings. He exploited as many as he could and continued bullying the scavenger until eventually he killed it. You have slain an awakened beast, carapace scavenger. It wasn't that hard now, was it? To think I was scared of these things back when I arrived here, Arthur thought to himself, happy he managed to kill one by himself. He then went to collect the body of the scavenger and returned with the cohort to the bright castle. By now, it really started to feel like home, at least to Arthur, it did. Maybe it was because Arthur had been a shut-in before, but at least at this moment he didn't feel like leaving his new home, the bright castle, and becoming a master or a saint to start his own clan. It felt bothersome. He could leave saving the world to someone else. He wanted to stay here with his friends. But he quickly shook off those thoughts. His friends don't want to stay here forever, and he knows he can't keep them trapped, at least he doesn't want to. Arthur was hunting again the very next day with Nama, Zane, and Brave. Hunting for sport became an everyday thing. The fallen creatures were dangerous, but as long as they were avoided, they would be fine. Arthur thought that maybe they had grown a little arrogant, but who could blame them? They killed 2 fallen monsters together. Arthur only participated in one of those battles, and he didn't do much, but he landed a hit on a fallen monster and lived to tell about it. That's more than most sleepers could say for themselves. And that's not even mentioning his divine rank aspect. He had more than enough right to brag, if only his companions were not just about as exceptional as he was. Suddenly, Arthur dodged as an arrow flew past his head. It was coming from behind. It was a stone saint. It was quite unusual for them to be out of their territory. And like always, they were not alone. He glanced at the rest of the cohort only to see them already running away like he planned to do. Bastards, wait for me. Arthur thought in his head as he ran for his life. Stone saints were after all way more intelligent than any monster-classed nightmare creatures had any right to be, and not only did they hunt in groups. They had strategy and excellent skill. It was like facing an awakened cohort who did not find it necessary to bother using their aspects on sleepers like them. Arthur cursed their father in his mind. Nether you bastard, if you hate me for sending that Nephilim at your doorstep, then just say so. Don't send your murder-happy children to tell me about it. As he ran, he focused on his aspect and turned a corner. When he did, he was already gone. He appeared above the gray fog and looked at the crimson stars, representing his friends, and summoned them when they were out of the prying eyes of the stone saints. Nama, Zane, and Brave quickly appeared above the gray fog and acted like they owned the place. Nama asked, "Hey, make a divination about some new dreamscape battle and show us while we wait." Brave had already taken the fool's throne, and complained, "Why do you keep dismissing our stuff here? And while you're doing your divination, make a retractable, comfortable couch while you're at it." Arthur also made things for them above the gray fog when they stayed, but always dismissed them after they left. He considered the gray fog his room, their stuff had no place in it if they weren't here. He sighed and listened to them, thinking, what has become of me? Supremes ran the moment they heard my name. Now mere dormant beasts are ordering me around like a lackey. Oh, how far I have fallen. Zane did not request anything, he just sat down and waited for the stone saints to leave, searching for some other prey. After the stone saints left, he kicked his friends out of his room, and also left calmly. He started walking where they should be. As he calmly walked silently, he had a strong premonition of danger. He barely dodged out of the way of a stone saint who had laid in ambush in a corner of the street. As Arthur looked around him, he noticed there were no other stone saints. It was quite unusual for one to go out of its way to leave the rest, since they always stayed together as far as he and the rest of his cohort knew. Arthur knew that trying to go above the gray fog took too long and was too obvious, so he had no choice but to fight. It's only one awakened monster, I can easily beat it, he told himself. The stone saint glared at Arthur, her crimson eyes full of murderous intent. She used a shield and a smaller one-handed sword like a gong as if to declare the start of a battle. Arthur couldn't help but silently lampoon in his heart, did you have a falling out with your siblings? Don't drag me into this teenage family drama, bull. Soon, seeing that her enemy wasn't approaching, she attacked herself. Arthur could immediately tell the gap in skill between them. After all, she had been made for battle and had experienced it for thousands of years. While he had only picked up the sword 3 months ago and had been a recluse shortly before that, Arthur muttered under his breath, why don't you fight someone your own age? Are you that afraid of a graveyard, you hag? The stone saint narrowed her crimson eyes, if glares could kill, he would be dead by now. The stone saint started gaining advantage even faster after he taunted it. But Arthur had no other tricks up his sleeves, so he continued taunting her. You seem more motivated. Do insults make you feel good, you masochist? I will show you something even better than that, just you wait. Arthur was just taunting the stone saint. He had no means to back up his words, but his taunts seemed to work on the stone saint as it abandoned defense. He could even feel that her crimson eyes were filled with fury. But just because she was leaving openings for him to attack did not mean he actually could, since her offensive power effectively tripled. He was stabbed in the stomach by the sword of the stone saint, and he felt his life flashing before his eyes. Arthur thought, that vision I had about meeting the stone saint, I should have remembered it and trained harder, but now it's too late. Luckily, for him, Brave heard the sounds of battle and shot an arrow at the stone saint, forcing her to retreat from him for an instant. He clutched the wound on his stomach with his left hand for a second as he held his sword in his other hand, still fighting the stone saint, eventually using both to keep holding his sword. Arthur, even with Brave's help, was quickly losing. He cursed in his mind, damnation, it feels like I'm dying, and it even looks like I will. Nama, you innocent angel, come here already, I'm dying to this heartless psycho. Save me. His prayers were soon answered as the innocent angel appeared to defend him along with Zane. Arthur sighed in relief, she has the timing of a protagonist from a manga. Zane too, I guess. Eventually, with the help of Zane and Brave, Nama overwhelmed the stone saint and killed it. She didn't even glance at Arthur and muttered under her breath, "Tisk, no memory with how tough these things are for awakened monsters. I thought it would at least drop an echo, but I guess not." Arthur didn't hear her and thought to himself, she can't even bear to see the state I'm in, she really is an angel. If anyone had heard Arthur, they would look at him like he was crazy, even Nama herself. Zane approached him, worried about him, and asked, can you walk the way back to the castle by yourself? We can stay above the gray fog and ask the others to pick us up, so don't force yourself to walk back if you can't. Arthur didn't force himself to walk on his own and listened to Zane going above the gray fog and summoning all of his friends who had stayed back in the bright castle to pick them up. He recalled his encounter with the Stone Saint and thought, I was too arrogant, just because I have strong companions doesn't mean I can slack off. That did not mean Arthur didn't train hard, but he often relied on his friends in battle. They had combat aspects, so it's natural to leave that part to them, he thought at the time. But now, after being almost killed, he saw his life flashing before his eyes. Now he remembers his first vision since coming here, the one in which he felt more alone than ever before. Arthur thought to himself, right, they have lives outside this place, outside our little group they have even more friends, other than this castle they made their home they have another they also belong to. They won't always be here for me to rely on. I need to get stronger, not just for me, but also for them. They don't belong in a forgotten place like this with a relic of a bygone era like me. Outside the forgotten shores, I don't have a place to belong to, but it's different for them. They have people they want to meet again and places they want to revisit. So, they won't always be here. Arthur almost had the selfish thought of intentionally keeping them stuck here for a second, but he quickly shook it off. He wanted the best for his friends. Brave noticed his grim expression and said, don't worry, I know it must hurt a lot, but after we bandage you up, you should be fine. Even though we aren't really awakened, yet we are still more resistant than ordinary people are supposed to be. Arthur just nodded and said, I will bear with it, there's not much else I can do. Arthur has already started making plans to see his first vision come true, even if he were to miss them, he wanted what was best for them, he was used to being alone anyway. 6-month time skip. By now it was time for the new sleepers to arrive with his divination abilities. He even managed to predict where they would arrive, so he was split off from the others to guide the new sleepers to the bright castle. They, too, were guiding sleepers back there except for Alec, Zane, and Kalen who stood at the bright castle to protect it from nightmare creatures invading it. As he was patiently waiting for the sleepers' arrival, he finally saw him, a legacy with a stick up the ass so big an elder from a cultivation novel seems humble by comparison. The legacy watched him warily and asked, where are we? And who are you? Arthur just shook his head and told him, just shut it and follow me. I got 5 more sleepers to find before they die here. Then Arthur left. The legacy was stunned. Doesn't this guy know who his father is? How could he just ignore him and treat him like air? He was a proud legacy, he couldn't stand for this. So he challenged Arthur to a duel to put him in his place. Arthur just declined and told him, a duel? No way. If you don't want to follow me, then so be it. Arthur tried to leave once again. The legacy was stunned. How could this guy reject his challenge to a duel? This is a matter of pride. If someone challenges you, then you must respond. If it was Arthur who had just arrived on the Forgotten Shores, then he definitely would have put the legacy in his place, but the Arthur from now thought dealing with an extra like him was too bothersome. The legacy still decided to follow Arthur. Eventually they found the 5 sleepers Arthur was looking for and headed back to the bright castle. They were not the first to arrive, they were the last, as Arthur was able to locate sleepers better with a sort of dowsing method using his divination, he had the most sleepers to find. Before, all the people here in the bright castle were just 8, now there are 21 more, then double the previous number. More than in the original story, Arthur assumed. After all, how many of the sleepers he found would have made it here safely? Not as many as now, Arthur was sure. After they arrived, they gathered everyone and told them where the gateway is and what guards it, the 7 shards that are the key to the lock, and how to naturally awaken on their own. The new sleepers were stunned, this was even possible, and when they found out who figured it out, they were even more shocked. Arthur's flaw made him a joke in their eyes, after all. Although Arthur's aspect was divine ranked, they just didn't believe him, but that was fine, he would convince them of it in the end because Arthur wants to create an image of competency in their eyes and become the first Bright Lord himself. This is not only for his ego but also for his plans. Arthur knows he can't use the gateway to awaken since his physical body is dead, so he would have to stay in the Forgotten Shores anyway. But his plan is to let his friends escape, thinking he stayed behind when he could have escaped. It was incredibly selfish, but he doesn't want them to forget about him. He could use the excuse of a leader not abandoning his people to leave an impression and also give a real reason why he chose to stay, at least one that feels real to them. Arthur said to everyone present, "I am going hunting, not only because I'm bored, but I can also make 7 cores once I absorb enough soul shards. Who wants to go with me?" His friends were surprised at the news he could actually do that, but they believed him because he probably only found out recently due to his aspect. And that's why he didn't mention it, plus his aspect rank was divine. Having the ability to do that is not completely impossible. Several people joined him, including some of his friends like Kalen, Zane, Alec, Nama, Gloriel and Abner. Braves stayed back at the Bright Castle, too lazy to go hunt. Tonight they decided to hunt a fallen creature. Another cursed herald. The other sleepers looked at them like they were suicidal. But he just told them if they didn't want to hunt with them, they could still come and watch, and since some sleepers were curious, they decided to come. Arthur predicted they would come. He knew that becoming the Bright Lord with his flaw was hard, but it wasn't impossible for him if he showed them he was worthy of it. During this hunt, he wanted to show them he was competent in combat. A king had to be strong after all. It didn't matter if his friends overshadowed him a little because what a king needs most is influence. If he just acted like a leader, he will become one. It's that simple. His friends won't care enough about the title of Bright Lord to compete with him for it anyway. They soon found a Spire messenger, or cursed herald, as it was simply called, since no one had given them the name Spire messengers for now. Zane shot the cursed arrow Brave had given him for the hunt. He had a lot of trust in Zane's character. Out of all of them, Zane seemed like the least to be tempted by greed. Zane aimed for the neck and did manage to hit the cursed herald, but as it noticed the arrow in advance, the cursed herald dodged a fatal blow to the neck and got hit in the chest instead. The arrow only had one enhancement curse. It would weaken the enemy's strength and deplete the stamina once it hit. The ascended arrow went straight into the fallen monster's chest, piercing it with a lot more ease than an awakened memory. Having just one ascended memory makes a huge difference for sleepers like them. They themselves lacked strength, so their weapons must be good enough to compensate for it. Immediately, the cursed herald took flight and rushed at them from above. They did not wound its wings this time after all. Abner left claw. Arthur yelled, and Abner dodged the left hand of the fallen monster and didn't manage to attack it. While flying, it was impossible for them to hurt it. The cursed herald knew this too, so it continued trying to harass them from above. But as Zane's arrows sometimes hit while the herald didn't manage to land a single hit due to Arthur's warnings, it chose to retreat. Arthur made a dowsing rod divination and soon found the wounded cursed herald again with the cohort. They ambushed the cursed herald again. It kept trying to run away, but the cursed enhancement exhausted it, and soon its wings were cut. Arthur managed to kill it eventually. After finishing the hunt, the sleepers who came to watch were shocked. Mere sleepers just took down a fallen monster. It was all they could talk about all day, just like Arthur hoped. Since he managed to kill it and played a big part in the fight by predicting how it would attack and finding it again and again, they were mostly talking about him. Although, it was more that they thought he would die the first second and didn't expect him to contribute even a little, it still counted as progress for his goal of being the Bright Lord. Without his friends caring much or at all about the position of Bright Lord, after a few months people started calling him a Lord, but not the Bright Lord. He was called the Lord of the Mysteries, like his aspect was named. This was really unoriginal of them. If Russell had heard him, he would have laughed out loud at his hypocrisy. Arthur knew that now all that was left was for him and his friends to awaken naturally, and this would take a few years. But he felt confident in getting the shards, as they are now, after all, they took down multiple cursed heralds. Since staying in the Bright Castle was boring, his friends agreed to go on an expedition searching for the shards before they awakened. It could be called arrogance, but they truly believed in themselves. Arthur was unaware, but he would once again learn that arrogance has a price to pay. Just like he did with the Stone Saint, only this time he won't be lucky enough to escape relatively unscathed. As he bid goodbye to the sleepers in the Bright Castle, he went with his cohort towards the south, where the Spider Matriarch is located. The journey wasn't too harrowing for them. They were quite used to fighting together, so they soon reached the statue in the south. The statue was full of giant spiders that were weaving webs throughout the coral labyrinth to catch prey. The string used to make webs is as strong as iron. They were awakened beasts, iron spiders, and their leader, Iron Spider Matriarch, was the mother of all the iron spiders, as big as a house and utterly deadly. It was armored like a hover tank. Their sheer numbers intimidated Arthur a little, but he was confident they could pull it off. After all, they were the protagonists of this era. They started the battle from afar, in a narrow corral hall, where they couldn't be surrounded, opting to let Zane and Brave shot the spiders and the rest defend them. The spiders rushed at them like an avalanche, but they managed to break their momentum and hold the line, killing the advancing spiders swiftly. But where one was killed, two took its place. At the time, Arthur felt like they were endless. Their iron-like web was hard to cut, but it stuck to them easily, so they had to dodge it. Arthur was especially affected by their web, as his danger senses didn't see it as dangerous since it didn't hurt him. He couldn't help but say out loud, "I've been relying on my aspect too much this whole time. I didn't think I would have trouble crushing bugs without it." Kalen replied, hurriedly, "Well, technically, arachnids, and it's more like slashing really." Arthur simply replied with a scoff while yelling, "Nerd." Kalen's lips twitched, but he didn't say anything and continued fighting. The spiders seemed to have no end, and they were getting tired, so they defended Arthur as he went above the gray fog, and he took them with him. Their plan was to attack from afar and retreat using Arthur's aspect until the spiders went back to the statue and keep doing it until the Iron Spider Matriarch was dead. Arthur once again looked at his friends that were treating the gray fog that he called his room as if they owned it, making various requests of him like he was their maid. He muttered under his breath, "Lucky bastards, who would be so kind as to entertain you for as long as I did. I'm practically a saint for not kicking you all out into that horde of iron spiders." Abner heard him saying something he couldn't make out and asked, "Arthur, did you say something?" Arthur shook his head. "No, you must have imagined it." Abner just nodded and muttered under his breath, "Weird, I'm sure I heard something." After a few hours, all the spiders left, and the cohort got kicked out of Arthur's room and started attacking the spider nest again. This time the Iron Spider Matriarch made an appearance. Since she was as big as a house, her strength was much more than a human-sized awakened tyrant should possess. The moment she showed up, Brave and Zane started targeting her, but the iron spiders were jumping in front of their arrows to defend their mother. Arthur cursed the awakened tyrant. "So those sons of bitches called their mother, huh? I guess they must really want to start calling me father. Ha ha ha. Too bad, I'm not too much into moving houses or raising this many kids." Abner yelled at Arthur, "Be serious for once. We are outnumbered, and that Spider Queen is stronger than all of us." As the Iron Spider Matriarch approached, Arthur hid behind his friends and retreated into the gray fog, shortly taking his friends with him. Arthur sighed and complained, "Just how long will this take? Maybe we should have just stayed back at the castle." Gloriel laughed and said, "Wasn't this your idea? The castle is too boring anyway, at least battling those spiders is better than sitting around doing nothing." Arthur's lips twitched as he said in an even tone, "And you wouldn't be saying that because I go on hunts more often these days and can't be your TV, right?" Gloriel smiled and sincerely said, "Huh. You caught me. But you understand, right? Without your divinations this place is boring." Arthur sighed and replied, "Sure, I understand." After a few hours, the spiders left, and the cohort who got kicked out of the gray fog by Arthur retreated deeper. Although negligible since his aspect evolved, other people staying still consumed essence, and he's been keeping his friends for hours then going to battle only to consume more essence by staying in the gray fog again. They went to find a place to sleep, and groups of 2 people kept watch every 2 hours. The next day they were harassing the iron spiders again, and this time unexpectedly, the iron spiders came out of the ground, where they stood. Arthur then realized the awakened tyrant had laid traps for them. Arthur thought to himself, this is why I hate intelligent monsters. Arthur and his friends were surrounded, they couldn't protect Arthur while he went above the gray fog this time. So Arthur didn't even try to do that, it was stupid with so many nightmare creatures all around them. After a minute of battling the iron spiders, the iron spider matriarch reached them. Arthur cursed the tyrant again. Giving all those births must be tough on you to take this long to walk our way, huh? If you like it so much, then go make more in hell. Where all of you, and your spawns, can belong. Arthur then chuckled a little and continued, although I'm not sure if it's big enough to hold you. Alec and Kalen laughed a little despite the tense battle they were in as they said, that's a good one, Arthur. The rest were too focused on the battle to care about his jokes. Even Brave and Zane had to summon sword memories and help them fight up close with the iron spiders. Arthur, although not in possession of a combat aspect, had his danger sense, so in this battle he thought he was doing pretty well as long as he didn't get caught up in their webs. The iron spider matriarch attacked Arthur because she saw him use his aspect to leave last time. Arthur barely dodged. Although the iron spider matriarch was big, she was an awakened tyrant. She was in no way slow, and he also had to dodge some spider webs attempting to trap him as well. He cursed the iron spider's whole race in his frustration. Bastards, don't you know shame? If you're all born so ugly, then at least have the decency to go die on your own. Zane quickly joined Arthur and said, there were not too many behind us, so Brave can defend you. Leave with the others. Arthur's eyes widened as he hesitated. Zane was going to take his place fighting an awakened tyrant while the others were too busy holding back the other spiders to interfere. He wasn't sure Zane, who was an archer, could do it when even he struggled. Abner quickly yelled, do it. Arthur sighed as he went near the back with Brave and concentrated, using his aspect as fast as he could. Before he went above the gray fog, he heard the sound of bones breaking along with an impact from behind him. As the gray fog appeared and slowly took him to the Sephiroth castle, he saw his friend's head flying from behind him, and his eyes widened. He instantly tried to summon all of his friends above the gray fog, but the crimson star representing Zane was missing, he was dead. None of them said anything for a long time. Eventually, Arthur lowly muttered, we will avenge him. No matter what. All of them nodded. As Arthur contemplated how this happened to begin with, we changed locations every time we attacked, how did they know where we would be? Luck. No, I doubt it. Arthur summoned his runes. Name, Arthur. True name, the fool who does not belong to this era. Rank, dormant. Soul core, dormant 721 thousandths. Memories, Blade of Darkness, Battle-Hungry Armor, Chaos Ring, Amulet of Light. Echoes. Attributes, Fated, Hunter, Fate Affinity. Aspect, Lord of the Mysteries. Aspect rank, Divine. Aspect description, you are a divine fool, your acrobatic abilities are beyond the norm, and you possess plenty of strange and wonderful abilities. Flaw, comic relief. Flaw description, you are a joke in everyone's eyes, they can't take you seriously. Specifically, he looked at his attribute, Fated. Fated attribute description, the strings of fate wrap tightly around you. Unlikely events, both good and bad, are drawn by your presence. There are those who are blessed, there are those who are cursed, but rarely both. This was the reason he almost died to the Stone Saint, and the reason his friend died, it was all because fate wanted them stuck here or dead. So Sonny Weaver's favorite could gain his lineage and do whatever Weaver was planning for him. Arthur did not consent to that decision, so he decided, I will get all of my friends out of here and ruin whatever you have planned, Weaver. It was a mistake to make an enemy of me. Arthur continued thinking about what he should do to escape the Forgotten Shores. He thought it was inevitable moments before, but with fate trying to keep them trapped, he didn't bet on it. We definitely have to awaken before going to the Crimson Spire, but can we survive that long with fate trying to kill us? I guess we will have to, but, do we try to get the other shards before awakening? Arthur quickly dismissed the thought of going after the shards as they are now. It's not just a powerful monster they have to face, but a whole legion under their command on each statue. Under normal circumstances, with his ability to escape above the gray fog, it wouldn't be a problem. Just keep fighting them until they all die. But with fate against them, unlikely events are bound to happen, ruining their plan. With that being said, neither Arthur nor his friends were planning on waiting patiently to awaken before trying to take revenge for Zane. They wanted to do it now. After a few hours, the iron spiders left, thinking they wouldn't come back. Arthur and his friends decided if those spiders were laying traps for them, they would make one in turn. Arthur called the sleepers in the Bright Castle and told them to gather the 2 oil sacks in the bodies of the centipede monsters near the Ashen Barrows for their trap. With Arthur's innate ability, physical items could be exchanged from afar in the gray fog, even memories with physical contact in the gray fog. After a few days of waiting, the oil sacks of the centipedes arrived in clay jars that one of the sleepers who went to the wilderness survival course had learned to make. Arthur and his cohort were using this to melt the iron-like webs of the spiders that they used to seal the entrances of their nest. To keep the dark sea out moments before it came and retreat to the gray fog after. Arthur regretted not being able to kill them with his own hands. But with his divination, he could at least get some satisfaction from watching them drown to death. "Serves you right, bastards, how dare you kill my friend," Arthur thought to himself as he watched them drown with his divination. He also shared his divination with his friends, although he knew other than Nama who had a pure innocent soul, who only enjoyed harming nightmare creatures, and maybe Gloriel none of them had sadistic tendencies. But this time all of them made an exception and enjoyed the sight. As the Iron Spider matriarch drowned last, Nama muttered, "I got a shard." Although her voice wasn't loud since no one was making any noise, they heard her clearly. They had succeeded. They avenged Zane, but Arthur felt that it was a little anticlimactic. He was immensely satisfied that Zane's killer was dead, but besides that satisfaction, he felt a hole in his heart. Arthur was a loner in his past life, but since he came here, he actually managed to make friends, and he treasured them dearly. The pain of losing Zane couldn't be forgotten just by avenging him. It would always be there, and there was nothing he could do about it. Arthur briefly thought to himself, after they leave the Forgotten Shores, I will make sure to answer their prayers as often as I can. I don't want them to think I am dead. After that, they stayed the night in Arthur's room, until the sun rose, and he kicked them out. Arthur was exhausted after keeping them there the whole night. He muttered to himself, why do I even do so much for these ungrateful peasants? I should have just thrown them into the sea. Alec heard Arthur muttering something he couldn't make out and asked, Arthur, are you saying something? Talk louder, we can't hear you. Arthur just smiled and shook his head. I was just talking to myself. Alec replied casually, is that so? All right. Since Arthur was exhausted, they carried him as he slept and headed back to the Dark City. After a few days, they arrived, and no one was shocked to see Zane missing. They were already informed he had died. He was an excellent hunter in their eyes and both a good leader and a comrade, although he didn't talk much. Zane was always helping them, silently, whenever he could. His death had dealt a blow to the morale of the Bright Castle's residents. Even if he had been avenged and a shard was gained in the expedition, things were not as lively as before. But life went on as they all worked hard to try to awaken. 3-year time skip. Arthur was meditating like usual when he suddenly felt as if his soul was on fire. The sensation wasn't unpleasant, in fact, it felt euphoric. His whole body eventually started to change, ridding itself of imperfections. He realized he had just awakened. He heard the voice of the spell whisper into his mind. A seal has been broken, awakened powers have been granted. Arthur quickly summoned his runes. Name: Arthur. True name: the fool who does not belong to this era. Rank: awakened. Soul core: awakened 926 3/1000. Class: Demon. Memories: Blade of Darkness, Battle-Hungry Armor, Chaos Ring, Amulet of Light. Echoes. Attributes: Fated, Hunter, Fate Affinity. Aspect: Lord of the Mysteries. Aspect rank: Divine. Aspect abilities: The Fool, the Faceless Magician. Aspect ability description: The Fool, you are a divine fool, your acrobatic abilities are beyond the norm, and you possess plenty of strange and wonderful abilities. The Faceless Magician, you are a mysterious magician with plenty of strange spells at your disposal. You can change your face however you wish, making you unrecognizable. Flaw: Comic relief. Flaw description: You are a joke in everyone's eyes, they can't take you seriously. He looked at the description of his new ability. Arthur smiled as he looked at his runes. Finally, he had awakened. He immediately summoned everyone in the gray fog and told them. All of them were excited. They didn't know for sure whether awakening without the spell was even possible, but now they were sure. After years of being stuck here, they finally found hope again. After Arthur decided not to go on another expedition, the people slowly started to think he had given up on escaping and was using natural awakening as a myth to keep people's mouths shut about it. But they couldn't hate him for this. They too doubted it was even possible to get out. And he has done a lot for them, hunting almost constantly every day since before he was even known as the Lord of the Mysteries. But now they knew he had not been lying, his words were true, and escaping the Forgotten Shores was possible. Now that they realized this, they were ready to die for him as the genius who had a divine rank aspect and a true name. Who had also discovered natural awakening and had been constantly fighting day after day to keep them from starving without them having to pay anything for it. He was like a messiah in their eyes. After his announcement, he soon declared another expedition to the other statue near them. The last time he had gone on an expedition, the people of the Bright Castle had worried expressions, afraid their strongest people could die. But now all of them, without exception, looked at them leave with hope in their eyes. Arthur briefly wondered how people could worship him when his flaw made him a joke in their eyes. He asked Abner about his thoughts on it. Abner answered him, "They worship you because they are afraid they would lose you. Your claims that they didn't believe have all been proven by now. It is undeniable you are a genuine genius. And their only hope of getting out, although in their hearts you look ridiculous in their minds, you are salvation itself, that's why they will risk their lives for you." Arthur didn't know how to feel about that. He couldn't feel proud that they were clinging to him for salvation. He could only pity them for having to do that, and at the same time he was a little annoyed they still saw him as a joke after all these years. If this was Arthur from his past life, he would have been over the moon at having this many people who saw him as their savior. As they continued their small talk, they gradually got closer and closer to the second statue near the Dark City. As they finally saw it with their own eyes, Arthur muttered to himself, "This time I won't lose another friend." It was the statue of the Slayer. Arthur guessed that the monsters here would be of the stealthy assassin type. Arthur didn't plan on relying on his previous plan of attack and retreat above the gray fog this time. When they attacked the iron spiders, situated on the hunter's statue, it didn't really work out anyway. So Arthur had something different in mind. He wanted to lay another trap since he could now substitute with paper figurines he could make with his aspect. He was the perfect bait. And with his illusion spell, he could somewhat hide the trap as well, not to mention with his hunter attribute he even had an aptitude for making traps. The plan was for him to gather them in a place where his friends would be hidden 10 meters high with big jars of the centipede's oil and pour it on Arthur. Who would substitute in the nightmare creatures, who would die or get wounded. With his flame control spell, as long as he leaves some torches on the path, he will be able to lead the nightmare creatures easily. And indeed, the plan went as expected. Arthur mocked the Slayer and her minions. "Hey, I expected to enter a battlefield, but it seems I entered a kitchen. What's a weak woman with a cooking knife doing here with her kitchen staff?" The Slayer and her minions didn't understand his words, but as nightmare creatures, they naturally went to attack him. Arthur smiled as he ran away, following the brightly lit path of the torches. Since the Slayer was a fallen beast, it didn't possess the intelligence to see through this obvious trap. It wouldn't have worked on something like a particularly smart monster or a demon. After reaching the location of his trap, he used his flame control spell to intensify the fire of the torches his friends had near them. This was the signal that he was using his illusion spell to make the nightmare creatures unable to see them. So they grabbed the 2 big centipede oil jars near each one of them that, when mixed, became extremely corrosive and got ready to throw them. Very soon, the Slayer arrived and rushed him with her minions. Arthur, with his nimble body and danger sense, strengthened by his awakening, managed to hold them off until his friends threw the jars, and he substituted. The Slayer didn't die, but her minions did, and Arthur, with his flame control spell, used it to light the Slayer on fire, killing the wounded Slayer. The spell soon whispered into his ear, "You have slain a fallen beast, Slayer. You have received a memory, Moonlight Shard." Arthur smiled despite being depressed. He rarely did this because he preferred forgetting the death of his friend by going out and hunting, deciding not to think about it by doing something else whenever he could. As he thought to himself, killing these things is actually pretty easy. As an awakened, I probably didn't even need this plan at all. If only I had waited, then Zane wouldn't have died. Then he heard something unexpected. The voice of the spell whispered into his ears again. "You have received your aspect legacy." Arthur was in no rush to check his runes. So he soon summoned his cohort and the people in the bright castle and showed them the Moonlight Shard memory, telling them of his success and announcing his immediate continuation of the expedition. He looked at his runes, specifically those of his aspect legacy. Aspect legacy, Actor. Actor mastery level 1/7. First relic, claim. Second relic, unearned. Third relic, unearned. Arthur was shocked. "I unlocked it when I smiled despite being depressed. That's the acting method of the clown, and I've been acting like a charlatan this whole time, so the seer's acting must have been done too. My aspect legacy is acting. How is that useful?" Arthur then claimed the first relic, hoping for something good, like he was opening a loot box in a game. First relic, claimed. And a moment later the spell spoke into his ear. "You have received an aspect legacy relic. You have received an echo, Hounds of Fulgrim." Arthur was shocked. The Hounds of Fulgrim. Right, their rank should scale with my mastery of the acting method. I almost thought I got a demigod level pet. He summoned them, and saw that they looked like hounds. Their entire body is covered in short black fur, and in their eye sockets are 2 balls of dark red burning flames. The ends of their mouths extend to the back of their heads. They clearly exist in a corporal form, but it gives off an illusory feeling that feels surreal. Arthur couldn't help but talk out loud to himself, "They look so cool." As expected of my legacy aspect relic. The hounds acted like obedient dogs in front of him, though that kind of ruined their cool image in his eyes. He quickly dismissed them and summoned their runes. Echo, Hounds of Fulgrim. Echo rank, Dormant. Echo class, Demon. Echo attributes, Guards of the Grey Fog, Illusion Masters, Puppeteers. He looked at the description of the attributes. Guards of the Grey Fog, they can be strengthened by being surrounded or given the power of the Grey Fog. Illusion Masters, masters at tricking one's senses and their prey as well. Puppeteers, they can slowly gain control of and manipulate the soul's connection to one's body, turning them into their own puppets. Arthur thought to himself, right, they also follow the fool's pathway. Won't they be useless once I become a bizarro sorcerer? Arthur didn't dwell much on it and tried to sense how close he was to digesting his potions. Surprisingly, his faceless one had already been completely digested. Arthur thought to himself, right, that Nephilim, just who did she think I was? Wait a minute, Nether's doorstep, she didn't think I was the demon of destiny, did she? Arthur didn't know how to feel about being confused for a demon, a genuine divine ranked being, when he was a mere dormant beast at the time. As for his magician potion, after this little stunt, it was about 10% digested. Arthur pondered again how his aspect legacy was in any way useful. No matter how he looked at it, this was just acting. Then a sudden thought struck him. The acting method was made to assimilate the potion by pretending its host was an ally until it slowly integrated into one's body completely. Arthur continued the thought. Can I, by practicing it, defend myself from foreign wills by making them think I am their caster? No wonder it's useless now at level 1 mastery, and as an awakened demon, it's impossible for me to make use of it. But once I become supreme, I won't even need to stay in the dream realm. Arthur was convinced he was right about his aspect legacy, and if what he thought was true, then he was satisfied with it despite it being useless to him now. Then he again had a sudden thought, but why do I even need to digest my own aspect abilities? I never felt like I would lose control or anything. Could it be that it's just practice? My abilities that are my own and wouldn't harm me act slightly hostile to imitate a hostile will being, fooled, by the acting method. Is that one of the fool's strange and wonderful abilities? Arthur felt that he was right about his guess. As Kalen was the first to climb down, he noticed Arthur, who looked deeply thoughtful. Kalen asked, "What are you thinking so deeply about? With how easy getting this shard was, I don't doubt we will get the others without much trouble." Arthur just nodded and replied, "I know it won't be too difficult. I just received my aspect legacy, that's why I was in thought." Kalen nearly gasped in shock, "You received an aspect legacy?" Everyone had heard Kalen screaming and hurried back to the ground. They all looked at Arthur, and Abner asked, "So what is it?" "A memory. An echo." Arthur shook his head and replied, "It's an acting method with 7 levels of mastery and a relic is a reward when I advance a level." The cohort all looked at each other and said in unison, "Acting. How is that useful? And what are these relics?" Arthur smiled as he replied, "Well, the acting method is useless now, but I know that later on it will be extremely strong. As for the relic, it's an echo. Its rank is determined by my mastery of the acting method, and its class is the same as mine." All of them looked confused about the first part, acting. Extremely strong. They just didn't get it, but they understood the second part. Gloriel asked Arthur, "You got an echo? Then show us." Arthur summoned the hounds of Fulgrim who acted like obedient pets to him but were completely cold to others. He sighed and told his dogs to play with his friends nicely. They immediately started acting friendly after he said that. Arthur lampooned in his mind, "If only my friends were more like dogs, I wouldn't mind throwing them a bone or two." Their next destination was east towards the crater, although the Lord's statue was closer since it was near the Crimson Spire in the southwest. Arthur had long decided to leave it for last, to not make the journey longer than it needed to be. His friends were constantly complaining about how boring the place is every day, so he decided it's useless to try to keep them here longer than needed. Even though he desperately wanted to be with them for as long as possible. Now that I know getting those shards won't be a problem, I can relax and enjoy the journey. After this, I will have to bid goodbye to my friends. Arthur thought to himself. While walking to the next statue, Arthur tried to make the most of his journey with his friends by making a lot of small talk. Arthur asked Kalen, "Hey Kalen, you want to become supreme, right?" Kalen nodded and replied slightly, smiling, "Yes, I want to surpass my father and make him proud." Arthur nodded and continued, "Abner also wants to become the first divine-ranked human ever. Will you try to do that too at some point?" Kalen looked thoughtful and replied, "Well, becoming sacred or divine, it would be nice if we could do that, but I doubt we will get that far. Even becoming a master or a saint feels distant. If anyone could do it then, it would have to be you." Arthur smiled as he encouraged Kalen, "Don't worry, I believe in you both. If there's anyone who could reach godhood, it's you too." Kalen smiled humbly as he replied, "Well, I think becoming supreme is enough of an ambition for now, and don't sell yourself short, you're more talented than me and Abner put together." Arthur sighed, shook his head, and asked Brave, "Do you still plan on having a lazy life? Has becoming an attendant of mysteries not given you any ambition?" That's what they called the rest of his cohort. At first they didn't want to be called mere attendants of his, but since he always called them that despite their wishes, they eventually gave up resisting it. Brave just said, "Well, challenging the second nightmare, isn't that just throwing your life away? I honestly don't know why people would want to do that. Why not leave saving the world to someone else?" Arthur answered his question with one of his own. If awakened ran away from their duty, who would fight then? And Arthur then continued, the nightmare creatures of the great and cursed rank, even the unholy ones won't care if you're a master or a saint. Becoming stronger is something every awakened has to do, in my opinion, because in this world weakness is a sin. Have we not learned that here? Arthur didn't stop there, and continued further, if I had not awakened, could we ever hope to fight that fallen terror? The dark city and the waking world are not as different as you think. Abner is right. Nightmare creatures are getting stronger, and there's less time than you think before the waking world becomes a thing of the past. At most, I give it 40 years. Everyone looked at him as he spoke. They knew that his aspect enhanced his divination, and what he said tended to be true, so they took his words to heart. Brave had a complicated expression as he asked, but why does weakness have to be a sin? Why must I become a god to be allowed to exist? Arthur replied with a monotone expression, as if he were staring at a wall, and replied, his words sounding as if he were saying the most obvious thing in the world. Because this world is indifferent and cruel, you either accept being weak and suffer or become strong enough to protect what you like. Brave thought about his answer and spoke, but still, 40 years is a lot. I don't really have to go and become a master or a saint just because the world is ending. I would have lived a good, long life by then. Arthur just sighed and shook his head. But don't you want more? Why live a good life for only 40 years? Why not 100 or 1,000? Do you really think you could accept your death when some nightmare creature brings about the end of the world? Brave thought about it. He chuckled a little as he responded, hell no, I won't. Why did you have to go and convince me to become a master? You bastard, if I die, it's on you. Arthur chuckled as he smiled and responded, you won't die. I believe in you, trust me, you're stronger than you think. Brave just sighed, turned his head, and responded, yeah, I know I'm awesome. Soon they spotted a group of 5 scavengers, and Arthur said, don't worry, I can deal with them on my own. After awakening, such weak nightmare creatures didn't pose a threat to Arthur, he made quick work of them. And Gloriel complained frustrated a little and sighed, would you look at that, another reminder that my student surpassed me. I'm close to awakening anyway, so enjoy these moments while you can, brat. Gloriel and Kalen were the closest to awakening, besides Arthur, who already did. Arthur smiled smugly and taunted, if you're so close to awakening, then do it already. What's stopping you? Don't tell me it's your lack of ability. Perhaps I should have gotten another teacher if that's the case. Gloriel was fuming as she angrily responded to his taunts, why you dare? I taught you everything you know, brat, be grateful. How dare you talk to your teacher like this? Seeing her reaction, everyone laughed as Arthur responded, relax, I was just teasing you. But Gloriel didn't listen and just started to ignore him. Arthur sighed and talked to Alec, you want to join the government when you get out, to serve the people, right? I think you will make a great awakened, you will probably help the most people out of our cohort. Alec shook his head as he replied, with your divine aspect, you will definitely do more than I could ever do, even if it's just you trying to strengthen your clan and not directly doing it for the people like I do. Arthur sighed as he responded, what's with all of you suddenly treating me with respect? Before I awakened you guys saw me as a TV. Brave, Gloriel, Nama, Alec, Kalen and Abner all looked away from him and coughed in their fists, denying his baseless accusations, as Alec then responded. Well, you're the one who found out how to awaken without the nightmare spell, so it's only because of you that we have any chance of getting out of here. It's just that we didn't fully believe it before you proved it to be true. But now that we know it is, of course we would respect you a little more. What Alec said was true to the cohort and the people of the Bright Castle. It is only because Arthur found out how to awaken that they could ever afford to have the hope of getting out of here. To them, he was their savior. Arthur, acting like a Tsunere said, so you never believed in me in all those years we spent together. Whatever jerk, I never trusted you anyway, HMMPH. Arthur then walked away from Alec. Alec was stunned and didn't know what to do. He hurriedly said, wait, I never said I didn't trust you, I just didn't know if awakening without the spell was possible. I never meant to hurt your feelings, Arthur. But Arthur didn't listen to him and started talking to Abner, already giving up his Sunere personality and acting as if it never existed. Kalen and Gloriel will probably awaken by the time we get the shards. Would that be enough to get out of here? Abner thought about it for a second and nodded. Even if they don't, I still believe we could get out of here because we have you. Abner sounded completely certain about his words. Arthur sighed and asked, just what do you people even think of me? The future god comparable to the six of the past. Arthur scoffed and said, you're overestimating me a lot. Abner said to Arthur seriously, Arthur, you are the first person to awaken a divine aspect, you might as well become a god one day. If anyone can get us out of here, it's you. When you arrived at the Bright Castle, you were so confident, what happened to you? Arthur sighed as he said, I was confident, way too confident, it almost cost me my life with that stone saint, and my decision to get the shards as sleepers cost Zane his life. Abner put his hand on Arthur's shoulder and told him, everyone makes mistakes. Arthur, it wasn't just your fault Zane died, had we waited until we became awakened. It would never have happened. It wasn't just your fault, it was a mistake all of us made together. Arthur thought about it for a second and nodded, sighing as he responded, yeah, you're right, but I was the one who mentioned it first. I convinced you all to go out of everyone. I definitely bear the most guilt. Abner sighed as he turned away from Arthur. Looking back slightly, he said, fine, if you want to blame yourself, then do it, but don't let the guilt crush you, blame us if you have to just keep going. After their discussion, things were quiet for a while. Eventually, Arthur mentioned, there's an awakened tyrant and an awakened demon near the statue, that's who we need to kill the demon to get the shard and the tyrant because I want to. Kalen asked curiously, you want to kill the tyrant? Why make this harder than it needs to be? Arthur responded, well, that tyrant is quite the despicable one. Not only is it proficient in mind control, it's also using the souls it harvests to make fruits in order to tempt others to protect it. I just don't like the thought of such a thing existing. Kalen nodded. It does sound like quite a terrible nightmare creature. If you want it dead, I have nothing against killing it. Arthur said to Kalen, soon you will get your sword. Aren't you excited? They had already decided who gets what shard. The Zenith shard they got from the Iron Spider matriarch went to Alex since he was the only one using a spear, the one from the Slayer, the Moonlight shard to Nama. The Midnight shard from the Night goes to Kalen, the one from the Lord the Dawn shard goes to Arthur, the Dusk shard from the Stranger also goes to Alex since he was the only one who used a shield. The Sunlight shard goes to Gloriel, and the Starlight shard goes to Abner. While Brave did not get a shard, he didn't mind as long as they got out, he was fine with it. Kalen replied, well, I'm more worried about that mind control it has. Do you have a plan? Arthur nodded as he replied, Abner's armor underworld armament has moderate mind control protection. I will wear it and cut it, that tree will be helpless. All of them nodded. Abner wasn't worried about Arthur not giving back his armor, he trusted him. As the journey to the night statue was long, Arthur had plenty of time to talk with his cohort, as the Bright Lord Arthur was quite busy. Not only did he hunt a lot, but he also took it upon himself to help others who chanted his true name while in danger or to catch and punish those who committed crimes. Well, he just caught them. He let Alec, who had good knowledge of the law, do the judging when crimes happened, although they were extremely rare. And his friends were busy too. Although not as much as him, they hunted and guarded the castle just like him. They even took it upon themselves to train sleepers who wanted to hunt or guard the castle. So this was a rare opportunity for Arthur and them to talk for as long as they wanted. Arthur asked Nama, you said you wanted to become an author. What kind of book are you planning to write? Nama's response was quick. Horror stories, specifically ghost stories, the concept of people dying with such strong negative feelings that they manifest as phantoms is reassuring. Arthur was confused and asked, reassuring how? Nama's reply was quick this time as well. Because it means that people can be killed, but their feelings cannot. If someone hated something so much they became a ghost, I could only respect them. What I really don't like the most in this world are people who only know how to live life without any passion. Everyone has a passion, forgetting it is the same as dying. Arthur sighed as he thought to himself, she even finds the good in people like that. Huh, she really is an angel. While Arthur was talking to Nama, Kaelin asked Gloriel, you wanted to fight in the dreamscape too, right? How about we all duel there when we get out? It could be fun, don't you think? We could even form an alliance to bully Arthur to get our revenge for awakening before us. Gloriel smiled as she responded, I like that idea, my arrogant student needs to be put in his place. Kaelin nodded. Arthur, that bastard even mocks me for being more good-looking, being so jealous isn't a good thing. He really needs to learn to be more humble, and I'm sure that will teach him. Gloriel looked at him weirdly. This isn't about Arthur saying he doesn't want to see your ugly face while he was busy staring at himself in the mirror for an hour the last week, right? Kaelin looked away and replied, his voice cracking, well, see can you blame me for thinking he was lying. His voice gained a lot more confidence as he looked in Arthur's direction and thought he wouldn't hear what he spoke next. I even dare say I look better now than Arthur does as an awakened. Gloriel looked in Arthur's direction and saw he wasn't looking. She nodded and said, he looks good for an awakened, but you are in a league of your own. And his fashion sense looks like it came from another era, which must be why his true name is the fool who does not belong to this era compared to your fashion taste, his is garbage. Arthur, who had only heard the last part since his name was spoken last, looked at them and smiled. Just what are you two speaking behind my back? You should both know not to say my true name while cursing me, at least, and how dare you call my fashion sense garbage? Everything about me is perfect, you know. While Arthur was educating Kaelin and Gloriel about his indisputable, unmatched glory, Abner shook his head and said to Alec, just what are these guys doing again? Alec, who had been watching the drama, responded, last episode, Kaelin and Gloriel talked badly about Arthur, but when they mentioned his true name, forgetting in the heat of the moment that he could always hear it when uttered, Arthur discovered their morbid intentions. Following that, the screen turned to the outro, leaving us on a cliffhanger. Abner looked at him unamused and said, what are you talking about? This isn't a TV drama. Abner made a little pause before he continued, if it was, then there would be a glass that would take 5 seasons to drop and break while we stare at it for another 10. Both Alec and Abner then stared at each other for a second before they burst out laughing. Alec praised Abner, that was a good one. With how grumpy you always look, your jokes always catch me by surprise. Abner sighed as he looked at Alec. Do I really look grumpy? I think my face looks just fine. Alec shook his head as he told Abner, it's not your face, it's your expression. Smile more, you're not at a funeral. Abner thought about it for a second before he tried to smile, it looked extremely unnatural. Alec had a complicated expression, maybe the grumpy look suits you better. Abner looked at him confused but didn't probe, thinking it was just Alec's preference. After a week, traveling by boat, they finally reached the Soul Devourer. Arthur's plan was to kill the demon himself, with Brave assisting him from afar, and wearing the armor Abner lent him to kill the tree after that too. Arthur wasn't worried about facing the awakened demon, he was an awakened demon himself, and he had allies he could rely on behind him. Arthur landed on the island while the rest stayed in the boat, traveling near the land as Brave spotted the awakened demon. He shot at it, the arrow piercing the demon's arm, but with how big its arm was, it was practically a scratch, although the enhancement cursed did its work, and its strength and stamina decreased. Then Arthur started spamming his air bullet spell. It took basically no essence, so to him, it wasn't a loss even if all of it missed. The awakened demon wasn't very hurt by the attacks, but he was annoyed, he charged at Arthur. But Arthur, who knew the enhancements of his armor, just used it to make his armor as light as a feather while he dashed towards the demon, throwing a punch at it. At the last second, he made the armor as heavy as he could, and the awakened demon took a heavy blow, leaving a hole in its chest. You have slain an awakened demon, Carapace demon. You have received a memory, Midnight Shard. Arthur thought to himself, so boring, is this how Saitama feels? He didn't dwell on it and dashed, cutting the tree, using the enhancement of the armor to make him heavy when his sword hit, and the tree seemed to be in pain as it seemingly let out a groan. But it did not die immediately. It tried its best to brainwash Arthur, but it was no use. The enhancement protected him enough to cut it before the awakened tyrant could control him. The tree showed Arthur's fruits as if tempting him to take them, but Arthur didn't spare them a glance and killed the awakened tyrant. "You have slain an awakened tyrant, soul devourer tree." As the tree fell, he heard the voice of the spell whisper in his ear again. "You have slain a great devil, vile thieving bird's spawn. You have received a memory, blood weave." Arthur looked at his friends and smiled, shouting, "Did you see that? I just one-shot an awakened demon and killed an awakened tyrant." Kalen was the one who responded, "Yes, we saw come back here already." Arthur did just that, as he thought, "My magician, potion, is at 25% digestion already. Having an audience makes this almost too easy." After giving the midnight shard, he got to Kalen, the underworld armament. To Abner they sailed, chasing after a moving statue. During the time they chased it, Kalen had managed to awaken. His awakened ability was called My Moment. By touching something that was moving for half a second, its speed will be stolen by him, but due to his flaw, he can't move for half a second after using the speed he stole. Kalen wanted to test his new shard and awakened strength, so he decided to take on the corrupted builder, a fallen beast, by himself. No one stopped him. They knew he would be fine. Kalen rushed at the corrupted builder the moment they saw each other. Eager to test his strength, he used his dormant ability Blink and quickly killed the corrupted builder and got the sunlight shard that went to Gloriel, who awakened soon after. Kalen was disappointed by how easily he won the fight since he wanted to test his strength, but he didn't complain. Gloriel's new ability was called Fusion. She could combine two enhancements to make a stronger one, and she knew what effects the result had. But she doesn't have a way to know about what enhancements she was using to make it if she didn't know beforehand. They just stayed on the moving statue, waiting to be brought to the Hollow Mountains. After a few weeks, they finally arrived. Arthur knew that they needed to cover their eyes while traveling underground due to the mist, so he was prepared. Covering their eyes with cloth and sealing them with wax, they were guided by Arthur's dosing rod divination until they finally arrived at their destination. Killing the cursed herald with the three of them was extremely easy, even though they had to touch the statue before dealing the final blow. After Gloriel, who had killed it, gave the dusk shard to Alec, they went back to the Dark City. They only had to get 2 more shards now, the Dawn shard held by a fallen beast and the Starlight shard held by the Lord of the Dead, a fallen tyrant. The people of the Dark City greeted them enthusiastically. They were ecstatic that their expedition went so well with 3 awakened of their caliber. They believed in their chances of getting the rest of the shards and defeating the fallen terror guarding the gateway. After their long expedition, they took a break for a few days before getting the rest of the shards. During that time, wherever Arthur or his friends went, they would always be treated with immense reverence, as if they were some great religious figures. Arthur couldn't help but lampoon to himself occasionally. "I know my beauty is blinding, but to mistake me for a god is too much, don't you think?" Arthur was slowly getting tired of people looking at him like he was a messiah. All he did was cultivate for a few years. As he hunted for fun, having nothing to do before the battle with the fallen tyrant, he saw people looking at him in shock as he went back with the corpse of the poor nightmare creature he bullied for sport. He heard one of them talk. Even after having just returned from his expedition, he still does his best for all of us. The Lord of the Mysteries is the ideal awakened, always fighting nightmare creatures and helping humanity in any way he can. He's always working without rest. The one who spoke seemed extremely touched by Arthur's diligence, to the point of tears even. And the people who heard him all seemed to agree. As Arthur dragged the nightmare creature he killed to the Bright Castle's nightmare creature's storage room. A chef cutting some meat to prepare dinner saw him and urged him to take a break. Arthur sighed and agreed, "Fine, if you all want me to stop hunting today, then so be it." Arthur was just walking around the Bright Castle without a destination in mind when he heard someone praying to him. "The fool who does not belong to this era, please save us." We just encountered a fallen monster, a cursed herald, while I was hunting with my 2 friends. It didn't spot us yet, but it won't be long before it does. Arthur quickly pulled them above the gray fog and went to where they used to be. He just said he wasn't hunting. But during the siege of the Crimson Spire, those cursed heralds will be the most troublesome for the sleepers to defeat, so taking care of them before that was for the best. Arthur soon arrived, where the sleepers were asking for his help, and shot a bunch of air bullets at the cursed herald's wings. The cursed herald rushed at him, but now that it couldn't fly, it was easy for Arthur to defeat it. He dismissed the sleepers from the gray fog as he told them to help him carry the corpse of the dead herald back to the bright castle. They quickly agreed as they made some small talk between themselves. One of them said, "The gray fog is as cool as ever, man. The bright lord dealt with that herald so quickly, I wouldn't have minded staying there a little more." The second one said, "The gray fog. You were staring at that the whole time. The dreamscape battle he let us watch while he fought with that cursed herald was much better." The third one who had prayed to Arthur scoffed as he interjected, "Both of you are stupid." The 2 of them looked at him as he elaborated, "Don't you get it? It's seeing the Lord of the Mysteries up close, that's the best part." The second one responded, "But didn't we see him like every other day since we got to the bright castle? Besides, he's got this ridiculous air about him that makes it impossible to take him seriously." The first one scolded the second, "That's his flaw, you idiot. If he didn't have such a flaw, his aura would be so immense we would faint just from seeing him." The third one nodded, while the second one wondered out loud, "I don't know, he says he has a divine aspect, doesn't he? If he did, then why would he get such a useless flaw? Shouldn't it be more serious? Surely it has to be something else." The first one thought out loud, "Something else, wait, I got it. His flaw. It must be his lack of shame, seriously think about it. He never seems to get embarrassed in any situation. Even when he fell from the stairs of the bright castle because he was trying to see if Abner has a sense of humor by telling him ridiculous jokes and making weird acrobatic techniques, he acted like nothing happened despite almost breaking his leg." The other 2 seemed to seriously consider it, and eventually they nodded, agreeing, "I never thought of it like that, to think the Lord of the Mysteries hid his flaw so well. Even the ridiculous air around him is all an act, as expected of the foremost genius of humanity." I was completely fooled. Arthur had heard everything they had said about him and couldn't help but lampoon in his heart, "These guys are seeing the invisible connections Alger did when the fool breathed like a normal person. How impressive." Eventually, Arthur and the rest arrived at the bright castle just in time for the chef to announce dinner would be ready in 15 minutes. The chef, seeing Arthur already hunting again, asked, "My lord, didn't you say you would take a break?" He was angry at Arthur. Arthur sighed as he tried to explain himself, but before he could, the 3 sleepers he helped defended him. "It's our fault, chef. We prayed to him for help because we encountered this cursed herald, and the Lord of the Mysteries immediately rushed over to help us." The chef sighed as he let the matter go, but not before strongly advising Arthur to take a break from hunting while he rests for his battle with the fallen tyrant, the Lord of the Dead. They had already made quite a scene, and everyone was talking about it. The Lord just can't help himself from helping others. Even though he should be resting for his battle with a fallen tyrant, he doesn't even look worried. "I'm sure it's all an act to reassure us." Everyone seemed to agree as they continued talking about how the Lord of the Mysteries is the perfect awakened. Arthur sighed as he watched the scene unfold, thinking to himself, "I wanted this, didn't I? Being praised feels nice, but I'm also being treated like fragile glass." While Arthur was annoyed that he was treated like glass, the cohort was actually taking a break like Arthur should have been doing. Abner was on the balcony of the castle on a chair crafted by one of the sleepers out of a nightmare creature's bones. He was looking at the people below and at the dark city, still infested with nightmare creatures, as he thought to himself, "Soon we will all leave this place, we won't have to fear the nightmare creatures here anymore." Abner continued his thoughts as he looked back towards the castle, "And we won't dread the boredom of these halls any longer." Abner was confident they would leave the Forgotten Shores, even though a fallen terror was guarding it. With Arthur's plan, everyone could get out of here. Arthur, that guy, he's been a little off on our journey, he usually doesn't talk that much, and he didn't let us use him as a TV much during the journey, telling us we will go home soon anyway. Did something happen? Abner sighed as he thought about it more. Arthur mentioned that if anyone could reach godhood, it's me and Kalen, but when Kalen mentioned he has an even better chance, he shook his head and changed the topic. Did he see how he will die in the future? That explains him wanting to talk to us so much more than usual. Is it during the Crimson Spire? But his plan is good enough to kill that fallen terror, is it after? He doesn't even seem to mind it much. Does he feel that guilty about causing Zane's death? Abner gave up on finding an answer and cursed under his breath, damn seers always so vague. If there's something bothering you, just say so. He decided to talk to Kalen about it. Arthur and Kalen always joked around with one another. If there's someone who can confirm Arthur is acting weird, it's him. After asking around for Kalen, he soon found him walking about the castle halls. Abner called out to him and asked, "Hey, Kalen, wait. There's something I've been meaning to ask. Don't you think Arthur has been acting a little strange lately?" Kalen seemed to think about it for a moment and replied, "Well, now that you mentioned it." As the two shared their opinions with one another, they became convinced Arthur saw his own death. And they planned to stop it if it was possible, so they told the other members of the cohort about their guess so that they could intervene if he's in danger. Soon their little vacation was over, and the cohort went to the catacombs of the Dark City, searching for the Lord of the Dead. Arthur's plan to defeat it was simple. In fact, he didn't even have to do much, since Gloriel would shoot powerful enchanted arrows with her enhancement ability made by her fusion ability. Kalen would steal its momentum to make it impossible for it to dodge. While all he had to do was provoke it with the charms Gloriel had given him and keep dodging. He was even given Abner's armor for this fight. Arthur even had his echo, the Hounds of Fulgrim, nearby, to control its soul strings once the fight started, just in case the arrows couldn't kill it. The rest would only accompany them until they reached the fallen tyrant. It was too dangerous for them to participate, since there was no need to anyway. Arthur and the rest reached the entrance of the room where the Lord of the Dead was after battling his skeleton minions for half a day and didn't rush. Instead, they rested for a bit. After regaining their energy, Kalen, Gloriel and Arthur entered the room. Arthur threw some torches in the room as he entered. But Gloriel attacked first, shooting a powerful arrow at the fallen tyrant. It didn't do much, though the Lord of the Dead wasn't weak after all. The Lord of the Dead started moving to attack them when Arthur started taunting it, activating the charms Gloriel had given him. "You dare to call yourself a Lord of the Dead, even? Please look in a mirror, you barely pass as a corpse, you bone junkyard." The Lord of the Dead immediately focused his attention on Arthur, who had his Hounds of Fulgrim hidden in a corner, quietly manipulating the tyrant's soul strings. Arthur managed to dodge using flame jump on a torch he brought here and threw away as soon as he entered. "This massive thing is fast. If I were a sleeper, I would have been dead, but I'm an awakened now. I can dodge something that massive." Kalen had already quietly gotten behind the tyrant and used his aspect ability, My Moment, to steal its momentum, leaving it defenseless against another of Gloriel's powerful arrows. The tyrant seemed to realize what was happening and unleash an AoE attack, hitting Kalen and Gloriel while Arthur used his paper figurine substitution to escape it. AoE equals area of effect. Arthur once again taunted the tyrant while his friends recovered. "What's wrong? Can't you hit me at all? Look how close I am. If I'm making it so easy, even a child could do it, much less a lord, if that's what you are anyway." The Lord was angry at his insults that it couldn't understand, so it attacked him in annoyance once again. Arthur dodged with flame jump again, lampooning out loud, "If it didn't work last time, why try again this time? Were you a gambler in your last life?" The Lord of the Dead was even more furious and started attacking Arthur madly without stop. Gloriel and Kalen had recovered by now and were returning to their positions. The Lord of the Dead was suddenly stunned for half a second and hit again by a powerful arrow shot by Gloriel. At first, they didn't do much, it hurt the Lord of the Dead but not fatally. However, the damage was mounting on him. and he realized it, so he fought against the instinct to hit Arthur and aimed for Kaelin and Gloriel with another AoE attack. But as he started doing that, he suddenly got slower. He felt as if his limbs were made out of rusty wood. Arthur shouted, noticing the fallen tyrant's state, "Dodge, it's an AoE attack. It's been slowed by my Echo's ability." Kaelin nodded quickly as he prepared to dodge, and Gloriel simply acted without giving a response. The attack missed all of them, and with its slowed state, it became easy prey for Arthur and his cohort. Soon, Gloriel heard the voice of the nightmare spell as her arrow pierced the skull of the Lord of the Dead. "You have slain a fallen tyrant, Lord of the Dead. You have received a memory, Starlight Shard." After Arthur gave the armor memory to Abner and they headed back to the Dark City. After arriving, Arthur announced for everyone to hear, "Everyone, listen. Today is the day we will all go to get the Dawn Shard and lay siege to the Crimson Spire. Today is the day we gain our freedom back. Are you all ready to fight for it?" "Yeah." All of them shouted enthusiastically, and together with Arthur and his cohort, traveled to the Lord's statue, defeating the fallen beast, holding it easily. Abner said to the cohort, "Hey, why don't we make an oath too while we are at it?" Arthur was a little surprised by his words, but he quickly agreed, as did the rest. Abner said, "Let our oath be to all get out of here alive." And the rest of the cohort then held the 7 shards together, getting the oath keys. Arthur was the one to hold them. After doing that, Arthur announced, "The Crimson Spire is next. We must kill the fallen terror for our nightmare to end." The people in front of him shouted the next part along with him, "Let's kill the sun." And the people then continued shouting, "Yeah." As they walked halfway towards the Crimson Spire, Arthur suddenly froze as he awkwardly told Abner, "Hey, remember that fallen devil guarding the cathedral? Any chance we can turn back to kill it without it being awkward?" Abner looked at him like he was an idiot as he told him, "You want all of us to turn back now? You should have remembered before riling everyone up for battle." Arthur, who looked embarrassed by his stupidity, replied, "Sorry, I really am sorry, but I have to kill it. I've got a grudge." Abner sighed as he looked at Arthur. "Fine, but you have to tell them to turn back." Arthur turned to face the Dreamer army, his face slightly red from embarrassment as he said, "Everyone, stop. We are going back." All of them looked at each other confused and asked in unison, "What? Why?" Arthur responded with a defeated sigh, "Well, there's a fallen devil I have a grudge against, I almost forgot to kill it." The people of the Dreamer army just looked at each other and laughed. That's such a ridiculous reason. It's really fitting for the Lord of the Mysteries. Although they mocked him, they didn't disagree. As the sleepers weren't against it, they turned back as they walked back. Each step Arthur took seemed to only increase his embarrassment as he cursed his fate in his mind. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Weaver, this is all you're doing, isn't it? If your shadow is still in the shadow realm, I will one day go and kill it, mark my words." Eventually they arrived at the cathedral, where the fallen devil was. Arthur had already told them of its abilities and weaknesses. The battle was incredibly short. Kaelin used his dormant ability Blink, and as soon as he touched the knight for half a second, he activated his second aspect ability before he was stunned by his dormant ability activation. Gloriel then smashed the sword of the fallen devil with the Sunlight Shard, a warhammer enhanced by her aspect. "You have slain a fallen devil, Forsaken Knight." Knowing its weakness along with Arthur's danger sense warning him of the fallen devil's sudden ambushes really made this look far too easy. Since Arthur got the key to the room where the Lord of the Dead was killed but completely forgot what it was for until he was almost at the Crimson Spire, he didn't need anything else to get Weaver's mask. So he quickly made up an excuse to go get it. "Guys, I have a feeling there's something there, like a secret room." Arthur was just using his divination to find the basement of the cathedral, he had no such calling. Kaelin, unlike Gloriel who agreed, looked at him and asked, "Do you really think we have the time to explore a secret room now? Let's go already." Arthur pleaded, "Come on, it will be quick." Gloriel joined him too. "Yay, we won't take long. What are you mighty legacy scared of the dark secrets of the cursed cathedral?" Kalen immediately took the bait. What? Of course not. Whatever, let's just get this done faster. They soon found the room where Weaver's mask was kept, and Arthur got it and exclaimed, "It's a memory." "I just got a memory." Gloriel and Kalen asked, "What is it? What does it do?" Arthur looked disappointed. "It's just a cosmetic memory. It makes it hard for others to recognize you. I guess it can have its uses. I will keep it just in case." Kalen and Gloriel nodded, not caring enough to ask about the rank of the cosmetic memory. Arthur secretly smiled in his heart as he thought, "Finally, with Weaver's mask, I can reverse my flaw." The walk to the cathedral was very embarrassing for Arthur, but the walk back to the Crimson Spire was the opposite. With Weaver's mask, he was confident in beating his second nightmare and going to the waking world. As Arthur walked towards the Crimson Spire, he looked back at the bright castle. After this, he too would leave it to find a nightmare seed. He sighed and thought to himself, "I still haven't changed much. I don't want to leave home still." The Dreamer army arrived at the corrals near the Spire before they had to camp due to the dark sea, and seemingly very soon, at least to the Dreamer army, the sun rose higher, and the dark whirlpool surrounding the Crimson Spire became a little smaller. Several bridges of red coral rose from its depths, connecting the island to the rest of the forgotten shore. And out there on the island, countless silhouettes suddenly began to move, crawling out of the crimson mounds. They were the nightmare creatures guarding the cursed tower. All kinds of horrors were among them. There were members of the Carapace Legion, scavengers, centurions, and demons. There were colonies of carnivorous worms, giant centipedes that secreted corrosive oil, and eerie vines that crawled on the ground like snakes. There were creatures that looked like black masses of rotten bones, and creatures that looked like humanoids made of rock, with terrible maws full of jagged fangs. There were swarms of translucent insects that devoured everything in their path and massive spiders clad in iron armor. There were beasts that could shoot deadly bone spears from their bodies and beasts that could turn their prey to stone with their gaze. There were corpses with red flowers growing from the holes in their flesh and giant abominations that resembled praying mantises, if those were made of glass and blood-red clay. And many more that Arthur had never seen, fought, or could describe. All of them moved together in strange harmony, devoid of the usual territorial aggression that forced the nightmare creatures of different tribes to fight each other. They were subjugated by the Crimson Terror and now served to guard the Spire. Like a terrible wave, the horde of monsters rolled over the bridges of crimson coral and flowed toward the Dreamer army. The Dreamer army soon left the corals and got into position with the attendants of Mysteries Arthur's cohort at the front, while he himself seemed to be missing. They were meant to break the momentum of the nightmare creatures, and the people behind them were supposed to kill any who got past them, occasionally switching places to reduce fatigue. Since there weren't as many sleepers as in the original story, it was going to be harder for them to fight the nightmare creature army, but also easier in a way. After all, there were awakened people with them. There were only a few archers and about 15 catapults made by a craftsman who arrived 2 years ago. Making those catapults was a task given by Arthur himself for this siege the moment he arrived, but he didn't rush him or urge him to make too many. So the craftsman procrastinated a little and only made 15, thinking Arthur was just bluffing about awakening. Now he wishes he were more diligent. They already had ammunition, and they didn't need to worry about carrying it or running out. The ammunition was a bunch of huge rocks that Gloriel turned into memories with her fusion ability by fusing the memory enhancement with another and placing it on a bunch of huge rocks. Now the memories, or used to be memories, were just regular enchanted items. But it was fine, they were useless anyway. Brave looked at the 3 Spire messengers he would have to shoot down and sighed, "My luck is rotten. At least Gloriel and Kalen promised to help me if they find an opportunity." Soon, Gloriel's glowing war hammer made contact with the skull of a nightmare creature as her zealous shout announced the start of the battle. "This is for glory." Gloriel and Kalen were not having that hard of a time compared to everyone else. While Kalen couldn't use his aspect with so many enemies around, he also didn't really need to. He was a powerful awakened, after all. Gloriel, though, had no such restrictions. Wherever she went, tens of nightmare creatures turned into broken dolls flying away dead as she shouted madly about glory. Her strength and fearlessness brought comfort to the Dreamer army as they unconsciously moved closer to her, where it was safer. Other than the awakened though, the one doing the most right now was surprisingly not Abner but Brave. Having activated his aspect, he was walking back slightly as some of the nightmare creatures ignored the front lines made by the sleepers, and the two awakened and tried to rush at Brave, who was far away. But that only resulted in their deaths, as they were soon cut and stabbed, some crushed even. Brave shoot a powerful arrow at the cursed herald, trying to harass the second line of sleepers behind the front line. The herald dodged, only to be killed a second later by a spear thrown by Gloriel. The last thing he heard was her zealous shout, "Bleed more, that will be proof of your valor, and die for my glory." In the eyes of the nightmare creatures, she herself started looking like a monster. The other two heralds were heading for Brave, but one got hit by his arrow hitting its wing as it collapsed to the ground, where it was finished off by a catapult. The other got hit by the catapults in midair too as it got closer. The result was having its wings and some bones broken. It was not dead, but it was incapacitated. Abner, Alec, and Nama had the hardest time out of the cohort, especially Nama, whose flaw stunned her for a second after each kill, so she had to be careful to leave her enemies barely alive. As the nightmare creatures were seemingly avoiding Gloriel and Kalen to a lesser extent, Abner and the rest had to deal with most of them, but it was not hopeless. The catapults and archers were prioritizing their side, giving them the most support, and Gloriel would sometimes switch locations with them in her zealous state, where she only cared about battling more enemies and stronger ones too. With Arthur's Dawn Shard, their memories were stronger, too. Although it wasn't easy, it was bearable. While this was happening, Arthur was nowhere to be seen. Arthur was using stealth buffing memories to get closer to the Spire and seal the Dark Sea eventually. As he got close enough that avoiding the monsters would take more time than fighting them, he gave up stealth and killed them. It did not take Arthur too long. His memories were enhanced by the Crown of Dawn, and he himself was an awakened with a divine aspect. How could some awakened beasts be the end of him? As he got closer to the Crimson Spire, the corrupted versions of the 7 heroes appeared, but Arthur easily dealt with them. Although his aspect was not related to combat, he was an awakened demon 3 times stronger than a regular awakened, and he was also extremely skilled, having spent 3 years on the Forgotten Shores as a sleeper. After dealing with them, he used the Oath Keys to lock the Dark Sea again and summoned everyone above the gray fog. "Everyone, I called you here because the sun is a deadly laser." Everyone turned to Arthur, confused about the sudden change in scenery, and asked, "You sealed the Dark Sea already, Lord?" That was quick. They had already known what Arthur was doing. After all, him missing in the siege for no reason would undoubtedly drop morale. Arthur nodded and said calmly, "Yes, and what I said before is true. Staying in the sun means you will have your soul damaged until you die." Some of them paled as another one soon spoke, "Then let's stay here a little longer. The nightmare creatures will take soul damage too, and we won't have to fight them after leaving." Arthur nodded. Although there were about 80 sleepers above the gray fog, if it was just for a minute, it won't strain him too much. After waiting a bit, Arthur kicked them out of his room and headed into the Crimson Spire, waiting for them, and he didn't have to wait for long as they soon arrived. Abner once again lent Arthur his underworld armament armor for his battle against the fallen terror. Only Arthur, Kalen and Gloriel would fight the terror for the sleepers. It was nothing but a death sentence. Abner, Alec, Nama and Brave guided the sleepers to the gateway as Arthur and his 2 awakened cohort members followed him at the top of the Crimson Spire. Arthur was not too surprised to see the fallen terror was on the ground barely conscious, fighting against its urge to evolve into a fallen titan in its state. It was indeed possible for a talented sleeper like Nephis to kill it, although it would be difficult. Arthur just fearlessly rushed at it, getting hit by one of its attacks. He felt his soul being damaged. It hurt him almost as much as dying, but he didn't stop and stabbed it in the head. He heard the spell whisper into his ear, "You have slain a fallen terror, Crimson Terror. You have received a memory, Nameless Son." Arthur then fell to the floor with a pained expression as he cursed in his head, "Shit, what was I thinking taking that attack? I really thought it would look cool. I completely forgot soul damage was one of the worst things to experience. AAAAAAHHGGGGHHHH, it hurts." Kalen and Gloriel quickly rushed to his side and looked at him, extremely concerned. Kalen asked, "Arthur, are you okay?" Arthur just nodded, trying to smile while he inwardly thought to himself, AAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA ability activated, he walked in circles defended by the other members of the cohort as the rest escaped entering the gateway. There were some who got past the cohort and tried to attack Brave, but they were only dormant beasts and Brave, although an archer was not completely unfamiliar with the blade. He didn't even have to fight them that long, as very soon they all turned into ash and disappeared. They knew what this meant: Arthur and the others have won. But after waiting for a bit and seeing that they were not coming, Nama suggested, "Let's just leave them, they will be fine even if they aren't. What use are they now?" But Abner and the rest didn't share the opinion and went up to look for them. Nama sighed and followed along. As they entered the top of the spire that was collapsing, they saw Arthur collapsed on the ground, with Gloriel and Kalen near him. Arthur had a very pained expression as he reassured them he was fine. The whole cohort had the same thought as they looked at him: will he die? As Abner and the rest got closer to him, Arthur thought to himself, shouldn't they have already used the gateway and gotten away? Nama, that innocent angel must have convinced them to come here worried about us, she's so kind. If anyone could hear his thoughts, they would either laugh or pity him. None would agree, not even Nama herself. After a while, Arthur found the pain more bearable as he got up and gave the armor back to Abner and said, "There's something else I have to do before I go. It will be quick, so you guys just go ahead to the gateway." As the others were about to agree, Abner stopped them and said, "Wait a minute, what is this attribute, Soul Conduit?" Arthur sighed and quickly attacked Gloriel, knocking her unconscious. He only managed to do that because he attacked unexpectedly while she checked her runes. He quickly attacked Brave. Next, Arthur knew his aspect ability would be troublesome in a group battle. After this, Kalen intercepted him, shouting, "Arthur, have you lost your mind? Why are you attacking us?" Arthur disengaged and just smiled, saying vaguely, "It's a very selfish reason, it's because I want to." Kalen looked at him with clear shock and confusion on his face as he asked, "Why would you want this? Explain yourself." Arthur, ever the charlatan, replied cryptically again, "Well, let's just say that there are always some things more important than others." Kalen and the rest were furious at his non-answers, but before they could express any frustration, Arthur was already attacking again. However, this time Kalen felt his limbs move slower, feeling as if they turned into rusty wood. His eyes widened as he realized why: his echo. But by now it was too late. Arthur was already attacking him, and he knew that using his aspect wouldn't incapacitate Arthur, who could just switch with a paper figurine and take advantage of his flaw. As Arthur knocked out Kalen, he muttered to himself as he looked down at him, "Had you been aiming to kill me, Brave wouldn't have been knocked out, and using his aspect, you would have stood a chance against me." Arthur just looked at the rest of his friends and told them, "Just go use the gateway and take them with you, I will stay. Don't bother trying to stop me, you can't." But Abner didn't listen as he said, "I expected something like this, but there's no way we are going to leave you here, Arthur." However, as he was saying that, Nama was already leaving. As Abner noticed this, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But at least Alec was with him. Just as he was thinking that, Alec said, "Why are you against this, Abner? If Arthur wants to stay like the lunatic he is, then let's go already." Alec didn't wait for him as he took Brave's body and left. Abner was left speechless. All of them were practically ignoring him. Abner sighed as he took a stance. He knew that Arthur was not in the best condition after taking that soul attack. His exchange with Kalen had been brief. Had it lasted longer, Kalen would have been sure to win. And Arthur had already dismissed his echo, not thinking that Abner would be a threat to him. Arthur asked curiously, why do you insist on not leaving me here? If it's about the oath, forget it, one of us has to stay, there's no need for all of us to die together because we want to keep a promise. Abner shook his head and answered, it's not about the oath, it's about my dream. I want to save the world, Arthur, but I know I can't do it. I don't have the talent you do or the intelligence you have. You figured out awakening and became the first to do it in our world. You awakened the first divine aspect in our world, too. If there's anyone who could ascend to supreme, scared, or divine, it's you. So let me stay and accomplish my dream, Arthur. Don't you want to go back too? Arthur replied to Abner, just why do you have such a high opinion of me? A genius. Didn't I tell you it was just luck that I learned it in my first nightmare? And the divine aspect, it's not as rare as you think. I'm not as good of a person as you think either, I'm very selfish, you see. He knew his physical body was destroyed, so even if he tried, he couldn't use the gateway, but he didn't say that, and instead he made excuses to make Abner believe Arthur only seemed impressive by coincidence. Although it obviously didn't work, although it was indeed true that Arthur was not as altruistic as he made himself out to be in his daily hunts. His refusing to make others pay soul shards to stay in the bright castle and his rushing over to help those who prayed to him convinced Abner that right now he was completely lying to make Abner use the gateway. Arthur sighed as he rushed at Abner. He wanted to end this quickly. The spire was collapsing, but in his state, Abner was gaining the upper hand as a cut slashed Arthur across the chest. He turned into a paper figurine as he thought to himself, I only have 2 more figurines left now. He appeared behind Abner, a few meters away, as he rushed at him again. However, using another paper figurine only exhausted him more, and Abner beat him again, having to switch with a paper figurine again. Arthur thought to himself, I can't win in a direct confrontation as I am, so I must trick him, I have to play dead next time he hits. And that's exactly what Arthur did. He made it look like he was giving it his all and eventually got slashed across the chest. As Arthur fell down, unconscious, Abner carried him to the gate. Alec had already taken the others, completely ignoring their fight, as he didn't want a part in it. He was sad to let a friend stay behind, but he didn't want to choose who stayed or stay himself. He still had family and friends he wanted to see again, and they even volunteered to stay, so he didn't blame himself too much. As Abner threw the body of Arthur into the gateway, he saw it disappear, and he sighed relieved, thinking he had succeeded, only for his limbs to feel like they had turned into rusty wood. In the direction of the gateway, Arthur walked up to him casually and said, You thought I went through that portal. I don't mean to leave you behind. Go now, you know you can't fight as you are. Arthur had used an illusion spell to make it look like he had disappeared. Abner sighed as he asked, For how long did you know it would come to this? Arthur took a second to respond in a calm voice, From the very beginning, before we even met. Abner chuckled a little as he muttered, Damn oracles, I always knew they were scary. Abner stood up, but he didn't walk to the portal, he took a stance instead. Arthur was surprised as he asked, You still want to fight in that state? What's the point? You know you will lose. Abner didn't listen to his words, though, as he felt something about his very existence shift when he took the stance. He soon heard the voice of the spell whisper into his ear words that left him shocked. Your aspect has evolved. Aspect rank, divine. But he didn't have the time to comprehend why that happened, as Arthur soon knocked him out and threw him into the portal. After Arthur did that, he looked around. The empty spire almost completely collapsed by now. He was truly all alone, and he didn't like it one bit. As he left the spire, he looked in the direction of the dark city before the siege of the Crimson Spire. He wanted nothing but to stay home now that his wish was granted. He wasn't happy with it, just the thought of staying here felt like he would be stuck in a prison. Arthur knew that it was because, without other people, a home turned no different from one, and it was time to leave it. On one of the underground levels of the Academy Hospital complex, in a small room that was filled with the massive rectangle of the dream pod and various pieces of medical equipment. Abner woke up in his dream pod. He saw nurses rushing all over the place. After all, About 70 sleepers had escaped the Forgotten Shores, and, unlike most sleepers who arrive in January or February at the latest, they arrived in August. It was extremely unusual. The nurses have probably already reported this event to the Great Legacy clans. Abner thought absent-mindedly. He didn't want to think of what happened in the Spire or what the spell said when he took that stance. He looked around, noticing the medical equipment and the sleeping pod, all of which were currently ablaze with the light of alarms. The pod was still closed. How am I supposed to get out? Speaking of which, looking down, Abner realized that he was naked. To avoid any awkward situations, he summoned the underworld armament armor. Abner resisted the urge to arm himself in the unfamiliar environment. If he started acting crazy, it would only complicate things. The decision to clothe himself turned out to be the correct one. Just a few moments after he had made it, the door of the room opened, and a woman in a white coat rushed inside. Noticing Abner, she froze. Her eyes widened in horror, and she raised a hand to cover her mouth, as if suppressing a scream. What's wrong with her? Abner frowned, blinked a couple of times, then looked at his reflection in one of the medical machines. Oh. Since both sleepers and awakened traveled to the dream realm in spirit, his actual body was whole and pristine, without even a single scar. However, the same could not be said about his armor. The underworld armament had taken many hits in the siege of the Crimson Spire. It was dented and had some holes in it made by the claws of some nightmare creatures. Abner's armor looked like it just came out of a war, with all the blood still on it, which was not entirely wrong. The siege of the Crimson Spire did resemble one. Looking at the doctor in embarrassment, Abner forced out a smile and said with the raspy voice of someone who had not spoken in more than 3 years. Hi. Can I maybe get some clean clothes? The woman stared at him for a few moments, then said in a trembling voice. Slee, awakened Abner. Sir, you are awake. Sir, did she just call me sir? But I'm not that old yet. Abner didn't voice out his complaints and just nodded, saying, yes. The doctor finally seemed to relax and looked at him with a relieved, joyous expression in her eyes. A few moments later, she smiled slightly and said, her voice full of sincere admiration. Welcome back to the real world, sir. The hospital complex and the administration of the academy were in complete chaos today. Since most of the sleepers who had ventured into the dream realm that year usually returned in a span of 1 to 2 weeks, very rarely a month. Those who had survived, of course. The sudden awakening of so many sleepers who had been gone for years, counted as irrevocably lost, created a shockwave that spread through the entirety of humanity. And people at the academy were at the epicenter of that storm. It was a joyous chaos, nevertheless. In a small office at the surface level of the hospital, a young woman dressed in black slacks and a white blouse was sitting behind a desk, hastily compiling a short report. She had dark brown hair neatly tied into a high ponytail and thick glasses that were constantly sliding down her nose, forcing her to push them back up. The young woman was one of the administrative workers tasked with the initial debriefing of returning sleepers. As such, she had seen a lot of incredible things and heard a lot of incredible stories. But today was like no other day in her career. The sleepers that she was debriefing today were all anomalous, each and every one of them. The things they told her made her blood run cold, and her imagination fail. She even had an urge to dismiss their reports as false, but knew that it was nearly impossible. The lie detection technology built into the walls of the office would make lying very hard to pull off. Incredible, they are incredible, every single one of them. To survive for that long in a region of the dream realm completely cut off from the rest of the human territory, one populated by nightmare creatures much more powerful than any dreamer could ever become, the achievement of these brave young men and women was truly remarkable. It filled her with a sense of compassion, pride, and hope. Humanity received an unexpected, but wonderful gift today. But the one she was told about by these sleepers was even more impressive. An unregistered sleeper with a divine aspect and a true name that no one knows the origin of discovered natural awakening and gave shelter and food to anyone who arrived on the Forgotten Shores, going as far as looking for them when they arrived. And he didn't ask for anything in return. He became the first awakened on the Forgotten Shores and killed a fallen tyrant, a fallen devil, and a fallen terror together with the son of Nightwalker, who awakened after him, and another who awakened named Gloriel. From the stories told by the newly awakened sleepers, he seemed to have been an extremely altruistic and powerful person. If he had come to the real world, then he would have become a pillar of humanity in a short time. He might even become the first supreme of humanity, she was sure, despite never meeting him. But a few awakened, who were deemed the attendants of mysteries, confirmed that he stayed behind due to the mechanism of the Citadel and couldn't come back. She sighed, thinking, what a pity a talent like that isn't so easy to come by, and it's even rarer that it's accompanied by a kind heart. Finishing the report and sending it to her superior, the young woman pressed a button to let the next sleeper know that it was their turn to come in. Abner entered the room, his blonde hair and golden eyes drawing attention towards him. He didn't always look like this, but after evolving his aspect, his looks started to change. Because of the nature of her job, she was accustomed to interacting with incredibly attractive people. Almost every awakened was pleasant to look at, after all. The young man in front of her though was one of the most outstanding in terms of appearance among them. He gave of the feeling of comfort and warmth she was unable to look away for a couple of moments, a natural smile finding its way onto her face. She greeted him, "Good day, my name is Watermelon, and I will be interviewing you today, awakened." Of course, she already knew his name. His file was opened on the screen in front of her, containing all the information the Academy had on the pleasant young man. But it was important to create a friendly environment to allow the sleepers to relax. After their experiences in the dream realm, most were tense and on edge. First place in the Academy rankings, a sacred ranked aspect. This kid is a genius. Abner couldn't help but think after hearing her name, Watermelon. Do your parents hate you that much, or are they that lazy? However, his thoughts didn't show at all as he answered, I'm Abner. Watermelon nodded, then typed a few words on her pad. I will ask you a series of questions about your time in the dream realm. The purpose of this briefing is to enrich our base of knowledge about it, as well as let us know how to better assist you in the future. Any little bit of information you can provide might help future dreamers in their own trials, but you don't have to answer if you don't want to, of course. Awakened, Abner nodded seriously. Watermelon smiled and asked the first question. How long have you spent in the dream realm? Abner answered calmly, about 3 years. That matched the information in the file. This is so terrible. 3 whole years out there, even for someone so talented, it must have been hell. She smiled with encouragement. I see. You did very well, Abner. Very few dreamers had managed to survive for that long, especially in a region such as the Forgotten Shore, right? He shivered slightly before answering. Yeah, that's what we called it. Watermelon typed a few more words. From the interviews with the other dreamers, we have confirmed that the region of the dream realm you were sent to is populated with nightmare creatures of the awakened rank and above. Can you confirm that information? The young man grew a little paler and nodded again. Yeah, awakened, fallen, corrupted, too, although those only appeared at night. Watermelon added a couple of lines to her report and asked, have you participated in the battles against such nightmare creatures? If so, how many have you killed? Abner was silent for a second, then raised his hand and began counting on his fingers with a thoughtful expression. More than 1,000, I didn't keep count. Watermelon froze, staring at the monitor. Excuse me. The young man thoughtfully scratched his chin and said, yeah, I think that's right. It's definitely more than 1,000, but I don't know how much. After a long and awkward silence, he asked, Miss Watermelon, is everything all right? She nodded slowly, then forced out a smile. Everything is fine, Abner. I am sorry. We'll have to pause the interview now. He looked at her with sincere surprise and blinked a couple of times. Really? Why? She cleared her throat, then answered in a small voice. I'm afraid that I am not qualified to conduct this interview. My superior will be with you shortly, awakened, Abner, please wait for a few minutes. Abner sighed. Oh, well, All right. It's been nice to meet you. After Abner was done with his interview, where he omitted a few things like his aspect evolving or his flaw, he left the academy and headed home to see his family. He wasn't a legacy or someone from the outskirts. His family was completely ordinary, at least that's what he tried to convince himself. His family had been informed of his awakening and were waiting for him as he entered. His delinquent little brother was pretending to hate him again by cursing him and trying to punch him as soon as he saw Abner. Abner just dodged his clumsy punches and, while continually ignoring his curses, hugged him, happily saying, "I missed you, little brother. You didn't bully anyone while I was gone, did you?" His brother didn't respond to his questions and instead demanded, "Let me go, you bastard. Couldn't you die in the dream realm instead of coming back here?" Abner sighed and thought as he looked at his brother, who was so angry at seeing him alive that his face turned red. He's acting like such a tsunere, his whole face is red, he must have missed me a bunch. Their mother, a complete pushover, soon saw them and rushed to hug Abner, exclaiming how happy she is about his return with teary eyes. Their father was probably out gambling or drinking, but he was bound to arrive eventually. As Abner spent the day with his family, he prayed to Arthur before sleeping. He already did while in the academy and got no response, but he kept trying. Perhaps one day his prayers would reach him. As he lay in bed, Abner thought to himself, "I still can't believe it, but I'm out of the Forgotten Shores, we really did it." As Abner peacefully fell asleep, Arthur was in a completely different situation as he cursed himself out loud. "This is what I get for putting my friends first. No good deed goes unpunished, it seems, tisk. I can't even hate myself when I've got such a handsome face. Just who am I supposed to blame? Weaver. Yay, everything is his fault, that bastard." Arthur sighed as he summoned his echo, the Hounds of Fulgrim. By now they were awakened demons after defeating Abner. His magician potion had been digested. Trusting them to guard him, he went to sleep thinking, "Still no prayers. They must either not be very faithful to me or they are too far away, and I can't hear them. Why does this have a distance limit, anyway?" Frustrated, Arthur barely managed to fall asleep. Abner woke up and summoned his runes. Name: Abner. True name: Father of Light. Rank: Awakened. Class: Monster 0/2000. Memories: Underworld Armament, Brave Sword, Starlight Shard, Ring of Vengeance. Echoes. Attributes: Mark of Divinity, Child of Light, Poker Face. Aspect: Origin of Light. Aspect rank: Divine. Aspect description: You are the origin of light and all that is pure. Your presence brings comfort and inspires courage to your allies and mercilessly vanquishes enemies. Dormant ability: Pillar of Light. Dormant ability description: You envelop yourself in light, inspiring courage to allies and fear to enemies who see you, while also empowering yourself. Awakened ability: Pure Light. Ability description: You can emit light that hurts whatever you deem an enemy. Flaw: Practice. Never heard of it. Flaw description: You cannot train. Abner sighed, looking at his flaw, thinking, does the dreamscape count? I will buy a capsule and see later. Abner didn't dwell on it too much and went to have breakfast with his family. His mother seemed happy, probably because he returned. His brother was glancing at him not so subtly as he cursed him under his breath. His father didn't even notice him as he played a gacha game, hoping for a 5-star, good-looking heroine in his phone game. Abner, who also played too many gacha games before he was sent to the dream realm, thought to himself, I really took after him a lot. At least I don't drink or smoke, not that it would matter much to an awakened like me. After finishing his meal, he praised his mother's cooking. Although he had some food at the academy, it was still recently that his diet expanded beyond just monster meat after 3 years in the Forgotten Shores. Abner saw his brother leaving somewhere. He briefly stopped him and smiled, cracking his knuckles slightly. Say you wouldn't happen to be going somewhere to do something bad, are you? Did you continue that bullying habit of yours while I wasn't looking? Surely not. His delinquent brother shivered as he vehemently denied. Abner knew he was likely lying but chose to believe his brother. Besides, he probably didn't mean to hurt anyone. he's just a Tsunere expressing his emotions with violence. That's what Abner convinced himself of, anyway. Since Abner had an abundance of memories, he was planning to sell some of them. Kalen offered to buy them from him at a higher price than what they are worth. Really, that guy treats money like dirt, Abner thought. After closing the deal, Abner bought a bigger house for his family to live in with a secure underground room that seemed more like a bunker. He planned to have his dreamscape pod there, and in case a gate break happens, let his family use it as a hiding spot. Abner had already been anchored to another citadel of his choice. He picked Ravenheart along with Brave to leisurely test his new aspect on some dormant and awakened beasts before he fought with a stronger nightmare creature with it. He also wanted to control his essence more proficiently before fighting with fallen creatures one-on-one. As the days passed, his dreamscape pod finally arrived, and after installing it in his basement, he eagerly entered the dreamscape. Abner struggled to choose his name as all of what he said was already taken until inspiration hit him. Attendant of Mysteries, Abner. His name was registered, and finally he entered the dreamscape. His friends were waiting for him here: Nama, Gloriel, Kalen and Brave. Alec, as a government awakened, was quite busy, so he couldn't come. Brave was the first to greet him. "Hey Abner, so do you really think your flaw won't work if you fight here?" Abner shrugged. "Well, it's worth a try." As Abner challenged Gloriel to a duel, he fought, and his flaw didn't stop him. Abner smiled as he thought, "Yes. With this, I won't need to risk my life in combat just to practice essence control or practice with my aspect." They didn't gather much attention because there was no one to give them any. This was a private server owned by Kalen. When Abner heard him casually say that he can train here for free since they are friends, Abner just nodded, thinking, a private server here can't even be brought with money. To treat this so casually, he really is a spoiled rich kid. As Abner spent a few weeks like this, getting used to his new aspect and becoming an awakened, he finally decided to change citadels to fight stronger enemies. Brave agreed to join him along with Gloriel, while Nama would only sporadically join them as she was more focused on becoming an author. The citadel they chose was Moonriver Plain. It was quite dangerous due to being near the Hallow Mountains, but as long as they don't go to the territory of some powerful nightmare creature, they should be fine. They were taken to the citadel by the Saint of Sorrow of the Song clan in charge of the citadel, a man with the transcendent ability to turn into a gargoyle. He was the leader of the Sorrow clan, who served the Song clan. As they arrived, the sight of the canyon near the citadel impressed them quite a bit, but after that, Abner asked the Saint of Sorrow, "So what areas should we avoid here?" The saint answered, "Just don't wander off too far from the citadel, and you will be fine." Abner and the cohort nodded as they left the citadel to find nightmare creatures to slay, and it didn't take them long to find one, an awakened devil. The awakened devil was quite grotesque, having arms sprouting from everywhere on its body, and it too noticed them, soon charging at them but not blindingly. It made sure to not run straight at them to dodge the arrows Brave shoot at it, but what it couldn't dodge was Abner's light attack. It was at light speed, so it wasn't the tyrant's fault. The moment the light touched the awakened devil, steam started coming out of its skin as it screamed in pain but didn't stop charging at them, this time not bothering to dodge the arrows. Gloriel's expression turned zealous as she swung her glowing war hammer at the awakened devil, screaming, "Give me glory, battle to your last breath." The awakened devil was sent flying like a broken doll, its skin burned off, revealing pink flesh and a little white where its bones were. Since it was thrown out of Abner's light, it finally stopped burning. But that was only for a moment as Abner quickly targeted it again and charged at the awakened devil. Abner was glowing to the awakened devil. He seemed like a merciless, cold, and unfeeling murderer. The sight made it shiver slightly. But to his friends, he seemed to radiate a sense of protection, giving them comfort. As Abner got closer to the awakened devil, the light he radiated seemed to do more and more damage. The awakened devil couldn't even run, as Brave shot more and more arrows at it, further damaging the devil until Abner finished it off by cutting its head off. Abner soon heard the voice of the spell whisper into his ear. "You have slain an awakened devil, 100-armed devil. Abner sighed as he announced, "No memory or echo." They quickly took the soul shards and distributed them equally, leaving only one since there were only 3 of them this time. As they continued wandering around near the citadel, they encountered a few fallen ranked creatures, but they were dealing with them as sleepers before. As awakened, they didn't have any problems with them. Abner sighed after he got back to the citadel and waited before he could use the gateway again, thinking, "I thought it would be more dangerous around here. This is one of the more dangerous places, after all, but the strongest thing we fought was a fallen demon." Abner's sense of danger was skewed, since his only experience in the dream realm was spending 3 years in a death zone. Abner made some small talk with some other awakened of the Sorrow clan as he waited until he could use the gateway. "Wait, so you killed a fallen demon already? But there's not a scratch on your armor or on any of your friends for that matter." Abner just nodded casually and said, "The monsters here are a little weak, we didn't have much trouble dealing with them." The awakened of the Sorrow clan's lips twitched as he muttered, "Too weak." To him, what Abner was saying was lunacy. For an awakened cohort of just 3 to defeat a fallen demon was not impossible with some preparation, but to do so without knowing anything and come out without a scratch. That's impossible for regular awakened. The awakened of the Sorrow clan knew that Abner and his cohort were from the Forgotten Shores, but he still couldn't help but be impressed by their strength. As Abner and his cohort got to know the people of the citadel, their reputation spread as real geniuses in the Sorrow clan's citadel. Not that they weren't known as geniuses before, but now the world could see their results for themselves. As night approached, Abner and his cohort entered the gateway and left the dream realm. Abner had some food with his family as they made small talk. His father asked him, "So what happened to your hair and eyes? They weren't golden like this before, is it a cosmetic memory?" Abner shook his head and answered calmly, as if talking about the weather, "No, it's been like this since my aspect evolved to divine rank." "Ah, please don't tell anyone about that." His father nodded as if his son didn't reveal he just had a divine rank aspect before he nearly choked on his food a second later. His brother was looking at him wide-eyed, and his mother's jaw nearly dropped. None of them said anything as they just looked at him. They knew he was talented since he had a sacred aspect, but to already evolve it to a divine one was no joke. Abner seemed oblivious to their shock, though, as he kept eating and asked his brother, "So Julian, how well are you doing in your acting classes?" Abner's delinquent brother, who wanted to become an actor, avoided his gaze and answered, "None of your business." But their mother didn't share his sentiment and snitched instantly. "He's doing fine when he's playing a villain, but whenever he acts like a good guy, he looks like he would burst a blood vessel from anger." Hearing his mother ousting him so fast, Julian blushed from embarrassment slightly as their father joked, "Well, with a face like his, he would always play the villain anyway." Except for Julian, all of them laughed a little at his expense and continued chatting as they ate. Abner went to his room after finishing his meal and prayed to Arthur again, not expecting a result, and indeed, nothing happened after waiting for a while, so he went to sleep thinking, "I hope Arthur's doing well." Meanwhile, Arthur was above the gray fog making a divination. "What are my friends doing?" He saw them. Abner and Brave were sleeping, Nama was writing her book on her laptop, Kaelin was training with some master despite it being so late, Gloriel was up watching a drama, and Alec had just arrived after keeping watch of a sleeper who failed their trial. Arthur sighed as he thought, "I'm glad they're doing well." Although he couldn't summon them above the gray fog since they are so far away, he was thankful that at least he could watch over them like this. Arthur existed the gray fog, and as he continued his journey, he sighed, saying out loud, "I think I'm gonna go insane soon, I can feel it." Abner woke up and had breakfast with his family, making some small chat, and after eating, he went to the basement and entered his dreamscape pod. This time, he wasn't planning on using the private server Kaelin let him use. Instead, he wanted to battle some other awakened, and since Brave wanted to be more proficient with the sword while using his essence, he joined Arthur too. They soon spotted each other, and Brave greeted him, "Hey Abner, who do you plan to challenge?" "I hear that streamer guy is apparently pretty good." Abner asked, "Streamer who?" Brave pointed to a guy named 6 absurdly handsome demon 9 feet. Abner looked at the streamer's name and then at Brave's, Demon Slayer 9,000 feet and joked, "Aren't you more fit to challenge him, or are you afraid you would fall for him?" Abner laughed a little, seeing Brave's exasperated look. Still, he went to challenge the streamer, who accepted the challenge. The streamer knew that Abner was a survivor of the Forgotten Shores, and a sacred ranked aspect battling him was sure to bring in views. The streamer talked to his chat before they exchanged blows. "Chat, this is Abner, someone who survived a death zone for 3 years, a companion of the fool who does not belong to this era. Someone who saw the legend, known as the first divine aspect holder of humanity. He witnessed firsthand how the fool brought them here by discovering the secrets of awakening without the spell, and sacrificed himself by staying behind so they could escape. Although not to his level, this is someone who is very close to him in talent. Chat, am I cooked?" By now, Arthur was being used as a propaganda tool by the government, who constantly gassed him up as the perfect awakened. The chat was already spamming F and praying for his peaceful passing, not having a shred of hope that the streamer would win. And indeed, not even 5 seconds after the battle started, the streamer lost without Abner even using his aspect. The skill gap was just too big. As the streamer praised him for his skill, Abner wasn't listening as he looked at his armor's runes 3,217 6,000. Abner thought to himself, it increased. I wasn't wrong last time I defeated Brave on the private server. Abner left the dreamscape disappointed after defeating 100 awakened in just 2 hours, thinking, none of them had any real skills. Is this the level most awakened are at? After getting out of the dreamscape pod, he left the basement, and soon his mother requested he go on a grocery run. Abner agreed. As he left the house, he spotted his brother Julian bullying a little dog and a little girl trying to stop him. Abner sighed, thinking, my Sunere brother, this is not how you should show your love. He just silently approached his brother and grabbed his ear, dragging him to the grocery store with him despite his brother's complaints. Along the way, he saw many posters made by the government promoting the idea that Arthur was the ideal righteous awakened and that there would even be a movie about him. Abner knew this already, though soon after doing his groceries he handed over a notebook he wrote describing the Forgotten Shores and the nightmare creatures there, plus some of his experience being a part of Arthur's cohort, to the Academy to be publicly published and used as a reference for the film. Soon after doing those things, he went to sleep in his room, awakened, didn't actually sleep though, so he just went to the citadel of the Sorrow clan. He soon met with his cohort, and they started hunting. Not long after they left the citadel, they noticed something strange. Many nightmare creatures were heading towards the citadel from the direction they hunted in. Some ran away elsewhere too. They seemed to be running from something. Among those running there was even a fallen devil. Abner and the rest caught the attention of the fallen devil, a 4-armed demon-looking creature with red skin and purple markings on its body. It had no hair of any kind, and 6 eyes were weirdly placed on its head, 1 in the middle of the forehead, 2 on the sides of its face, 1 on its tongue and the bridge of its nose, and another on the back of its head. It was nearly 3 meters tall and had a humanoid muscular body. The fallen devil radiated malice. Brave noticed the fallen devil was trying to start a fight and started shooting him. Abner targeted him with his pure light too. But the fallen devil released a malicious aura around him that protected him from the light, and his skin was too tough for the arrows to pierce through. He didn't seem too affected by their attacks, so Gloriel and Abner had to intercept him. Gloriel activated her aspect, rushing at the devil before Abner could catch up. But the fallen devil was much stronger and faster than Amir awakened, so it easily blocked Gloriel's warhammer with 2 arms and attacked with the other 2. Gloriel managed to barely block his counterattack until Abner came to help, and Brave then used his aspect to distract the fallen devil so he would reveal an opening to the 2. And it worked. Once the fallen devil looked at Brave, who was running away, he momentarily ignored Abner and Gloriel and only thought to chase after him until it was stabbed in the chest by Abner, who used his pure light ability on his sword to destroy the fallen devil from the inside. Gloriel also didn't waste the chance and slammed the fallen devil on the side of his face with her enhanced sunlight shard. The devil screamed as the aura surrounding him became bigger and thicker as his wounds healed, and he became smaller and grew an intimidating mustache for some reason. Abner realized what was happening. Devil-class nightmare creatures have mystical abilities and flaws like Awakened. His power seems to be a healing aura, and whenever he uses it, he's getting younger. Abner sighed as he thought, aren't most nightmare creatures hundreds of years old? This will take too much time. We have to inform the Saint of Sorrow about the strange movements of the nightmare creatures fast. However, Abner didn't have time to come up with a plan as he heard Gloriel, who had temporarily stopped using her aspect, tell him, "Wait a minute, Brave ran away for real, that bastard left us." Abner stopped looking at the fallen devil momentarily and confirmed that Brave had really left them and ran to the citadel. Abner breathed a sigh of relief as he thought, with the devil's tough skin, Brave couldn't help much anyway, this is for the best. Before he could turn his head to look at the fallen devil, he heard Gloriel warning him, "You can't dodge that block." Turning his back on an enemy proved to be unwise, as the devil attacked him. Abner barely managed to use the enhancement of his armor to increase his weight before he was sent flying back about 5 meters from the force of the fallen devil's punch. He only managed to react due to Gloriel's warning. Abner's armor was dented from the impact, so he used some essence to repair it as he got up and went to help Gloriel, who was having a hard time stalling the fallen devil alone. As he did, he thought, just how did Arthur, Kalen and Gloriel manage to kill a fallen tyrant, a fallen devil, and a fallen terror in just 2 days without any substantial injuries? And that's not mentioning the siege in between all of that. No, this guy is just a terrible matchup for us. Fighting the devil even 2-on-1 proved to be difficult for Abner and Gloriel. The monster seemed to be skilled in martial arts. Abner and Gloriel barely managed to hold out before the Saint of Sorrow arrived in his transcendent form of a gargoyle, killing the fallen devil they struggled to survive against with just 1 blow. The Saint of Sorrow didn't even land, though he looked forward in the distance on the other side of the river. A big nightmare creature was heading towards them from there, a corrupted ranked tyrant with his minions. The Saint of Sorrow then ordered them to go back to the citadel and tell the master in the citadel to come here. As they hurried back, Abner asked Gloriel, "Do you think we could have beaten the fallen devil if Arthur were here?" Gloriel nodded and said, with his Echo's ability to deal the finishing blow, he could just stall it until then by himself and win easily. Abner nodded and thought to himself, even if we both have divine aspects, he also has an aspect legacy, so he's still stronger than me. I should have realized he was just pretending to be passed out. The one staying behind should have been me. Abner shook his head and sighed, "It's too late for that now, I already lamented it enough." As they arrived at the citadel, they told the only other master, the Saint of Sorrow's own son, that his father was calling him, and he didn't waste time and went immediately towards him. Soon after they saw Brave, who greeted them, "You guys are fine." "That's a relief, it's a good thing I went to the Saint of Sorrow to tell him about the strange movements of the nightmare creatures and our situation." Abner nodded, agreeing with Brave, "If it wasn't for the Saint, we would be dead." Gloriel was not of the same opinion, though she glared at Brave and said, "You have the nerve to show your face after you left us to die." Brave looked at her, confused. "But I didn't leave you two to die, though. If we kept fighting that fallen devil, we were bound to lose, so calling for backup was the right decision." Gloriel shook her head and told Brave, "That's not true. We landed 2 hits when you used your aspect. If we all fought together, we could have won, right, Abner?" They both looked at Abner, who had an exasperated expression. Abner sighed as he answered them, "Does it even matter? All of us are fine now, and I'm sure Brave didn't leave us to die, so it's fine." But his words didn't stop Gloriel from being upset as she started calling Brave a chicken. After a few hours of failing to convince Gloriel to forgive Brave, Abner and Brave just went together through the citadel as they sought advice to resolve their cohort's situation from others. One young awakened man, seemingly less than 20 years old, just sighed hearing their story and slightly shook his head as he closed his eyes and said, "Ah, women, those creatures are impossible to understand. Just apologize and pray you will be forgiven, most of the time it works." Brave nodded seriously as they went in search of more advice. Just in case this one fails, Brave told Abner, that guy seemed to be talking from experience, I'm confident his advice will work. Abner thought about it for a moment and shook his head. His advice is probably meant for most girls, but since Gloriel is more akin to a battle-hungry gorilla, I doubt it will work. Brave thought for a second and nodded. Yeah, you're right, Gloriel is indeed different from other women. If I just apologize, she might just kill me since she hates cowards, especially those who run away from the battlefield. Abner nodded, and they soon found another awakened, this time a woman who looked about as old as the last guy they asked for advice. She told them, what is she even so mad for? Everything turned out fine, it's her fault for blowing this small issue into such a big deal, she's the one who needs to apologize. Brave shuddered as he thought, if I tell Gloriel to apologize, I might really get killed by her. They decided to ask another awakened, a middle-aged man. The man told Brave, isn't she right, though? You three had the chance to kill that fallen devil yourselves, but you decided to run away, putting your companions' lives at risk. He sighed as he continued, no amount of apologies can make up for that. You should be grateful your friends still talk to you after that. Abner defended Brave, but his decision still saved our lives and informed the Saint of Sorrow faster than if he stayed to fight with us. The middle-aged man scoffed, you two only lasted long enough against that fallen devil by luck. Even if you survive the Forgotten Shores, awakened still have limits. Leaving you and that girl to fight that thing is the same as leaving you two to die. Brave answered this time, that's not true. I know them well. A fallen devil wouldn't be able to kill them, and I was proven right. The middle-aged man scrutinized Brave for a moment before he told him, just don't assume you can always run away, or you will come to regret it. Brave nodded and went to try apologizing first and promising he won't run away again. If that doesn't work, he will try the second advice and blame Gloriel for blowing this out of proportion, although he might die if it comes to that. Luckily for Brave, Gloriel seemed to already have forgotten the matter by the time he approached her, just apologizing was enough. Brave breathed a sigh of relief as he thought, if I had to resort to plan B, I might have died, good thing it got resolved so easily. Meanwhile, Arthur was performing a divination to see if his friends had encountered any trouble since they arrived in the waking world. Out of curiosity, he wanted to make sure they were fine. Arthur saw Abner, Brave, and Gloriel's fight against the fallen devil and their dispute. He couldn't help but lampoon to himself inwardly. They still fight over small stuff like this. Hey, I guess their power was the only thing that grew since we separated. As he chuckled, he saw Alec looking tired as he kept muttering to himself in his room, almost devoid of light. He was reading a cultivation manhwa. And worst of all, he was even speaking in idioms. Arthur sighed as his heart filled with pity for Alec. Although Alec now looked to be approaching his 30s instead of his 40s, and his hair had not yet receded to an obvious extent, he was still the oldest looking among the cohort, if they could even be called that anymore. But Arthur didn't have time to pity Alec too much, as what he saw next almost made him choke on air. What Arthur saw was Kaelin's parents Nightwalker, the leader and founder of one of the three great clans, and his wife, a master, almost begging their son to wear a dress. Arthur was filled with shock and anticipation, thinking, no way will he actually do it. Kaelin responded with a sigh, didn't you both promise you two won't ask me to wear a dress once I became an awakened? Fine, but no one hears about this. Arthur's eyes widened hearing Kaelin's response, so his parents convinced him to wear dresses when he was younger. Arthur chuckled menacingly as he thought, don't worry, Kaelin, I will make sure you won't regret your past like a good friend by complimenting it in front of the others. I'm sure you will be filled with confidence then, he he he. Ahahahahaha. As Arthur was chuckling like a JoJo villain, he barely heard Kaelin mutter to himself as he went to change. I knew it would come to this. Training can only be used as an excuse for so long, So that's why he trained so much after getting back. This, coupled with how easily I beat him, must have really motivated him, Arthur thought to himself as then saw Nama carefully writing and deleting what she wrote moments before. She muttered under her breath, I really ran out of creativity for the new ghost's backstory. It's so frustrating. I think I will go kill some nightmare creatures. The description of the memories they dropped should give me some ideas. Nama smiled sadistically as she thought of how to kill them. Arthur wasn't a writer, but he was however delusional about Nama's true nature. As such, he only thought to himself, she's far too humble as expected of such an angel. I'm sure her story is just fine, she's just pushing herself to unrealistic standards for her readers, that must be it. After that, his visions ended, and he thought to himself, about 5 more months before I reach the Hollow Mountains. Luckily I won't need a guide like Uri's since I'm a seer, but I'm already going insane. Arthur picked up his friend a bone and asked it. I'm gonna find the nightmare seed and get out of here. You believe in me, right, buddy? The bone did not answer. Arthur sighed as he summoned a sword memory and said out loud, looking into his reflection on the blade and throwing the bone away. Why am I even talking to bones when I could talk to this handsome guy here? No, to assume such beauty belongs to mortals is an insult. This man must be a god. Looking into his reflection, he responded to himself, indeed, I am no ordinary man, I am the most handsome person ever in all existence and non-existence. Arthur smiled, looking at his reflection, and praised himself, indeed, as expected of myself in looks, no one can dare say they are my match. The worst part about this was that with his faceless magic ability, he could look as good as he wanted to, so he wasn't wrong. Like that, Arthur continued his journey to the Hollow Mountains. 3 days later, Abner woke up and soon went to have some food with his family. As they made some small talk, his mother and father encouraged him to do well in the Dreamscape tournament, while his brother only commented that Abner should save himself the embarrassment and just stay in his room instead. That's right, today was the day the Dreamscape tournament would take place, and he and his friends would participate in the cohort battles. Abner was confident that they would do well and assured his family that he would definitely win. After eating his food, he talked with his friends for a bit before the tournament started. Kalen was sharing some memes along with Gloriel as Alec was giving them a lesson about the way of Dao, making Brave mock him for his cultivation addiction. Abner was just enjoying the chaos along with Nama. After a while, they entered the Dreamscape, and the tournament started. They had the option to choose between the Dream of Glory solo tournament or the Dream of Camaraderie cohort tournament. Obviously they chose the Dream of Camaraderie, and soon they found themselves in a desert. The tournament was a battle royale where the map would get smaller and smaller as more time passed and the top 10 teams standing win. Abner looked around but couldn't see anything other than sand, as there seemed to be a sandstorm. They were live, and the commentator was taking advantage of their fame to boost the views of the tournament. These right here are the attendants of mysteries, all of them which are still alive. They survived the Forgotten Shores, battled against fallen tyrants, fallen terrors, and devils along with the legendary first divine aspect wielder of humanity, the Lord of the Mysteries. The commentator made a brief pause for dramatic effect and continued. Every single one of them is a genius. To see them all working together makes me pity their competition, and I'm not the only one who feels this way. Just look at the fan favorites of this year's tournament. 71% of people voted that they think they will win. But what is the expert's opinion? The expert, a master whose role was explaining the things that happened for those that couldn't see, since awakened combat was hard to follow for mundane people, responded to the commentator. Out of everyone here, I do think they are most likely to win. Not only do they have the sacred aspect wielder Abner, but they also have Kalen, the son of Nightwalker himself. Not to say the rest are any less impressive, all of them are top tier awakened. It makes me feel bad for the ones participating this year. The commentator and the audience shared the sentiment but didn't respond to him because in the next moment the commentator shouted, and the first team is out, the attendants of mysteries have gotten first blood. Let's replay that for a second and have the expert tell us what happened. The master pointed at the light Abner shot at the other awakened in the desert and said, "You can practically pinpoint when they won, it's right here." Burning their eyes was what made this fight last only 3 seconds. Just one move from Abner and a whole cohort already lost. It's no wonder they are the fan favorites. Although Abner and the cohort were fighting groups of awakened, they decided to let only one person fight a whole group, otherwise, it wouldn't even be a fight. This time it was Alec's turn. The team he is fighting against had 3 archers, 1 spearman, and a swordsman. Alec blocked the arrows as he approached and left an opening for the spear wielder to take. The awakened took the bait immediately, and Alec took the hit while already counter-attacking using both his awakened and dormant abilities. His dormant ability allows him to absorb the force of what hits him, and the second empowers him by using the force absorbed as fuel. Alec hit second, allowing for his awakened ability to activate. His spear pierced through the armor of the awakened, stabbing him in the heart, while the awakened spear failed to go through his skin. Now that Alec had killed the spear user, the archers summoned close-range weapons, but with his mastery of the spear and its superior range with his shield and aspect, he emerged victorious. They only managed to give him some scratches. Next up was Nama fighting against a group of 7 using her awakened ability by looking into the eyes of her enemies. She made them hallucinate, and so the archer's arrows missed, swings of the swordsman hit nothing but air, and thrusts of the spearman's did nothing but make them look ridiculous. To them, she looked like a ghost ready to reap their souls. Their fear was palpable. Attacks that target the mind and soul were feared for a reason. They were hard to defend against. Brave's turn was next against a group of 5, 2 archers, 1 spearman, and 2 swordsmen. Using his awakened ability, he started shooting arrows at the enemy cohort as he slowly moved away from his cohort. The cohort he was up against was taken by surprise by his arrows, and an archer already died. They immediately tried to find him. Although they could see him, they acted like he was invisible, but they spotted Brave's cohort, and they decided to run away immediately. But before they could, Brave deactivated his awakened ability, making him noticeable to them, and activated his dormant ability. His awakened ability made others consciously ignore him, and his dormant one made them focus on him and nothing else. The cohort knew they wanted to retreat a moment before, but seeing the one who killed their friend, they decided to confront him. Brave killed another archer before they got close, and activated his awakened ability again. The 2 swordsmen and the spearman, now unable to locate him, and realizing this is a trap, decided to run away like they previously planned to do without even saying a word. But Brave picked them off one by one with his arrows, giving them no chance to get away. Their 1 versus a cohort didn't last long, as eventually other cohorts teamed up to defeat them, forcing them to fight together. The commentator shouted, "The attendants of mysteries seemed to have pissed off the other participants with their showing off, as 20 other cohorts have now teamed up against them. That's 106 people. Just how will they handle this? Is it over for the survivors of the Forgotten Shores?" Indeed, Abner and the cohort's arrogance had pissed off the other awakened participants, and now they were running away from them. Brave was using his awakened ability to shoot at some of them, getting a few kills, but even that was risky. Once he shot an arrow, the arrow could be traced back to where he was, since it would no longer be ignored when he wasn't touching it. While Abner was running, he was also sending pure light at the other cohorts chasing them, but since they stayed far away, he couldn't damage them since the damage his light dealt decreased the further away from him it went. The only reason they were not caught yet by the swordsman and spearman was Nama, who used her awakened ability to make them hallucinate and be unable to locate them, while they couldn't do much about the archers who stayed very far other than calling them cowards. Abner sighed as he made a risky decision. "Brave, go kill the archers hiding far away." Brave nodded, although Abner didn't realize it, and went to find them. The other awakened noticed Brave's absence, but since they couldn't find him, they just chased the other attendants of mysteries. They couldn't run away forever. There were 5 archers a considerable distance away from them that Brave needed to kill. That would take some time. Abner cursed inwardly, "Why did we have to show off? I should have known it would be a bad idea." Arg, curses. Avoiding so many awakened was proving to be challenging, so Abner was planning to divide them. Abner shouted at the people chasing him and his cohort, "Even if you beat us, there are still only 10 spots, so half of you won't even get a spot, but if you help us, you will definitely have a better chance to advance." However, none of them reacted to his words. they knew if the attendants of mysteries made it to the second half, none of them would have a chance to win. Abner, seeing his words having no effect, gritted his teeth and kept running. After 30 minutes, Brave had killed the archers hidden far away and their bodyguards joining up with the rest, who were just as exhausted as him, if not even more so. Brave asked Abner, "Now that the archers are dead, what do we do?" Abner replied while still running, "We keep up the guerrilla warfare, that's our only chance to win." Although Abner had a divine aspect and a reliable cohort, fighting that many awakened head-on was stupid, so decreasing their numbers slowly was much more appealing to him. After 15 minutes, the map became too small for running around like they used to, but the number of awakened hunting them decreased to 60, so Abner decided it was time to stop running away and face them. But that did not mean that Abner and his cohort were going to blindly charge at them. In fact, they did the opposite, waiting for them to come. Brave tried to use his aspect to lure the close-range fighters to them, but they covered their eyes. This however left them open to Brave and Gloriel's arrows. Gloriel had switched to a bow a while ago, since swords didn't help her attack from a distance. Like that, 6 more awakened were killed, reducing their numbers to almost half the original amount. Realizing they were just sitting ducks like this, they attacked, but as they got closer to Abner, they started cursing as some pure light got into their eyes. "Bastard, this aspect is basically cheating. Turn the lights off, you little baby." Abner didn't listen to them and joined melee combat, glowing, giving them the feeling that they were looking at the most merciless thing in the world. However, to the people who saw him as an ally, he looked incredibly righteous and noble. To those who saw him as neither, it had no effect. With Alec, Kaelin, Nama and Gloriel, who had switched back to her warhammer, joining him in close combat, he barely managed to hold his ground until there were only 10 teams left. Abner sighed in relief as he said, "We were lucky not all awakened went after us. If more of them joined in, we would have definitely lost." All of them nodded exhaustedly, soon logging off along with Abner. As Abner left his basement, his mother praised him. "I saw the Dreamscape tournament. You did so well, Abner, I'm proud of you." His father nodded along. Abner took a glance at the TV where they watched the tournament. The replays of the best parts were still playing. He focused on them, ignoring his brother, who was taunting him by calling him a chicken who only knew how to run. The part where he and this cohort faced over 50 awakened and came out on top played, and the commentator, the master reviewing the scenes, and the public were left speechless at the sight. Abner sighed as he thought, "I only joined the Dreamscape at first because I wanted to see where I stand compared to other awakened, and I joined the tournament to easily win some memories, but this was way harder than I thought." The experience of the first round of the tournament made Abner even have the passing thought, "Maybe I should have just asked Kaelin for some ascended memories. They are extremely expensive, sure, but he practically uses money like tissue paper." Abner sighed and shook his head, dismissing the thought. There was no need to resort to begging. A few weeks later, the second part of the tournament began. This time it was cohort versus cohort battles, and the cohort who wins the tournament gets 1 ascended memory each. Abner and the rest didn't think they would have any trouble now that the other cohorts couldn't team up on them. Their first match was against a cohort of 6 people, like them, 2 archers, 2 spearmen with shields, and 2 swordsmen. One had a shield and another 2 swords. As soon as the battle started, Abner attacked them with his pure light, but the shield wielders still advanced towards them. Abner, Kaelin, Gloriel, Alec, and Nama intercepted them. But unexpectedly, the dual-wielding swordsman behind the shield bearers reverse-gripped his swords and began spinning. The surrounding wind turned sharp and began cutting them. It aimed for Nama and Abner specifically. Abner, who didn't see the swordsman, got decapitated without even knowing how, while Nama barely managed to dodge getting a few strands of hair cut. But they were still obviously winning. Brave had already dealt with the archers by now, and Gloriel killed the swordsman with a shield, while Kaelin killed 1 spearman. The 2 remaining awake surrendered. After their match, they watched the one after theirs. While watching, Kaelin was mocking Abner. "Hey, look how good they are, they definitely wouldn't get decapitated, I'm sure." Abner didn't react to Kalen's comment, but Gloriel was laughing like she heard the funniest joke in the world. Alec and Brave were chuckling too, even Nama had a subtle smile hearing it. Abner sighed, looking at these traitors, and thought, have they nothing better to do? Tisk. I was completely caught off guard. While Kalen was laughing at his own joke, he still watched the match. The awakened who got here were pretty skilled, the ones they fought against even managed to catch Abner off guard. The matches lasted much longer than theirs. Well, it made sense not many of them could claim to be as experienced as the survivors of the Forgotten Shores, and they weren't just experienced, they were talented too. It was now their turn again against a cohort of 7 people, 5 spearmen with shields and 2 archers. Since the shields covered their eyes and they all had armor, Abner's light wasn't effective, nor was Nama's aspect, as she needed to see the target's eyes to make them hallucinate. Brave couldn't do much either, as he needs them to look at him to activate his dormant ability. It seems like they prepared to face them, since they didn't try to get in close and decided to use spears instead, but they were clearly not as good with the spear as their main weapons since not all of them specialized in the spear. Abner and the rest took advantage of that and managed to win, but it wasn't as easy, and it took longer than their previous match. This time Nama was killed due to her flaw stunning her after a kill. Abner made a more serious look after the match and told his cohort, "We can't afford to take the next 3 battles lightly while we are stronger than the remaining cohorts. They learned our moves and how to counter them, so be more cautious." They all nodded. They didn't expect that this part would be so difficult since they beat up so many awakened last time, but those that teamed up against them were mostly weaklings who knew they stood no chance against them in the next round. The ones that got here are elite awakened too. Other cohorts had teamed up against them as well, but not as many as the ones chasing after the attendants of mysteries. Their next match was against a cohort of 5. All of them used spears and shields to defend against Abner, Brave, and Nama's aspects and to have a range advantage when engaging in combat against them since Abner and the rest wouldn't have problems dealing with them otherwise. Seeing them, Alec thought to himself, this is getting annoying. Why are all of them learning to counter us? Just die quietly. Abner and the rest of the cohort, except for Brave, who was using his aspect to get behind the enemy cohort, charged at the 5 spearmen. This fight was even harder than the previous ones, as more of the cohort this time had good combat aspects. 3 of them had strength-enhancing aspects, and 2 had elemental ones they could use in combat. One had the element of earth and used it to make them trip by moving the ground beneath them, and the other had the element of air. He could amplify the surrounding air, whether the sound or the power. This made the battle much harder than the last one with their spears. It was hard to get close, and their shields defended them from their aspects. Luckily, they completely forgot about Brave, who stabbed one of the spearmen from behind and attacked another startled spearman, making them turn their heads to look at him. Then he activated his dormant ability and the tides of battle turned completely in their favor. Now that the spearmen were all looking at Brave, they were left defenseless against the rest of the attendants of mysteries and quickly died because of it. Abner sighed as he thought to himself, no one died this time, but we were close to dying if not for Brave's aspect. Now that the semi-finals are drawing near, Abner and the rest got a bit anxious. There was a real chance they could lose if they didn't put in their best effort. Alec tried to ease up the mood by sharing his wisdom. Brothers in Dao, worry not, for you all have eyes yet fail to see Mount High. You all failed to see the immensity of heaven and earth. These juniors cannot dare to stand against us. The gap between us is like that of heaven and earth. Gloriel sighed, looking at Alec with pity, and told him firmly, you look too old to say that. Please shut up. You are single-handedly ruining the image of the older generations. Except for Nama, all of them nodded at Gloriel's words. Alec looked at them like they were stupid. Cultivation is an ageless art. Even in your 80s, the pursuit of Tao is not forbidden. I do recommend reading the scriptures of the great immortals before us, the cultivation manhwas. Nama surprisingly agreed, while I don't pursue immortality, cultivation stories are indeed quite enlightening. All of them looked at Nama in pure shock as they all thought the same thing, the cultivation brain rot is spreading. Alec looked at Nama shocked at her agreement, and asked, "Since when do you read cultivation manhwas?" Nama smiled and answered, "Well, since I was 7, I found them relatable since I always wanted to become immortal, even if it meant stealing the life from others. But as I grew up, I realized that death is inevitable. Everyone dies eventually, but while people die, ideas live on, so from then on I became determined to become an author. This is the immortality I seek." All of them shared the same thought. She saw the cultivators as relatable because she was determined to become immortal when she was 7. What kind of child thinks like that? None of them dared to comment, though, and they spent a long time in awkward silence until their next match began. The cohort they have to fight this time didn't have any spear wielders. It was made of 3 archers and 3 warhammer wielders, who also used shields. Seeing this, Brave couldn't help himself from blurting out, "Hiding behind those shields again, how cowardly." One of the enemy cohort members responded to him immediately, "Hiding behind a mountain of awakened, how cowardly." Brave was left speechless as even his friends laughed at the remark, "Bastards, they betrayed me." Brave thought embarrassed. The battle soon started, and the commentator said, "The 3 warhammer wielders and the archers have great teamwork, giving a hard time to the attendants of mysteries. But the battle isn't nearly over yet, folks." The expert continued where the commentator left off. "Indeed, while the warhammer wielders and the archers appear to be in an advantageous position, it will be hard for them to deal decisive blows while avoiding the sight of the survivors of the Forgotten Shores, but they still have a chance." After a few minutes, Abner and the rest barely won thanks to Brave shooting down the archers and joining melee combat. Now they were not quite as confident as they were before about winning the tournament. Soon the finals started. Their opponents were a cohort of 7 people, all of them using spears and shields. Brave cursed out loud, "Shameless cowards. Tisk, tisk, preparing for their battle against us like we are some boss raid." Gloriel nodded and added, "Yeah, and it's not like their little trick of shield and spear spamming ever worked." The commentator soon shouted, "And the first blood goes to the 7 spearmen." A double KO. Alec and the heir to the Hanli clan both fell almost simultaneously. The expert quickly added, "And now there are 2 other casualties." Nama, after slaying her foe, froze and left herself open for a killing blow. Now it's a 4 versus 5, will this trend of exchanging lives continue? It did not soon enough. Gloriel managed to kill an awakened without dying herself, making the numbers even. Abner sweated as he fought against the spear wielder, thinking, "They even imitate sweating. The dreamscape is better than I thought." As everyone grew more exhausted, Kalen finally used his aspect and killed 2 spearmen, dying right after. The commentator shouted, "And this might be the deciding factor, folks. Kalen sacrificed himself for a double kill, earning his team the advance in numbers." And indeed, the rest of the fight didn't take too long, but Brave had been killed because of his inexperience with the sword and his rush to end the battle quicker. Abner finally sighed in relief after getting the rewards, completely ignoring the cheers of the crowd or the voice of the commentators. Using so much essence to enhance himself was exhausting, even if he didn't have to use his pure light skill due to their enemies having shields. Tomorrow morning, after Abner took a rest, he finally checked the runes of the memories he had gotten. Name: The Cursed Sword of Mercy. Rank: Ascended 2. Type: Weapon. Item description: A noble merciful swordsman once dreamed for the peace of his home, but as the years passed, he fought and fought, yet peace had never come. The despair slowly tainted his flesh and his very soul, yet even then the mercy he had never once faded, instead it lives on in this blade alongside despair. Abner was used to memories not having a clear description of what they did. Unless it was appraised, most awakened would discover the abilities of their memories by feeling, so he wasn't annoyed at the cryptic description. Besides, Kalen had offered to appraise the memories they got after they were given to them. Abner and the rest agreed to it, so Abner called Kalen to tell him he was coming. It was quite fortunate that all of them lived in Antarctica. After telling Kalen he was going to his clan's building, Kalen's next words left him shocked. "Oh, already? I will send a limousine to pick you up then." Abner sighed as he thought, "Rich bastard, there's no need for a limousine." But he didn't say that out loud. The truth is, who doesn't want to travel in a limousine? He didn't have to wait long for the limousine to appear, and Abner, although a little nervous since it was his first time in one of them, got in and tried to relax. It was surprisingly easy, with the limousine being so comfortable and the soft background music playing at low volume inside. After stepping down the limousine and walking towards his friend's clan building, he stopped as he heard the alarms ring. His communicator rang too, warning him of a gate that will appear nearby in about 20 minutes. Abner sighed as he used his communicator to find the gate's location, leaving Kalen a message that he would come soon after dealing with this. While waiting for the gate, he noticed 12 others awakened from the House of Night clan. Since their headquarters were near, it made sense that they would be here. Shortly after, his friends arrived too. Brave muttered under his breath, "A gate just so happened to appear right next to us, man, what bad luck." Kalen chuckled as he assured Brave, "Relax, there are many awakened with us, and even a master is here, my teacher Bloodwave, what could possibly go wrong?" And indeed, behind them was Master Bloodwave, a man with smooth ebony skin and perfectly white hair, his eyes glinting with shades of indigo and deep blue. His towering figure was bored and fearsome. Brave looked at Kalen like he was stupid and yelled, "Don't jinx it, man." Kalen looked at Brave like he was a child and said calmly, "I know you tend to be scared, but what's there to be scared of? It's likely just a Category 2 gate, the chance of it being a Category 3 gate is less than 1%. We can easily deal with a Category 2 gate with all the people here." Brave looked like he was resigned to his fate as he barely muttered, "You're courting death, aren't you?" Kalen just sighed and told him, "You just watch and see. There won't be any problems dealing with this gate, I can guarantee it." Brave answered, "Fine, but if there's a problem, then you have to buy us all dinner." Kalen nodded, and they waited for the gate to appear, and soon it did, a Category 2 gate. The first waves were quite easy with a master and 18 awakened. No casualties occurred before the gate guardian arrived, but when he did, the awakened panicked because it's a fallen terror. We can't deal with this. Someone run and call for a saint. One of the awakened who had an ability that helped him discern the strength of opponents screamed, but everyone froze hearing his words and looked at the supposed gate guardian. The gate guardian was almost completely identical to Goblin, except for the fact that its skin was golden, and it had an extra mouth on its stomach. Bloodwave, usually unexpressive, showed a grim expression and told one of the weaker awakened to run and call for backup. Although the gatekeeper looked weak, he didn't underestimate it. After all, carelessness was the #1 killer for the average awakened, and arrogance was a close second. The goblin screamed as he rushed at Bloodwave. Although Bloodwave was an ascended, he was much more used to fighting in the water than on land, and his opponent was a fallen terror. Soon it became clear he was at a disadvantage. Abner and the rest were busy dealing with the remaining nightmare creatures still coming out of the gate, so they couldn't help him much. Brave cursed, "Kalen, you bastard, I told you not to jinx it." Abner interrupted them before Kalen could respond, "Now is not the time, focus on the nightmare creatures." After a few minutes, they saw the awakened that ran to call for backup return, alone. He screamed, "I can't leave. I really can't. Whenever I try, my legs stop moving, and my mind is filled with greedy and sadistic thoughts about stealing your memories and getting the kill on the gate guardian. The fame, the money, it must be its ability." Everyone's expressions turned grim. Mind attacks were particularly hard to defend against, although that usually means the goblin is weak in physical combat, probably the only reason Bloodwave could even battle it alone. Soon they managed to defeat the nightmare creatures, bar the gate guardian still in combat against Bloodwave, who was clearly the most wounded of the two. All the awakened joined the master to fight the fallen terror, knowing they couldn't run away, but whenever they got closer to him, thoughts about stabbing their own allies to get them to surrender their memories appeared along with a strong impulse to do so, causing casualties among the awakened. Nama was the first to kill an ally, a random awakened. She soon heard the voice of the spell whispering into her ears. "You have slain an awakened beast, Zara Axum. You have received an echo, Zara Axum." Nama smiled with a little joy, finally she got an echo. Then she remembered, owning a human echo is extremely frowned upon and will likely cause more trouble than it's worth. She bitterly thought to herself, couldn't you drop a memory instead? Tisk, you're useless. Soon it wasn't just a few deaths when they approached the goblin, he started strongly influencing them even when they stayed away from it. Bloodwave gritted his teeth as he thought, while facing me, it's been preparing a strong mental attack to kill the others so they couldn't team up on him. But he couldn't really do much more to help them though. The awakened became more and more crazy by the second, greed became evident in their eyes, now filled with malice as they looked at each other as if they were wallets dropped on the ground. Alec barely managed to remain sane as he shouted, the gate we have to go in if we want to live, we can't beat the gate guardian. Other than the attendants of mysteries, there were 3 others awakened alive. They barely managed to accept the call of the gate, and soon they heard the voice of the nightmare spell. Awakened. Prepare for your second trial. 9 brave ones, welcome to the nightmare. Abner dreamed of vast, empty plains devoid of life. As time rewinded, he saw the ruins of a village appear beneath them, turning back into a village that appeared to be on fire before that fire too disappeared, leaving the village unscathed. His point of view shifted as he felt strangely alienated, soon he realized this wasn't his body. Abner looked around, he was in the middle of the village, luckily there was a river nearby, so he went there, trying not to trip while walking, making him look stupid. He carefully inspected his form. He had blonde hair and golden eyes like when he got his divine rank aspect, but he was slightly taller and his body was built completely differently, it was way too bulky. He looked like a gym-obsessed bodybuilder on steroids from the 21st century. Awkwardly going back to the city, he noticed that almost all the villagers looked unhealthily skinny, as if they hadn't eaten for days. Abner thought to himself, but why am I so buff, then? What makes me so special? Abner decided to ask one of the villagers about his status. Asking a middle-aged man who looked like he could die of starvation the next moment, he got a response to his inquiry, why you lost your memory. Is this your way of stealing even more from us? We already have nothing, what more could he possibly want? Just leave already, there's nothing more to take from us. Everyone looked at them, and Abner, feeling embarrassed, exclaimed, as he left, but I really did lose my memory. I'm not here for stealing. If I bothered you, then I will leave now. After a few minutes of wandering around without a destination, he saw what looked to be a guard approaching him. The guard said, it's me, Alec, you are from Antarctica too, aren't you? Abner smiled and said, Alec, you're here too. I'm Abner, if you couldn't tell. Alec nodded and said, the lord of this place, some bastard exploiting the town, called for you, apparently you are his son. Abner was surprised by Alec's statement but sighed and nodded. Then let's go already, Abner said, and walked with Alec to a luxurious-looking mansion away from the village by a few hours of walking for mundane people. Finally, he met his father, the saint in charge of the villages around the area. The saint didn't even greet him and asked him coldly, have you done it, boy? Abner, having no clue what he was talking about, asked, what are you talking about? I lost my memory after tripping and hitting my head. Complete silence descended over the room. The saint sighed and shouted, then get out, you useless lazy leech. You're grounded for a week. Abner quickly got out of the room and went to find his room, since it was already late. He prayed to Arthur like usual, and after waiting for a bit and getting no response, he got on his bed, but before he could close his eyes, he realized he was standing surrounded by gray fog. Moments before, Arthur was just walking in the direction of the second nightmare seed. He divined about with his light memory and his sword that he mostly uses as a mirror by now, when he suddenly heard voices in his head. Arthur chuckled as he said out loud, he looks like I really lost it. I don't even know how long I've been here, but I'm starting to think I won't ever be getting out. However, after a few seconds, he realized this wasn't a voice in his head, it was Abner. Arthur's eyes widened as his expression turned hopeful, desperate. He immediately went above the gray fog and prepared to summon him, but stopped just before he did. Arthur's eyes narrowed, and he looked like his childhood dreams had been crushed as he thought to himself, but if it is Abner, why couldn't I summon him above the gray fog until now? Is this some mind hex? Or is it really him? If some nightmare creature had learned his true name and wanted to be summoned in the gray fog, it was probably because it had observed him for a while and wanted to cut off his escape routes to hunt him down. Arthur contemplated if he should summon him or not. His caution and desire were fighting against one another, causing him inner turmoil. In the end, he summoned his hounds, gave them 2 different swords to hold in their mouths, and ordered them to run in circles around him. After waiting 3 seconds, he walked forward until he touched one. After he did, he opened his eyes and saw the sword in the hound's mouth. Looks like I will summon him. I really hope it's Abner and not some mind-controlling nightmare creature. In hindsight, deciding to summon Abner is a completely unnecessary risk. If Arthur just keeps going towards the nightmare seed, he would reach it and have a chance at escaping the dream realm. But Arthur was not in the state of mind to care about that, he just desperately wanted to see his friends again. Arthur summoned Weaver's Mask and sat on the Fool's Throne. If it was a strong mind-controlling nightmare creature, he hoped he could replicate what Sunny did by using its "Where is my eye?" enhancement to deal mental damage to both of them here, where he was likely to recover faster if he lived, that is. Luckily, it wasn't a nightmare creature, or at least it didn't look like one, but Arthur still didn't completely let his guard down. Abner looked at the Fool's Throne and saw an unfamiliar figure standing there. He looked menacing, as if he were a demon from hell, completely different from the Arthur he knew. Abner thought to himself, who is this guy? Seeing Abner looking so confused, Arthur, who had completely forgotten only Kaelin and Gloriel knew what the cosmetic memory he got from under the cathedral, was more and more convinced Abner was not Abner but a nightmare creature trying to fool him. But he still held hope that it was Abner, so he made a divination about Abner's location using his true name. The result was that Abner was right here. Arthur didn't know if that is really what he saw or if a nightmare creature influenced his sight, but he chose to believe in his vision and took off his mask. After his mask came off, Abner sighed in relief at the tension of being in an unknown place in front of a demon leaving his body. They awkwardly looked at each other for a few seconds until Arthur broke the silence. "So, how did you manage to reach me?" Abner asked back. "Shouldn't I be saying that? I'm in my second nightmare right now with the rest of our friends and 3 other awakened." Arthur was surprised to hear those words, although through his muscle control he didn't show any of it as he thought, the second nightmare already. And they have 3 new companions. Arthur couldn't help but let his lip twitch slightly at his next thoughts. Have they replaced me already? Right, they must have thought I was dead the moment I chose to stay behind. It's not surprising they moved on by now. Showing none of the thoughts he was feeling, he responded to Abner, "I don't know why I could summon you from your nightmare when I couldn't do so when you were in the waking world. Usually it's the opposite, isn't it?" Abner sighed, dropping the topic. Arthur may have chosen not to respond to his prayers until now for whatever reason, but he didn't mind it too much. Arthur must have his reasons for that. Abner then asked, "So, can you summon the others? Meeting them as soon as possible and finding the source of the conflict is crucial for completing the nightmare." Arthur nodded and tried to summon them, but he failed every time. Confused, he told Abner, "I can't summon them, really, I don't know why. Have you checked your runes? Maybe the body you inhabited has some attribute that allowed for your prayers to reach me." Abner looked at his attributes and saw that a new one appeared, Storm Blood. Abner read the attribute description out loud. "You are a child of storms, your navigation and traveling abilities are mystically enhanced." Arthur was confused. Storm God's lineage. But isn't his new aspect more similar to that of the Sun God? Arthur had learned by now of Abner's new aspect, but he only thought he got it after becoming an awakened. Once one enters a gate for the first time, they first get evaluated by the spell and become awakened, then they go to the waking world. Arthur told Abner about his speculation. "Maybe your prayers were mystically enhanced too. I don't see how else I could reach you, but not the others." Abner nodded and sighed. I was honestly hoping you could help us during our nightmare, but it seems like that won't happen. Arthur looked at him like he was stupid and said, have you already forgotten? Running away in the gray fog is my thing and all, but I'm also good at divination. Abner nodded. Ah, right, since we mostly used your divinations to watch TV, I forgot you could do it. Arthur's lips almost twitched as he thought, now that I think of it, why did I even miss them? Arthur sighed and asked, so what should I make a divination about? First, where the rest of the cohort is, but after that. Abner thought about it for a second and said, when I entered the nightmare, I was in a different body in a village full of malnourished people, but unlike them, I was built like a bodybuilder on steroids. After a while, a guard that turned out to be Alec told me I was summoned to the mansion. Arthur interrupted him and asked, why are you telling me all of this? Get to the point already. Abner sighed and continued, just listen to me, back then, I didn't question it. But now that I think about it, how did he know about it? The mansion was hours away, and if he really had just entered the nightmare at the same time as me, he wouldn't have known about coming to call me to the mansion. Abner continued, and what's more, he told me that I was the Lord's son, and that seemed to be true, but why would the Lord call me lazy when I looked like a gym rat? The whole nightmare is completely inconsistent now that I think about it. Arthur's eyes narrowed as he told his suspicion, it must be a mind hex. Abner nodded and added grimly, I completely believed it was the real Alex since he said he was from Antarctica, but if it really was a nightmare creature, then it is a very dangerous one, it can talk, and now it knows it's in a nightmare. Arthur nodded as he sighed and performed a divination about the whereabouts of his friends. What he saw was a village that was seemingly devoid of people, but in the houses there were people. They were seemingly hallucinating as they kept muttering strange things and talking to thin air, never leaving their rooms. The vision ended there. Arthur sighed as he asked, don't you have that armor, Underworld's armament? I know it has resistance against mind attacks, so how did you even manage to fall for the mind hex? Abner, getting annoyed, responded, how would I know that while already under a mind hex? Aren't you a seer? Make a divination about the nightmare creature that trapped us in a mind hex already. Arthur had a grin on his face as he thought, looks like my rage bait skills have improved since last we meet for you to change your tone so easily Abner hehehehe. Abner, seeing the grin on Arthur's face, sighed and shook his head, thinking, this guy can't take anything seriously, can he? Arthur made a divination about the source of the danger his friends were facing. There he saw an ugly black goblin smaller than a 7-year-old child standing on a throne made out of stone being carried by a man who seemed hypnotized like the rest of the people in the village. It seemed like the goblin visits the houses of the people regularly to keep them under the mind hex. The vision soon ended. Arthur then made a divination about its rank and class. It was a corrupted devil. Arthur hummed for a few seconds, closing his eyes and using illusions and his faceless ability to imitate the image of a wise sage, lightly touching his long beard deep in thought. Abner sighed at Arthur's ridiculous antics and asked in a monotone voice, O wise sage, I beseech you to grant me your wisdom. Arthur looked at him with pity and said, what need have you of wisdom, child? You are already dead. Abner's eyebrow twitched in annoyance as he said with his voice raised, Arthur, just tell me what you saw. Arthur sighed and told Abner, it's a corrupted devil, even if you wear the Underworld's armament, you can't escape its mind hex, you are cooked, it's all over for you. I was just thinking about what flowers to give to your funeral. Abner's expression turned grim as he sighed and asked, can you give me something to sit on? I want to relax a bit before thinking of how to deal with this. Arthur nodded and summoned a comfortable couch within the gray fog. After an hour of small talk, Abner finally relaxed and asked Arthur, do you think this nightmare can be beaten? It just started, and it already feels completely hopeless. Arthur hummed and suggested, while you can't resist its mind hex, I think I can temporarily awaken you. Use the chance to run. You might find allies to defeat the corrupt devil if you get lucky. If not, then it's useless, you can't beat it on your own. Abner was surprised and asked, you can awaken me. Since when did you have such an ability? Wait, why didn't you say so earlier? Arthur coughed into his fist and said, "Well, I wanted to see if you would panic. You always stay so composed, no matter the situation. It's a little annoying, and I'm not sure if it would work, it's just an assumption of mine." Abner asked, confused, "An assumption? Care to explain?" Arthur nodded and continued, "The two most basic ways of dealing with mind hexes are to stay out of range and attack the caster from a distance, or to wear plenty of memories that grant resistance to mind attacks." Abner nodded and realized how Arthur thought he could awaken him. "You plan to summon my body from the nightmare above the gray fog to escape the range of the mind hex?" Arthur nodded and replied, "Yes, but I can only bring you back to the same location I took you from, so wear the underworld armament and run away. If you get caught in its hex again, I will summon you until you manage to escape, if you don't just get killed by the corrupted devil." Abner nodded and asked, "Then bring it already, why didn't you do that from the start?" Arthur replied sheepishly, "Well, although it's possible I never summoned a physical body above the gray fog before, so I'm just not used to it." Abner sighed and nodded as Arthur summoned his body from one of the houses in the nightmare. Immediately, his form changed above the gray fog, but it wasn't like in the nightmare. While looking similar, he looked much less muscular, and he showed signs of starvation. Abner absent-mindedly mentioned, "What, I was much more muscular before." Arthur hummed and told Abner, "You entered the nightmare while already under a mind hex. It was probably what you or the previous owner wanted to look like when you entered." Abner sighed and nodded, slightly missing the mountain of muscles he had possessed. Arthur then told Abner, "Summon the underworld armament and be ready, I will drop you off. Remember to pray to me the moment you open your eyes, so I can summon you again if you get caught by the mind hex again." Abner nodded seriously and summoned the underworld armament. Soon he woke up in an unfamiliar house and immediately prayed to Arthur, "The fool who does not belong to this era, watch over me closely." Abner immediately ran out of the house, trying to get out of the village. The moment he had his physical body, or perhaps even his soul body, taken to the gray fog, the corrupted devil must have realized that it was Arthur's doing from their friend's memories. Just as Abner was about to exit the village, he heard a voice from the distance behind him, "Where are you running? Leaving without your dear friends?" It was the language of the waking world, not something that was spoken in this day and age. Abner didn't need to look back to know it was the corrupted devil. He was afraid to know that his suspicions turned out to be true. The corrupted devil knows about them from the dreams of their friends under its mind hex and even knew how to speak. There were few nightmare creatures more terrifying than those that could speak. Abner cursed as he kept running. Fighting it was impossible. Strangely, though, the corrupted devil just let him run away, not bothering to chase him. Abner didn't dare turn his head back and kept running and running without a destination in mind. After an hour, he was exhausted. Although he was unawakened, he had been starving for who knows how long while under the mind hex. Realizing he managed to get away from the corrupted devil, he asked Arthur, seemingly talking to thin air, "The fool who does not belong to this era, hey, do you know if there's another village nearby? And if there is, tell me already." Arthur was a little annoyed by the lack of respect he was receiving. He felt like if before he was treated like a TV switch, now he was treated like ChatGPT. However, he still made a division about the nearest safe and populated place his friend could go to, while grumbling about not being paid enough for this, and threw the vision into the star representing Abner. Abner saw a village, no, a small city, with awakened guarding it a few days away by foot, and the vision ended. Abner sighed and started going towards it. After a few hours of walking, he prayed to Arthur, wanting to talk to him. Traveling alone was just too boring. Arthur did decide to talk to him, but he was only mocking him. "Hey, look at you complaining after a few hours, pathetic. I've been traveling alone for months without a break." Abner sighed and retorted, "What months? It's only been slightly over 1 month. Don't exaggerate, and unlike me, you have divinations you can use for entertainment, but other than talking to you, what else can I do?" Arthur mocked him again. "HHHHMMM. What's that I hear? Ah, I know it's the sound of your skill issue being revealed. Ha 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 ha. It's such a funny melody." Abner didn't respond, but he was clearly annoyed and kept arguing with Arthur for hours until he decided to go to sleep on the road to the city he had found while he was heading towards it. Before falling asleep, Abner sincerely prayed to no one in particular, "I hope my friends are okay." Arthur, still watching over Abner, responded to him, "Don't worry, the nightmare creature knows he's in a nightmare, so he will be trying to get out, and it can't do that if the challengers are dead, so he won't kill them, probably." Abner nodded, a bit surprised that Arthur responded, and went to sleep thinking, "I hope he's right." Arthur sighed and exited the gray fog, resuming his journey. He knew it would be a long one, and that his friend wouldn't be able to talk to him after his nightmare ends, but for now it seemed much more bearable. After a few days of traveling, Abner finally reached the small city and greeted the guards. "Hey, how may I be granted access to pass through?" The guards, however, seemed to recognize him. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're back already. Where are the rest? Anyway, go and tell the city lord about the reason those peasants refused to pay their taxes already." Abner nodded and headed into the city, trying to find the city lord so he could use him as reinforcements to save his friends. After asking around, he soon found the mansion where he lived and knocked on the door. "You may come in," a voice on the other side of the door stated, and Abner opened the door and entered the mansion. The interior was incredibly luxurious, and there sitting on what looked to be a throne was an incredibly handsome man, a transcendent known as the city lord. The city lord, dressed in clothes that individually cost more than multiple houses, didn't even greet Abner and got straight to the point. "So why have those peasants refused to pay their tax? Tell me what happened." Abner nodded and said, "The village I went to was under the mind hex of a corrupted rank devil. I barely managed to escape its influence thanks to a mysterious existence." He had already gotten the permission to reveal Arthur's existence. The corrupted devil knew about him anyway, so there wasn't a risk to revealing it, there were only benefits instead. The city lord hummed as he muttered, "You don't seem to be lying, a mysterious existence, huh? I wonder who would dare to take an interest in you, who is already blessed by the storm god's lineage." Abner didn't say anything but thought to himself, "So it's already known that I possess the storm god lineage. With the gods still revered in this time period, I could use it to my advantage." The city lord broke the silence. "Not saying anything, are you? Has your faith been shaken because a mysterious existence helped you, but the storm god didn't?" The city lord warned him, "You know the gods are growing more distant in this day and age. Don't take it to heart. You can't trust that hidden existence, it's too dangerous." Abner nodded seriously, not intending to take the city lord's advice at all, and the city lord nodded and said, "If that's all, you're dismissed. The fool who does not belong to this era, that's the true name of that mysterious existence, at least that's what it told me," Abner said, pretending to look conflicted about revealing Arthur's true name. Their prayers couldn't even reach Arthur unless they had the storm god's lineage anyway, so Arthur wasn't in danger of some aspect or ability that could exploit his true name to harm him. The city lord nodded and pondered, "The fool, huh? I never heard of such a name. He must have done exceptionally well to have stayed so hidden. You may go now, you're dismissed." Abner nodded, but before he left, he asked, "But what about the corrupted devil, Lord? What will you do with it?" The city lord responded, "Naturally I will go and kill it myself, but I need a few things to prepare first. Mind attacks are quite annoying abilities to go up against." Abner nodded, relieved, and left, but after a few minutes he realized something. He was practically homeless and completely broke. Abner immediately prayed to Arthur and asked him if he could sleep above the gray fog at night, and Arthur easily agreed. Abner sighed in relief and went to hunt some nightmare creatures around the area of the small city, both for food and to sell their parts for money. It's better to have money and not need it than to have none at all, he thought. After Abner spent a few hours hunting some nightmare creatures, absorbing their soul shards, and cooking some since he was still starving, he headed back to the city. Just as he got greeted by the guard, he saw a huge, majestic green eastern dragon appear in the middle of the city. Abner's eyes widened as his body became tense by the sheer pressure passively emitted by the dragon. The dragon soon left in the direction of the village, his friends were kept hostage by the corrupted devil. The guard muttered to him, "I know you don't get along with your father, but you have to admit he's not a city lord for nothing." Abner asked, confused, "Wait, did you just say he's my father?" The guard nodded and explained, "Yes, although he only appears to care for money, I'm sure he still cares for you, and he still protects us from the corrupted. They've been getting out of control lately, though." Abner didn't respond, as he didn't know much about the city lord, and the guard patted him on the shoulder and said, "He's a good city lord, although I can't say he's a good parent since he cares more about gold than he cares about you, but don't mind it too much, it's not like he hates you." Abner just nodded and went into the city, planning to sell some parts of the nightmare creatures he hunted. Moments before, City Lord Pav. "Tisk, these peasants are taking so long to bring my armor, should I have done it myself? No, then I would be wasting all that money I used to hire them." Just as he was about to sigh, he heard a servant's footsteps. Finally, the city lord thought the servants entered the room and dressed him in the armor they brought. The armor looked nothing short of breathtaking. It looked just like a painting. The predominant color was a green sea, followed by golden ships with a bit of blue for the people abroad. It didn't have a helmet, and it only covered the arms up to the elbows. Next, they put the jewelry on him. Necklaces, bracelets, and rings, all of these were enchanted items. The city lord admired himself in the mirror for a moment. Satisfied, he asked his servants, "So what do you all think? Don't I look fabulous in this?" The servants all nodded, and one of them added, "Lord Ryu, you would look fabulous in anything you wear, even if it's rags." The city lord sighed and ordered, "Didn't I say not to call me that? It's so uninspired. Giving me such a nickname, only the most lazy of people devoid of any creativity would do such a thing." The author sneezed as he was called out by his creation, and quickly gave it another name. The city lord, Ryu, told his servants, "Just call me by my true name, Unseen Calamity." The servants nodded and quickly got out of his way as he exited his mansion and transformed into a dragon. The armor expanded and changed form into another layer of skin to fit him. The jewelry became one with him, fussing with his flesh due to an enhancement. He quickly took off to the village taken hostage by the corrupted devil, ignoring the odd looks of the citizens. It didn't take him long to get there. He traveled incredibly fast. It only took him about 5 minutes to reach his destination. The air itself became ignited by the speed at which he traveled. Stopping after passing the village by a bit, he was surprised to see 5 corrupted ranked beings of unknown class, and he knew at least one of them was a devil because of what his son had told him. He briefly considered retreating but chose not to, thinking, "If they are all here, they are definitely conspiring something. Even if it's dangerous with my aspect, I can escape from them easily. They can't catch up to me, so I should at least kill one before I go back." All of this happened near instantly. He was still on fire due to the speed of his traveling. The city lord, Unseen Calamity, opened his mouth, and small flashes of black lighting escaped his throat before a gigantic amount of darkness was shot out of his mouth, hitting 3 of the corrupted creatures. The ones hit were a corrupted demon that looked like an unnatural breed of shark and tree, a corrupted devil that looked like a blue, ugly-looking monkey with too many limbs, and a corrupted tyrant who looked like a chimera of a lion, a vulture, and a mouse. The other corrupted creatures were still unable to properly respond before he made another move. He headed for the corrupted demon that he didn't hit with his breath and hit him with his tail. Next, he roared, making light seem dimmer as unnatural darkness seemed to cover the surrounding area. The mind-controlling corrupted devil that wasn't yet hit immediately made a run for it, abandoning his companions instantly and taking 8 people with him. The city lord was about to chase after him, but the corrupt tyrant already got up and unleashed a roar of his own making, forcing unnatural fear into the city lord's heart and stunning him briefly. The monkey with many arms used this chance to grab him with a malicious, evil grin. The city lord's eyes became darker as water fell from the sky. After the city lord's roar, clouds gathered and it had started raining. The clouds soon covered the sun, and the area around them became covered in true darkness. The city lord seemingly became one with the darkness, becoming intangible and escaping the hands of the corrupted devil. Lighting fell down from above, briefly illuminating the world as the city lord's eyes almost shone with deep darkness and his mouth opened, shooting another wave of darkness upon the tyrant and the shark tree demon first hit by the breath attack. The other demon he hit with his tail was a dumb-looking koala-like monster that seemed incapable of even eating on its own, but clearly that wasn't the case as it spit on the city lord and his scales corroded painfully, making him roar in pain. The surrounding area was once again covered by true darkness as the city lord's roar faded, and soon the sound of thunder was followed by a scream. It was the shark-like demon who had his torso bitten by the city lord, and then blown away by the true darkness from another of his breath attacks. The others turned their gazes in the direction of the scream and attacked, not caring if they hit their ally as well. They each managed to hit the city lord, dealing him 4 wounds. The city lord screamed as he barely managed to escape from them before he was killed and kept hiding in the darkness, sometimes attacking from a distance with his breath. Hours passed like this until the sun pierced through the clouds that weakened, ending the rain and illuminating the village. The city lord breathed heavily, thinking, I still didn't manage to kill another one since they stay so close together. I should have run away earlier instead of wasting so much time. Maintaining his transcendent form, summoning the rain clouds, making the surrounding area become filled with true darkness, and spamming his breath attack had almost exhausted the city lord of his essence by now. As he was about to run away, his mind became filled with greed. He couldn't leave without getting the materials of these powerful corrupted creatures' bodies. His eyes widened as he realized, no, this is a mind hex. That corrupted goblin ran away a few hours ago and is still nearby. The city lord gritted his teeth as he thought to himself, I'm basically dead now that I can't leave with these corrupted creatures here. The city lord flew still in his dragon form, dodging rocks thrown at him like projectiles as he thought, how do I get out of this mind hex? I can't spot the goblin at all. The city lord thought about how his son managed to escape the mind hex, that mysterious existence. If I pray to him, I can live. I would rather not be in its debt since I don't know a thing about it, but now's not the time to be picky. I can barely maintain my dragon form for another 10 minutes. The city lord prayed while dodging the rocks thrown at him. The fool who does not belong to this era, please save me from this situation, and I promise to repay you however you wish. Arthur, who was traveling, heard a voice in his head and, not paying much attention to it, immediately went above the gray fog, only to realize the one praying to him wasn't Abner but the city lord. Arthur considered if he should summon him. Unlike Awakened, the Ascended, and Above had their physical bodies and spiritual ones fused, so summoning them was harder for Arthur, and even harder was forcefully keeping them here as they could use their anchor to escape the gray fog. But those were not the reasons why he hesitated to summon the city lord. Rather, it was because if he found out he was a mere Awakened, he might kill him for trying to deceive his son Abner. He made a divination if it was safe to summon the city lord, and the result was that it wasn't very dangerous. Arthur decided to watch the city lord for a little bit more before summoning him. Watching a transcendent fight was quite entertaining. Even if he only dodged, it was still an awesome-looking scene to witness. After 15 minutes, the city lord turned back into a human falling from the sky. Arthur then thought to himself, alright, I was gonna summon him. I kind of forgot about it. While sitting on the fool's throne, he summoned Weaver's mask and his echo behind the throne to boost the illusions he was using to hide his body with the help of the gray fog and his own illusion spell. Finally, he summoned the city lord. The city lord, who had his eyes closed, ready to accept his death, opened them immediately, sensing the pull of the gray fog and the change in the environment. Looking at the person surrounded by a gray fog, even he couldn't completely see through, he thought shocked, that mask. He must be a follower of Weaver. The city lord then sighed and thought, what does it matter if he's a follower of a demon? In my state, I can't guarantee victory against even an Ascended. Since in this age, aspect abilities were usually wielded by Ascended close to becoming a Transcendent and those of higher ranks, the city lord never even thought to consider Arthur was only an Awakened. The city lord quickly composed and introduced himself. I'm the son of storms, blessed of the storm god Nimbus, the unseen calamity. Thank you for rescuing me. How might I repay you? Arthur didn't expect such a quick acceptance of such an unusual situation, and such adaptability too. But he guessed saints see a lot of strange things in their long lives. Arthur hummed and thought to himself, since his prayers reached me, it really must be the storm god's lineage that allowed Abner's prayers to reach me. Arthur then considered if he should ask for anything. There's not much other than soul shards that the city lord could give him. Anything else isn't useful, but if he asked for soul shards, then he would either get a few high-ranking ones or risk getting exposed by asking for a lot of awakened ones. After all, why would a powerful existence need to ask for so many awakened soul shards? Couldn't he just get them himself? Arthur eventually responded, there's nothing that really interests me right now, so you just owe me a favor for now. The city lord nodded and asked, are you a follower of Weaver? I recognize that mask as one worn by his followers, although I only heard of its description without seeing it myself until now. Arthur shook his head and replied, no, I just stole this from a corpse since I liked it. The city lord nodded, sighing in relief, and said, I see, that's a relief. A follower of Weaver is as shady as the demon himself. Arthur then asked the saint, so when would you like to go back? Be aware that I can only send you to the same location I took you from. The city lord thought for a moment and said, in a few hours. I'm worried about the villages and the people. Those corrupted can't be stopped without me. Even if all the villages joined together with the city, they would all die, meaninglessly. Even running away is impossible, the corrupted would catch up to them. Arthur nodded and asked, for how long have you fought them? You seem very wounded. The city lord laughed and said, this is nothing for a transcendent, it will heal in a week or two. I've been fighting for a few hours in my dragon form, at least 2, I'm sure. Arthur was shocked but didn't show it as he thought, but don't transcendent transformation abilities usually last only for 10 minutes? They drain too much essence, even if he were a divine aspect user, it's too much. Arthur chucked as he said, transcendent transformations don't last that long, do they? The city lord had a proud smirk as he explained, it's because I've been blessed by the storm god, I can keep it for even 3 hours if I'm not fighting. Arthur nodded and thought, shocked as he made a divination to see some of the battle of the city. He's so fast. And with his powers over true darkness, he could probably even defeat Saint Sunny. Maybe he can rescue the rest of the cohort. Since Arthur needed to wait a few hours for the city lord to regain some essence, he made him a comfortable chair and talked for a few hours. It seems he and the city lord had quite a few things in common, both of them were degenerates. After a few hours of talking, Arthur remembered he should probably go back to traveling now that the city lord had likely regained some of his essence. While the city lord was talking, Arthur interrupted him, so you also like the type of artworks that depict nightmare creatures committing acts of gore to humans of all ages? I thought I was the only one we share so much in common. Arthur said, I would like to continue appreciating our shared interests, but it seems to be about time you returned to the city. The degenerate city lord with a forever henceforth doomed reputation sighed and agreed, I suppose that's right. So about that favor I owe you, do you have anything in mind now? Arthur thought for a moment but shook his head. It wasn't possible for the city lord to rescue his friends with so many corrupted, ranked nightmare creatures near them. Without saying anything else, he dismissed the city lord, who quickly transformed into an eastern dragon once he left the gray fog, flying towards the small city he came from. The remaining nightmare creatures couldn't do anything to stop him, even if they were still in there, but strangely, they were completely absent. The city lord arrived in mere minutes. He breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the city untouched, turning back into a human. He quickly summoned all the ascended in the city, ordering them to go to other city lords and request backup, seeing as corrupted nightmare creatures were teaming up to conquer the human city. And he also ordered the awakened to go and escort the people still in the small villages to the city and scout for the position of the corrupted creatures, who had almost killed him. The city lord sighed after giving out the orders. Now all he had to do was wait for the awakened and ascended to finish their tasks. The city lord thought to himself, for those nightmare creatures to get along enough to somewhat cooperate, something is definitely going on, just who is behind this? The city lord made a few guesses. Is it a great ranked creature of corruption? Perhaps they are controlled by someone to do their bidding. Or are they just smart enough to collaborate on their own? The city lord continued thinking, the last one is unlikely, but the first one seems to be the most likely after all. Why would anyone even want to attack this small city and its villages if not driven mad by corruption? It would make more sense if they were trying to assassinate me. The city lord sighed and thought, even if someone was trying to kill me, there's no need to go about it in such a roundabout way. The city lord continued his musing, taming a few more beasts for a bit would make it impossible for the city to survive a direct attack, and I wouldn't just run away from my duties to save my life. Did they think I would? Just who did they take me for? The city lord decided to stop thinking about the last two possibilities for now and think about how to deal with the first. If it can command other corrupted of smaller rank, then it's at least a tyrant, but if that's the case, why doesn't it attack by itself? I can't do anything if it involves itself, so why doesn't it? Just what is that vile creature planning? The city lord looked in the direction of the village he just escaped from and thought to himself, is that great corrupted not coming here because of him? I doubt he's not a follower of Weaver, but there's still a chance he has nothing to do with him, but if so, then why have I heard nothing about him until now? The city lord groaned and gave up on making a plan for now. He still needed to know when and how many reinforcements were coming from the other city lords first, and the situation was too confusing at the moment. 3 days later, Abner sighed as he saw the last Ascended, who went to ask for reinforcements by the order of the city lord, return. He didn't sigh in relief, though. The Ascended returned on his own without anyone else, like the rest. The other cities nearby were also experiencing nightmare creatures of the corrupted rank of demon and higher classes working together to bring down the cities. It would take a while for saints from the capital of the empire to arrive as reinforcements since there seemed to be some trouble there too. From what Abner heard, a cursed beast had almost successfully assassinated the supreme ruler of the empire, ambushing him in his home. Abner didn't care much about that, though he was just worried about his friends who were still held captive by the mind-controlling corrupted devil. Abner silently cursed under his breath, what nightmare even is this? With so many corrupted creatures, there are even mentions of supremes and cursed creatures. Isn't this too much? However, since he wasn't talking to anyone, he was met with no response to his complaints. Abner welcomed the Ascended back and went with him to the city lord's mansion. Once there, the city lord didn't even ask if the reinforcements arrived and told them, "You are here. Good, gather the other Ascended, we are attacking the corrupted creatures." The city lord sighed and explained, if we keep waiting any longer, they are the ones who will attack, and we can't protect the people of the city if that happens. It's a miracle they haven't done so already. Hearing this, Abner asked, "Can I join too?" Hearing this, the city lord laughed, "Do you have a death wish? Just focus on meditation to see your soul see and improve your essence control to become an Ascended. Once you do, I might let you join a similar battle." Abner sighed and nodded the next moment, though he thought, wait, did he just tell me how to become an Ascended without the spell? No one in the real world knows that. Abner was tempted to ask how to become a saint without the spell, but the city lord dismissed him, not giving him a chance to ask. As the city lord and the Ascended headed for the corrupted creatures, Arthur was in the gray fog watching them and wondering. Normally when one gets sent into a nightmare, they are in the body of people who have played a significant part in the conflict of the nightmare, but aren't Abner and the rest way too passive? Was the city lord supposed to die and the city be destroyed for the real conflict of the nightmare to start? Arthur sighed and thought, if that's the case, was the nightmare about finding surviving Ascended and awakened to avenge the city? The nightmare creatures must have parted ways after the city lord died. They wouldn't think the Ascended are any threat to them. Arthur felt a little guilty as he thought to himself, did I make a mistake by saving the city lord? Those nightmare creatures will be much harder to deal with together, even if there's a saint with the Ascended. They have better odds without him if the nightmare creatures are alone. Arthur just sighed and apologized to Abner inwardly as he watched the city lord, now in his dragon form, and the ascended on his back arrive where the corrupted creatures were hiding. Arthur was the one who informed the city lord of their location, disguising his intention by saying it was a small gift in appreciation of their pleasant conversation. He still talked to the city lord occasionally, even though he knew he wouldn't see him again once the nightmare ended. They were just too similar to not get along. Maybe it was because both of them are degenerates. Arthur had even found out what happened to the city lord's wife, an ascended woman, during one of their conversations. Apparently, she left him because she got fed up with his weird fetishes, saying she only ever got together with him for his good looks and status. Arthur dismissed these useless thoughts and watched the battle unfold. Before even letting the ascended down on the ground, the city lord fired a breath attack and roared, summoning clouds that would soon arrive and give him an advantage over the corrupted creatures. His ascended warriors had relics that let them see in true darkness so they wouldn't be blind like the corrupted creatures. While the corrupted tyrant and monkey devil fell over due to the city lord's attack, all the ascended 10 of them jumped from his back and landed on the ground, teaming up on the corrupted koala-like demon. The city lord immediately attacked the corrupted goblin-looking devil while he still had the mind control resistant relics. His ascended warriors didn't, so he had to quickly deal with him. Biting the corrupted devil's leg, who barely avoided becoming the city lord's lunch, the city lord used another aspect ability of his. His dormant ability was called Rain Bringer. By roaring, he could summon rain clouds and weaken light by producing true darkness. His awakened ability was Bringer of Darkness. It was his breath attack, although he could also use it to coat himself in true darkness, temporarily making himself invisible. It was extremely useful in combat. His ascended ability, though, the one he was about to use, was called Change Bringer. It shifted the power of a being he had consumed some part of to a random element for a few minutes maximum. This made the mind control devil become useless for a while since it was so physically weak. The city lord's transcendent ability was quite obvious. It was called Stormbringer, and it not only made the city lord into a dragon but also enhanced his other aspect abilities while transformed. Summoning rain clouds became summoning storm clouds. When surrounded by true darkness, he could briefly become intangible by fusing with it, and eating a part of a creature in this form made it more likely for the change of elements to occur to his enemy, and it lasted longer too, about 3 times as much. Since the city lord's ascended ability affected the corrupted devil, the cohort held captive by it escaped from the mind hex. Arthur noticed this and briefly sent a message to the city lord: "There are captives hidden here by the corrupted devil. Protect them, and your debt is settled." The city lord nodded, not questioning the request. He didn't have the luxury to wonder why some hidden transcendent or supreme wanted those captives safe. He didn't plan to kill them anyway. He, too, wondered why the corrupted didn't kill them. They didn't seem to be corrupted themselves since they were kept in a mind hex, and although the city lord heard of nightmare creatures disguising themselves as humans, he was sure these weren't corrupt since they never joined the battle even when he was so close to dying in the last battle. If they were just pretending, then they were really committed to the act. Although he would, of course, have them inspected before going anywhere close to the city or another village. The tyrant was again the first to get up as he tried to attack the ascended, but the city lord didn't let him and intervened. Both of them roared, one making everyone else tremble with unnatural fear and submissiveness while the other sped up the storm clouds and made the light of the surroundings dimmer. The monkey ignored their clash and headed for the ascended. The city lord was already busy holding back the tyrant and couldn't help. While this was happening, the awakened cohort woke up startled in a forest, watching the battle that was taking place and feeling the rain suddenly start as the sun slowly seemed to disappear into the thick dark clouds. Brave couldn't help but shout, "What the hell is going on?" The cohort looked at him, only now realizing that there were others who just woke up like them. He clenched his teeth and continued, "I was so popular and strong, but now all of that is gone, replaced by this. What even is this?" Kalen noticed that their numbers were almost the same as his companions, who entered the nightmare, and asked, "Are all of you from the waking world too?" If they were from the waking world too, then they would understand his intentions. If not, then he would just brush it off as him asking if they are awake. Kalen introduced himself and asked for their names. "I'm Kalen, and you all are." As they introduced themselves, the surrounding area turned completely dark, and they started deciding what to do. One of the awakened said, "Abner is likely not missing. I saw there's a corrupted devil that looked similar to the gate guardian but stronger, a corrupted devil." He continued, "It's almost certainly the one who put us in a mind hex, but it's injured now, and in a strange state. It seems its powers became completely different, and it doesn't know how to use them anymore." He said his next words resolutely, "I can use my aspect to determine its general location. We should seize the chance and kill it before it traps us again. If we don't, we will definitely get trapped in its mind hex again, and it's likely we won't be lucky enough to escape then." Brave complained, and the other two awakened. Those who did not survive the Forgotten Shores agreed with him, "This nightmare is such a pain. I have to wake up from a wonderful long dream to go and hunt a corrupted devil. I'm just an awakened." Gloriel mocked him, "Get over it. Did you expect a vacation when you entered the gate? Be grateful you are even alive right now. Let's go already." Arthur watched all of this as he cursed out loud, "The city lord still hasn't fully recovered from his injuries. Don't go courting death, you bastards. He can't help you if you want to die that badly." Indeed, the city lord had his hands full fighting a corrupted tyrant and a corrupted devil. He couldn't do anything to help them at the moment. Watching the cohort go on the hunt, Arthur thought to himself, that monkey devil killed 4 out of the 10 ascended that arrived with the city lord before he could intervene once the sky covered the sun. Looking at the ascended fighting the corrupted demon, he thought to himself, can they beat it before those idiots die in their stupid hunt? Arthur sighed and thought to himself, if I didn't intervene in the nightmare, would the city lord have rescued them and killed the corrupted devil? The reason the devil expected the city lord and got back up was probably because it took Abner days to get to the city. Thinking more about it, Arthur blamed himself more. The city lord would have arrived unexpectedly after he discovered the situation in minutes, not giving the devil any time to run away or group up. The reason they stayed captured so long and are now hunting that devil is that I intervened. Arthur sighed and looked at his friends, muttering, how are you idiots even planning to hunt in true darkness? You can't see anything. Watching the cohort from above the gray fog using divination made it possible for him to hear their conversations, and he intuitively knew their general location relative to the city lord and the goblin, a corrupted devil. Not like it was hard to tell the city lord wasn't exactly silent in the battle against the corrupted tyrant and the devil. And the goblin made many angry and annoyed sounds as it failed to use its mind control abilities. The ability it got replaced with was one that greatly enhanced the effects of the plants he personally planted. As the cohort moved close to each other towards the corrupted devil, they got spotted by it before they could even get as close as 10 meters. The devil smiled and said, how wonderful you guys came back. As long as those ascended don't die, I won't have to worry about the nightmare ending for a while, so I can take my time trying to escape this nightmare. The cohort froze, and Alec asked, stunned, you know you are in a nightmare. The corrupted devil just chuckled as lightning illuminated the forest they were in, revealing that the small goblin was preparing to jump at them. Kalen's eyes widened as he yelled while getting out of the way, everyone dodge. They barely managed to avoid getting grabbed by the corrupted devil, and that only because the true darkness made it hard to pinpoint their exact position while they were dodging. Nama tsked as she thought, that bright meat shield would have been useful right now. Why did he have to die right before this? The nerve. The cohort all agreed that until they found him, he was assumed dead since he was the only one missing among them. And so while they were dodging the corrupted devil, unable to land a single blow, the devil made idle conversation. He knew they wouldn't be able to keep dodging like this for much longer. It was mostly due to luck that they even managed to last so long. KKKK, why are you running? Weren't you the ones chasing after me? I'm right here. Arthur watched this for a few minutes well listened since he couldn't see in true darkness, and then sighed in relief as the Ascended killed the koala-looking corrupted demon, and the city lord ordered them to help kill the goblin. While the Ascended were rushing over to help his friends, Arthur, remembering he was a seer, made a divination: "My friends are going to be safe." The result was negative. This meant his friends were in danger. Arthur frowned as he looked at the cohort of awakened and Ascended easily dealing with the corrupted devil. The goblin was weak physically and didn't know how to use its new ability, not to mention it was missing a leg and couldn't see in true darkness while the Ascended could. Soon enough it was captured, and an Ascended asked, "What are you and the rest of these corrupted planning? Who is attacking the cities?" They didn't expect an answer, but it didn't hurt to ask. The goblin chuckled and said, "Why bother responding? You all will die anyway. It's not like any of you are truly living, so it doesn't matter anyway." Alec heard the goblin and asked before the Ascended could kill him, "All of us dying? What do you mean by that?" The goblin smiled, and his next words made the Ascended freeze. "The city should be getting destroyed by now, and even if it doesn't, in 3 days my boss is coming here. He's a great tyrant." Arthur's eyes widened as he checked on Abner. He saw him on the city walls looking in the distance where thousands of nightmare creatures were making their way towards the city from the direction of the nearby cities that were probably taken over by them. Arthur cursed. It had to be now of all times. The city lord and all the Ascended are out of the city. Arthur immediately informed the city lord and gritted his teeth, thinking, "I shouldn't have told the city lord of the corrupted creature's location. If he was in the city he could deal with those weaklings in less than an hour." Looking at the still injured city lord, Arthur noticed that the small legs it used to run on air were damaged, some having been cut off, making the city lord slower. It was clear that he was losing slowly. Arthur cursed Weaver in his heart, "Damn it. The city lord can't disengage while he's slowed down this much. He will have to kill those corrupted before he can get back to the city. Weaver, you bastard, is this your doing? Lowly demon, no wonder no one liked you." Looking at the Ascended who were going to help the city lord, Arthur wondered, will they manage to kill them and go back in time? Arthur watched the city lord battle the corrupted tyrant and corrupted devil with the help of his Ascended soldiers with bated breath. But his expression turned grim as the battle ended with the corrupted tyrant and devil dead, the city lord collapsing unconscious, and 3 more Ascended dying. It had already turned dark by now. The day was over, and although they tried to end the battle fast, the monkey devil and the tyrant were stalling for time, making the battle last about 8 hours. Without the city lord, it will take days to come back to the city, Arthur thought, and Abner prayed to him at that moment, asking if the city lord was coming back. Arthur sighed and gave him a vision of the end of the fight when the city lord bit the neck of the chimera-like tyrant, taking heavy blows and blasting it with his breath before collapsing unconscious. Abner nodded with his expression grim and asked if the rest of the cohort was fine. Arthur gave him a vision of them looking at the moon, talking among themselves, and the 3 remaining Ascended. Abner sighed in relief as he switched his watch duty with someone else and then prayed to Arthur again to sleep in the gray fog since he still didn't know where he lived. Abner thought to himself, the nightmare creatures should arrive tomorrow night. It should take the Ascended at least 3 days to arrive, but the nightmare creatures outnumber us 3 to 1, and they have fallen ranked creatures among them. Abner wondered as he fell asleep, can we last a day against them? If only they didn't have that corrupted beast with them. Watching Abner sleep, Arthur briefly thought, would it have been better if I did not interfere? With the nightmare creatures divided after destroying the city and killing the city lord, Abner and the rest wouldn't have as much trouble. Arthur briefly wondered if Abner would die because of him and then blinked, slapping his face as he sighed and thought, I can see the future, but I use that ability so little it's embarrassing to call myself a seer. Making a divination to see if Abner would die in the nightmare, the response was, unclear. Arthur blinked as he thought, the divination failed. No, it didn't. Was it interfered with? This was the first time a divination was interfered with. Normally, when asking such a question, the answer was positive or negative, but this time it was both. So there had to be something wrong. Arthur sighed, frustrated. Unable to do anything or even know anything, it's so frustrating. Deciding to see what his friends were up to so that he could forget about his frustration, Arthur, after watching them for a bit, had his expression turn fearful. Alec was imitating a cultivator in arrogance as he picked a fight with Kalen, and the three Ascended took an interest in his strange way of talking. Soon they were indoctrinated and brainwashed by Alec's cultivation stories, becoming infected by the cultivation brain rot. Arthur shuddered as he thought, even Ascended aren't immune to brain rot, it seems. What a powerful mental disease. However, his expression soon turned angry as Nama joined in. He cursed Alec in his heart. Bastard, how dare you corrupt this pure, innocent angel. Abner woke up and greeted Arthur. He didn't leave immediately. After all, they still needed to make a plan for him to survive the oncoming attack of the nightmare creatures. Arthur sighed and told Abner, other than giving you some memories, I can't help you too much. Abner nodded seriously and said, indeed, divination won't change the course of battle too much considering how outnumbered and overpowered we are, but still knowing the weaknesses of some of the stronger fallen ranked creatures and the corrupted beast is the difference between victory and defeat. Arthur scoffed and mocked him, don't even talk about winning. Do you really think there's any chance? Abner nodded seriously, didn't you kill a fallen terror and a tyrant with Kalen and Gloriel? I should be able to do this much, after all I am a divine aspect wielder too. Arthur sighed and told Abner, just remember the priority isn't winning, it's surviving. Don't hesitate to run away from the battle if you have to. Abner replied confidently, if there's any chance I could die I will activate my innate ability. Don't worry about me, I won't die. Arthur looked at him confused, innate ability. You never told me what it does. How would it save you? Abner smiled mischievously and told Arthur, doesn't a man need his air of mystery? Surely the Lord of Mysteries would understand. Looking at Abner failing to stop himself from chuckling, Arthur's lip twitched in annoyance as he thought, is this payback for rage-baiting him? Arthur eventually sighed and dismissed the topic, anyway, what memories do you want? I could even lend you my echo for this battle. I don't mind. Abner thought about it for a bit and replied, are you crazy? An echo that grows with you is far too valuable to give away. Keep it. And my new sword is already good enough, it's an ascended weapon. You know how good my armor is too, so what I really need is a charm. Arthur sighed and said, as you know, I only have 2 charms, one is called Chaos Ring, and the other one is the Amulet of Light. Abner asked, I can use both thanks to my armor, so what do they do? You rarely use them. Arthur explained, well, when I fight groups of enemies with the Chaos Ring, they seem more uncoordinated, but not by much. As for the Amulet of Light, it just boosts the intensity of the surrounding light. I thought it was pretty useless. If I knew your aspect would evolve into this I would have given it to you. Abner smiled, they will be a great help in the coming battle if that's all. I should leave now. Keeping me here, making so many divinations, and traveling alone in the dream realm must be tiring you considering how much you are sighing lately. Arthur nodded and gave the charms to Abner. Before he dismissed him he said, wait, take this too. You can keep the charms, but make sure you return this. Abner nodded and looked at what memory Arthur gave him. It was called Nameless Sun. Before he could read the description he was kicked out of the gray fog. After looking at the runes of the memory, Abner realized, it's from the Crimson Spire. Lending me an ascended memory of the 6th tier. Abner couldn't help but sigh thinking, he's too reckless, anyone else would have stolen this. Arthur, that guy, his true name really fits, he's a fool no matter how I look at him. Doesn't he know how valuable ascended memories are? Abner didn't bother trying to return the memory yet, not because he was intent on stealing it but because he knew he would need it. Abner went to the walls where the awakened were preparing to meet the hordes of nightmare creatures. They were coming from the north and the east, while the Ascended with the City Lord went to the west to hunt the corrupted creatures. It would take them time to make it to the city, though they had used that time to evacuate the civilians to another city. Although it is unknown if they could make it since there were not many awakened with them. It wasn't even known if the city they were going to was still standing. Abner went to talk to some of the awakened. He knew their names were Tristan, Solarian, and Chiron. Chiron greeted him, "Oh, you finally arrived. Just where do you even go to at night? We almost thought you ran away. Maybe you should have." Abner just smiled and said, "There's no reason to run, we will win this battle. I will make sure of it." Solarian smiled and said, "Of course we will, the gods are with us." Tristan scoffed, "Those bums haven't done a thing for us in decades, even now when we most need them they don't respond." Before anyone present could do anything, Tristan turned to ash almost instantly from the light of the sun. Abner was shocked, speechless. He looked around only to see nothing out of the ordinary. There were only other awakened looking at where Tristan used to be. One of them muttered, "The gods, they are watching. Everyone quickly pray." But no matter how much they prayed, the gods didn't respond. Abner thought to himself, was that really the sun god? Why isn't he helping then? I had heard the gods were distant, so why would they smite someone for talking bad about them? But immediately after finishing that thought, someone descended. It was a white western dragon with many wounds. He was shining with a golden aura. After landing, he transformed into an incredibly handsome man and said with a scowl, "Who still dares to slander the gods? Heretics. Without them this world wouldn't even exist. Be grateful for their benevolence and don't be conceited, the gods know better." This was the one responsible for eviscerating Tristan, the transcendent city lord of the fallen city. The nightmare creatures were coming from the blessed of the sun god Olwen. Just as the awakened were about to celebrate at the thought of such reinforcements, his next words almost made them curse him out loud. Olwen said without a hint of pity, "Anyway, those who still hold faith, listen. I've been followed by 2 corrupt tyrants, and I can't defeat both of them." He sighed and continued, "I had thought Nimbus could help me, but it seems he's not even here. Just where has he gone?" Abner thought, if I tell him he can bring the Ascended here, but would they even be able to help him against 2 corrupt tyrants? My friends would probably go along too, and then all of us would be in danger. Eventually he decided to ask Arthur once he got away from Olwen. He had a feeling praying to anything that isn't the 6 gods is a bad idea around him. After 15 minutes, he finally prayed to Arthur, the fool who does not belong to this era. Arthur, who was trying to sleep above the gray fog, looked at Abner slightly annoyed, thinking, "Didn't you tell me to sleep? Why are you waking me up so soon then?" He grumpily summoned Abner above the gray fog and asked, "What is it?" "Tisk. Didn't you just tell me to sleep?" Abner quickly apologized and asked, "Sorry for waking you up, but a city lord from one of the fallen cities has arrived." Arthur looked shocked as Abner continued, "Should I let him know where the city lord is? Would that put our friends in danger?" Arthur immediately told him, "Don't tell him. You did well to come to me. That wasn't the city, lord, both of them are already dead." "That must be a nightmare creature imitating him." Abner asked, surprised, "How did you know that?" Arthur just shrugged, "I have nothing to do but walk and sometimes make some divinations for you." "Really? I have a lot of free time, and I'm extremely bored most of the day, so is it really that surprising I made some divinations out of curiosity?" Abner nodded with an enlightened expression, "Ah, of course I should have known you have nothing going on in your life." Arthur scoffed, "Bastard, are you still salty I regabated you?" Abner nodded, "I spent hours thinking I was going to die. Do you have any idea how stressful that is?" Arthur sighed and said, "Fine, I'm sorry about that. I shouldn't have done it, but aren't there more important things to do than argue right now?" Abner looked shocked when Arthur apologized. "Wait, you really apologized? Never in the 3 years I spent with you did you apologize for a mistake you've done." Arthur had indeed not apologized once for any mistake he had committed in the last 3 years, not even when Zane died due to his mistake. He only admitted his fault. Arthur sighed and scolded Abner, "Like I said, it's not the time to be focusing on that. You need to find a way to kill the fake city lord." Abner nodded, still a little shocked that Arthur managed to actually apologize. Usually he would bend backwards doing mental gymnastics on levels not even thought to be possible to avoid apologizing. Abner got over his shock and asked, "How am I even supposed to kill that thing?" Arthur sighed and said, "The first step is finding its weakness. Let me make a few divinations about it." Arthur made a divination, thinking, the crucial weakness of the corrupted impostor masquerading as a city lord needed to vanquish them. He saw a grotesque-looking worm inside the head of a nightmare creature splitting itself and dropping in class. One of the worms went into another body it had just killed, the very same it currently possessed, and took control of it. The vision then ended. Arthur frowned, thinking, the worm was a devil class originally, the one Abner saw is just a beast. Is it controlled by the worm that is still a demon class? There's no way it would be that smart if it wasn't. Abner then asked him, so what class is it? Must be pretty high to be able to talk, Abner sighed. After saying this, weren't they meant to be rare? He had met 2 in just a week. Arthur told him, in my vision it was a devil, but after splitting itself it became a demon and a beast. The one you saw was a beast. Abner nodded and said, so what is its weakness? Arthur sighed and said, well, it split. Abner just asked him, it doesn't have any other ones. Arthur nodded, it's a pretty strong nightmare creature. In exchange for losing a core it can copy the abilities of the body it possesses. Abner nodded and said, without the support of the other awakened, I probably couldn't even attack him, they would most probably side with the city lord. Any idea how I could convince them he is a monster in less than a day? Arthur nodded and said with an easy smile, well, I just thought of it, but I know how to help you deal with the city lord. I will just make a divine descent. Abner blinked, and after a few seconds of awkward silence, he asked, you? Divine descent? I thought you couldn't come here. Arthur scoffed and explained, I don't need to come in person, that's too pedestrian for me. I just need you to take my echo and summon it. It can make it seem like a god descended for a moment with its illusions. Arthur, for once, looked serious as he said his next words, use that chance to strike, you probably won't get another one. Abner nodded and sighed, then asked, didn't I just tell you not to give away your echo, though? You are too trusting. Arthur shrugged, I would have died of thirst or hunger 10 times over by now if I wasn't an awakened. The closer I get to my destination the more desolate the world seems. Abner interrupted Arthur, just get to the point. Arthur tsked and said, I'm not even sure I will survive my second nightmare or even make it far enough to face it. Giving you these things doesn't feel like a loss to me, so just take them. Abner sighed and accepted the echo, but not before saying, fine, I will take the echo. Just remember the oath we made, come back to us at any cost. Arthur's eyes widened a little bit as he remembered, I almost forgot about it, he thought as he nodded. After that he kicked Abner out of the gray fog and sighed as he thought to himself, should I sleep or see if Abner succeeds? I could always watch it later with divination, nah, sleep is for the weak. Sighing, he decided, on second thought I will just see if he will win now. Arthur made a divination, thinking, how will Abner kill the fake city lord? What he saw shocked him. In a meeting room inside the walls of the city, on an altar surrounded by gray fog, his own illusionary form could be vaguely seen. The vision abruptly ended there. Arthur, tired, briefly thought, did I make a divine descent for real? And why did the vision just end so suddenly? For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.